Alpha Plus.
For some reason.
Rank. Probably because Omegas are so beyond rare that they just had to create a separate category of, okay, these guys can reasonably destroy a city, these guys can reasonably destroy an entire fucking mountain.
Yeah, like, an Alpha Plus Psyker are the kind of people who can turn a man inside out with a glance and snap Battle Titans in half.
AKA the World Enders.
AKA the Thousand Suns.
No. And then you have people like Magnus.
Magnus goes, that's a nice planet you had there. What do you mean had? You'll see.
You should see it in about 10 seconds.
Oh, it's already gone. My bad.
Oops. That's mine now. That's just in the Immaterium now.
I stole your planet, Father. What are you going to do about it?
I stole your planet and put it in my warp garden. Your what garden?
Father, I've stolen your planet. What is your response? Cope and seethe, Magnus.
I absolutely will, Father.
What is your response? You mean the planet full of damn it.
You mean the planet? Your planet? You mean the planet full of blanks? What do you mean the planet full of blanks? This planet wasn't full of blanks 2 seconds ago. Creed.
Pushes stasis button.
So that's a pretty funny post to hear. I'll throw this up on screen.
Oh no.
Oh no, boy.
It's a Fire Emblem post.
Oh no.
So it's a guy on 4chan.
Burning.
It's a guy on 4chan saying, in 2023, I am going to write and review so much Fire Emblem fanfic as I can. This is in spite of having no knowledge of Fire Emblem or the wider Fire Emblem universe. There are 3 reasons I'm going to do this. First, I hypothesize that Fire Emblem basically makes for an amazing modern Penny Dreadful series. Keeping in mind that...
Who the fuck is Penny Dreadful?
So they were basically really, really cheap fantasy books.
Ah. Oh,
Yeah,
oh, this was back in the day of literal penny novels, I understand.
Yes, Penny
Yeah,
Dreadful.
those books
Were cheap, popular serial literature produced through the 19th century, roughly interchangeable with penny horribles, penny awfuls, and penny bloods because of their cheap nature. Posted weekly in series of 8 to 16 pages. It's like I'm reading just... This is just fucking fan fiction.
Remember, Don Quixote had some of the first fan fiction. And remember, Don Quixote's author then wrote a follow-up to someone's fan fiction where Don Quixote hunted down and beat a man who mischaracterized him.
Based.
That's alright. That's pretty sick.
Also, patently false. The first fan fiction was the Bible.
Actually, the first fan fiction was Lancelot.
The Bible predates... Are you fucking stupid?
Bible was technically not fan fiction.
Yes, it is.
Well, no, technically the fan fiction didn't start until after Jesus, and I believe technically
I'm not
Gilgamesh
including
is the first fan fiction.
I'm not including.
No, actually, no. That's a good point. Gilgamesh is probably the first.
I'm not including the Old Testament as part of the Bible.
But
That's...
it is.
I know, but it's like the Old Testament in the Bible is like writing a Harry Potter fanfic, but copying and pasting the first chapter of Sorcerer's Stone.
Oh, yeah, kind of, but not really.
I hate this analogy, and I want it to go away.
But how much will you pay for it to go away?
It cannot be unsaid, so it is not worth any money.
Coffee vodka, let's go!
What's for dinner? That's my question.
So anyway, this is the part that made me laugh and made me want to put it up here. So next, I have found out through cultural osmosis that there is an equal number of male and female Fire Emblem fans, so it'll be interesting to see how either gender handles a series known for romantic escapades and political intrigue. Yeah. Finally, there is a rather astounding density to the typical Fire Emblem fan work. Sorting by the most popular fan fiction reveals word counts of 600, 300, 700, and 1 million words. For comparison, most other IPs on fanfiction, this is why I was laughing at, because he's like, oh, well, most other IPs barely even get to 200k, and it's like, yeah, that's because it's really hard to write more, and it's like, you got, like, number of people that played Prototype is 100.
No,
number of
Sneaky,
people that want to write.
His point is just that, damn, the Fire Emblem works that are out there are thick.
Right, but he's like, oh, well, other fan fictions aren't like this. And it's like, well, no, look in the Harry Potter section, the Naruto section, the Bleach section. My point is, what I'm trying to say before you fucking interrupted me, is if you have 100 people who play or enjoy a medium, a game, movie, book, etc. You know, a fraction of those people want to write something about it. A fraction of those people actually write something about it. A fraction of those people actually publish something about it. You see what I'm saying here?
And if those are actually good.
Well, yeah, sure, obviously, and then, you know, then a fraction of those actually get past 10k words, and then a fraction of those actually get past 100k words, and then a fraction of those get past, you know, 200k words. Well, you get my point. My point is if you start with 100 people, because that's basically the entire Prototype fandom in a nutshell, you're not going to get a lot of Prototype fanfics, and then because you're not going to get a lot of Prototype fanfics, you're not going to get a lot that get past 10k. And because you don't get a lot that get past 10k, you don't get a lot that get past 20k, 30k, 50k.
You don't get a lot that get past 5k.
Yeah, true. But that's my point, though, is that you can't be like, oh, well, other fandoms don't have large writers. It's because other fandoms don't have fucking large audiences. The fandom for Fire Emblem is actually a surprisingly large audience for how little you hear about them until a Fire Emblem game comes out. Then you hear a lot from them for a while, and then they stop posting about Fire Emblem after a while in the public forums, and they go back to their tiny little hidey holes, and they just circle jerk about Fire Emblem with all of their Fire Emblem fan friends.
Yeah, but isn't Fire Emblem basically some kind of a spin-off of Final Fantasy, and it's been going forever?
No.
Sign, this is why I love having you around.
I'm really confused as to where you got the Final Fantasy spin-off.
Any Japanese RPG that comes out is just a Final Fantasy spin-off.
You know what? I
This is a
second
very
this.
well-known
Yes,
fact.
I'll second this
I shall make
opinion.
you feel the wrath
Yeah.
of the 12 Dragon Quest fans.
I mean, A, yes, but B...
So
I mean,
what you're saying is that actually every Japanese fantasy game is a Dragon Quest spinoff.
Yes.
Yes.
This is
All right.
accurate.
This is actually accurate.
Yep.
It's a little sad, because, like, here's the thing, Sneaky.
Yeah.
There's not really as many as you think, because, like,
Dragon Quest V and Best
until-
RPG, fight me.
up until Fire Emblem Awakening came out on the 3DS, the series was very, very niche. Even one of the most popular games that came out on the GBA at the height of the GBA being on fire
My dude,
Uh,
Fire
didn't
Emblem.
even sell 1 million copies.
Fire Emblem is the 6th biggest game on fanfiction.net.
Well, that's because of Awakening, my dude.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not until you hit Awakening that they even broke 1 million in sales, which,
Yeah.
granted, Awakening smashed that with 2.5.
And then they
Then Fates
released
had
Conquest.
3. Then poor Echoes with only 0.75, which is a goddamn shame, because Echoes is one of the
Okay.
best.
I'm going to counter your claim again here. So in the past year, across all languages, only 600 of the 20k Fire Emblem fics were published. Not even 1/20th. Literally 1/40th of the Fire Emblem
how many
fanfics.
of them? Here's my question: how many of them come from 2012? From 2012 to let's call it 2012 to 2015, because those were the two highest selling games.
I can't search that, my dude.
Sorry, I was curious because you said only what, less than 1/20th of them?
but I can put up a time frame of published within the last year. That's a filter option I have.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd be willing to bet most of them are from somewhere in the range of 2012 to 2015, because that's when the two biggest games, other than the most recent one that came out, was.
Page 600. Oh, God. What is the oldest Fire Emblem fic?
Oh!
2003. Nana reassures a doubting Leaf after they join Celis's forces.
Holy cow!
Page
That's someone who played FE5. Damn!
People who played FE5 exist.
Yes.
You know I'm making a joke.
Wow, a total of 10 Fire Emblem fanfics were posted in 2003.
Yeah, but that's my point, Sneaky. Like, most of them will probably have come from somewhere in the range of 2012.
Okay. Well, how does that...
That's the way it is with all of the major releases where they release something like, again, Final Fantasy, where it's, you know, they release a random one.
Here's the thing. The most recent Fire Emblem game, which outsold the ones in 2012 and 2015,
okay, well, the most recent
Fire is my point.
Yeah, exactly, and that's my point, though, is when you work with percentages of audiences, you know, you also have to take into account, unfortunately, demographics, and I'm sorry, but Zoomers don't know how to write, and they don't want to write.
They don't want to fucking read, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, let alone read. That's what my point is let alone read. Zoomers don't want to write. And, you know, the Zoomers we do see writing, as you can fucking see with some of the stories we've covered, they are so behind in their capabilities of writing that it's actually sad. It's actually painful. Because I really doubt a bunch of 9-year-olds are actually writing. I think this is more of the teenagers because of how edgy the stories are.
I would be far more impressed if it was the 9-year-olds writing.
Exactly, yeah. But these teenagers are writing like they're fucking 6.
Well, that's not exactly the least surprising thing.
No, it's not. And you know what? I am going to text my little brother to see if he has any good...
That's the American education system.
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, it's not just the American education system. It's also the lovely worldwide government controls on social interaction between children.
That too. Also, cell phone usage.
Yeah, to that too, yeah. Hey, bro. Do you have any more good Fringe OCs?
Oh no. Why are you asking him that?
He
writes.
writes.
You know why.
Oh no, my little brother is at that age where he goes onto RP forums.
Oh yeah, no. I know. Sneaky.
I know you know. I'm talking to Sign. No, he doesn't write.
I do think that might be another thing that takes away from what might otherwise be a large surge in fanfics is...
They're too busy role-playing on Discord?
Yeah, I think Discord especially, because Discord has, like, you know, websites where you can find public servers and all that sort of stuff. So I think that there
So
might be
you're
sort of
thinking due to
a
the
brain drain
increase.
going on there.
Here's the
Okay,
thing,
yeah.
I would like to praise Discord for quarantining that shit.
Okay, no. To be fair, though, I can see Orf's point here is that in the past, when communication was a lot more difficult, like 2012, you know, yes, there was Facebook and shit, but you didn't go to a Facebook group for Fire Emblem. You sat there and you stewed with your Fire Emblem idea in your head, and you're like, "Fuck it, fine, I'm gonna write it and post it."
Yeah. And I think that Fire Emblem in particular is particularly conducive to like RP stuff, which probably
No, it's not.
you say that. You say that, but I
well,
think that
you say
is.
that, but let's see. Hold up.
It's
Okay,
very
filters.
character-centric.
Yeah, okay, here's the thing. It's very
Time
character-centric.
range,
Okay, yes,
language,
it's character-centric.
English.
But my point is, it's going to be a lot more of, like, self-insert. It's going to be a lot more of people
OCs.
interacting with known characters.
Really? Only 1/20th of Fire Emblem fanfics are ROC-centric labeled.
Yes, that's
That's
my
a
point.
well,
Because they already have an established cast, and the whole point of the game is that you're supposed to fall in love with this cast, so then when they die because there's permadeath, you feel sad, and then you're supposed to just keep playing the game, but what you actually do is reach over and push that reset button, because oops, the guy who had all my resources died, and I can't get through the maps without him. Oops. So yeah, that's why there's not a lot of self-insert OCs. It's a lot of, what would happen if this character interacted with this character? Or what would happen if this character fell in love with this character?
yeah, permadeath does not do it for me in a game.
Yeah, I've never been a super big fan of permadeath. Maybe in the future when the AI gets a lot fucking better, I would be. But I've had a lot of games where they were like, oh, we have permadeath for your characters as an option you can toggle on or just always on. I've had a lot of games where I've lost characters because the AI was like, glitch out, teleports through ground, instantly dies.
No, this is a tactics game. Like, the AI can't do that. Like, that can't happen.
Right.
You die to
Like
an unlucky crit, sure, but...
Right, but, Fire Emblem Tactics never interested me.
Sure, I'm just saying, my point is that doesn't happen. And in the most recent games, starting with the one in 2012...
Actually,
they have it's called Phoenix mode. It's casual mode. If the character dies, they're out of the map, but then they're back.
When is that reboot coming out? Let's see.
They specifically delayed it because of what's happening in Ukraine. They said, they're like, yeah, this doesn't feel like the right time to put this out.
This makes me incredibly angry. So, Advanced Wars 1 and 2 were the only fucking tactics games I ever played. On pretty much any
Which is funny because Advanced Wars is just a Fire Emblem spinoff.
Is it really? That's great.
Yes!
I played the shit out of Advanced Wars 1 and 2 on the Game Boy. I always thought this was just so fucking cool. I also only rocked tanks. I just spammed tanks to victory. And it unfortunately worked quite often.
Yeah, that was kind of a problem.
Yeah, I picked the big... I picked the big meaty dude and just spammed tanks until I won. Child!
If it works, it works.
Black Hole Rising! Oh, the black hole! Ah, it's so much fun! It was fun. Black Hole Rising was actually really fucking fun as a child. God, yeah, now I'm remembering stuff and I'm happy. Time to crush that. Champion! When Bleth descended into the Holy Tome to retrieve a boon left behind by Lady Rhea, he found more than he could have imagined. Wait, is it Bleth female?
No,
there's just a lot of...
Okay, to make a very long story short, for the past 4 games, barring one that was a remake of an old game, there's been a self-insert OC character, and the player can determine their gender. In 2 of those games, in 3 of those games, you could also determine their appearance, their class, and all that jazz.
Right.
In this one, you just determine their gender, and they have not canonized a gender for Byleth yet.
Bleth. Fair enough. Okay, so I see a lot of art for female Bleth then. Got it. Cool.
Well, yeah.
There's a good reason.
Yes, I'm aware there's a good reason for that, Max.
Which is a shame, because...
that just makes it all the funnier, too, because the marketing has been, split pretty even between the two.
Well, yeah, it's like when they did Mass Effect 3, right? Some of the ads had male Shep, some of the ads had fem Shep.
But the best part was they looked back on stats from Mass Effect 2, and they saw that a vast majority of people played with female Shepard.
Yeah, because, well, if I gotta watch an ass for 8 hours, I want it to be an ass I appreciate looking at.
It's kind of amusing.
Counterpoint.
Yep.
That ass can't romance Tally.
That's a good
fair point.
However,
Jennifer Hale.
Counterpoint, romance is cringe. Sigma grind set.
Yes, but Tally is best girl, so you could shut up.
Tally is best girl.
Tally is best girl, and she'll stay that way as a friend.
It's just that she's only got 3 fingers.
Yeah, the 3 fingers thing is a little bit weird. And the digigrade legs.
That's not so much, I mean...
Listen, she's human enough where it counts, gentlemen.
Yes, obviously. Everyone has seen that, thank you.
I'm not sure what to make of that. Just the sentence, you have flashbanged.
The female Bleth will get split between porn and actual... I don't think it's that much of a
flashbang, Nose.
Yeah. A man left the tomb with him. An ancient champion of the Church of Syros, tired and broken, but willing to lend his strength in the fight to free Floden from the Ardestian Empire. Old secrets are unraveled, and a forgotten history is unveiled. A totally not self-insert OC champion.
If they aren't drunk all the time, then this is a bad story.
Yeah, OC. Oh boy, this is not great.
Oh no.
OC self-insert wakes up as female Bleth.
Romance, everyone.
That's gonna change that's gonna change quite a lot.
Is it? Wait. So again, I have achieved Fire Emblem Fate status of Osmosis level. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't there something about Sothis or some shit and Bleth?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a tiny little gremlin that lives in Byleth's head who happens to be God with amnesia.
Right.
What?
So, yeah, that would make it a bit more awkward if you also were there.
Well, there's also the fact that it's noted throughout the story that Byleth doesn't really show or process emotions very well.
At least until
they're just a deadpan character. So if
it's
the author
a
wants to claim
of
they
Sothis,
have,
technically.
regardless,
1.1 million words.
Oh no!
Oh.
Ongoing for 3 years, 91 chapters.
Okay, that's some respectable dedication.
250 favorites. Oh god.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh.
That's brutal, my dude.
Story has almost overtaken them. That's
your what story?
my new story that I just posted.
Oh
like
yeah,
3 days ago.
yeah. I saw that. Yeah. You know what's the roughest part about all of that, Orf?
What's that?
The fact that if you posted that Alchemist story under your name, we would have so much more eyes on it. But the fact that it's not fan fiction means we can't post it where the people would be looking.
Yeah, I've got in terms of like account-wide favorites and follows, I think I have more than Lulu or Shadow.
Well, Lulu didn't cultivate an audience, so he gets a lot of drop off. Shadow kind of just doesn't, right?
Yeah. I don't remember the stats. I think I'm around 4,000 of each for like account wide follows.
That's not bad.
Yeah, especially considering how inconsistently I upload.
Well, I mean, a large majority of those have got to be back from the Naruto days.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oak, a Pokemon self-insert. An self-insert. Oh god. We might actually have to read this. And self-insert into world of Pokemon. I wake up in body of 15-year-old Donald Oak, son of legendary champion turned Pokemon professor Semmel Oak. The next step is clear. Does anyone else not know what the next step is?
It wasn't clear.
Was not clear. That was also very painful to listen to. I could hear the spag errors.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah. 100,000 words, 33 chapters, updated over the course of June 14th to December 25th, 700 favorites. The power of writing a Pokemon story.
He has more favorites than the guy with the 1,000,000-word Fire Emblem story.
The power of writing a Pokemon story.
Maybe I should write a Pokemon story.
Please don't write Pokemon porn.
It wouldn't be Pokeporn. It would be Pokemon character porn.
All of those characters are underaged.
They're not.
I'm gonna have to spend money to get you to write different smut now.
Oh, I was gonna also send you. I was actually gonna send you $100 sign to write more of the no porn allowed. Outer heaven story.
God damn it, Sneaky. I'm trying to cut down on my commissions so I can focus on red light cultivation so I can get that fucking published. God damn it.
Hey, you're getting paid. So I understand,
yeah,
though.
That's fair.
I do understand, though.
Because publishing gets me more paid.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. I totally understand it. It's why we tried to write our own fucking stories and then just never got around to it because writing's a bitch, and then you die.
Yeah, but it's a fun trip.
That's an accurate assessment of life.
My new life began in the most anticlimactic manner possible. I woke up in the body of a 15-year-old. Phrasing.
Ooh, that is very bad wording.
Ladies and gentlemen,
15-year-old.
I've summoned the police.
Yes. All the police. It depends on where it is.
Named Donald Oak. Yes, you read that right. Oak. If you're anywhere near as big of a nerd as I am. See, again, this is one of those things like, oh, I'm going to interact with the audience in the meta way. It's cringe. Don't.
If your character is telling a story, it's not cringe. Like,
right.
If it's assumed that your character is leaving the story for someone else, like future descendants or something like that.
That's why I did like Dragon Age 2. To bring up our conversation from yesterday, I did like Dragon Age 2's narrative because it was being told by the dwarf as he was being interrogated, and so at one point the interrogator is like, "Is any of this true?" And he's like, "Well, that's for you to decide, isn't it?"
Yeah, that shit was great. Varys is awesome. Wait, is his name Varys? I forget. What the fuck is his name?
It was something like that, yeah.
Varric?
Varric.
Oh, Varys is
his crossbow Bianca.
Bianca, yes.
Truly, the greatest of all relationships.
He just fucking...
Oh, yeah.
He was a fucking bard. It was so great. I loved it. Oh, God. Is anything you're telling me real? Oh, it's for you to decide. Oh, God. But yeah, like stories like that, in Scorched Earth, Shattered Steel, for example, we did that where our narrator was an actual person. And they were like narrating the story. And so they were able to interject their, you know, meta humor into it. But I don't typically like these stories where they're like, "Oh, hi reader, isn't it so silly the situation I've caught myself up in now? Haha."
The Deadpool phenomena, yes.
Yeah, the Deadpool. Yeah, basically the Deadpool phenomena, yeah. If you're nearly as big of a nerd as I am, you'd recognize that name anywhere. Honestly, anyone that played Red and Blue would recognize the name. You don't have to be a nerd.
If you played Red and Blue, you're probably a nerd.
Or a child. With a Game Boy.
Yep, that's what they called children with Game Boys back then, Sneaky, don't you remember?
Not really.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure they just called you a little nerd and punched you.
And then took your Game Boy.
No.
Oh, no, see, when they tried that, that's when I started doing unkind things with a desk.
Oh, yeah.
No one ever took anything from me, so, you know what, I count that as a win. Though I was the very weird, erratic kid that everyone did pick on. Till, like, 6th grade, at least.
You don't say.
Yeah. Turns out beating the shit out of people makes other people less likely to pick on you. Who knew?
Literally everyone.
Well,
I dissuaded my bullies. Oh, well, how did you do that? With the power of violence.
Yeah, just you break a couple bones, and suddenly no one wants to pick fights with you anymore.
I don't want to be that motherfucker that wound up in traction for 6 months.
Let's see here. I seem to be in the youngest son... Sorry, wait, hold on. To make this worse, I will read it as the author wrote it. I seem to be in the body of the youngest son of the legendary champion and Pokemon professor Samuel Oak. I'm sure you must be incredibly confused as to where I am in the timeline, and so am I. Shut the fuck up, author. You're not funny and not interesting. Just fucking run the story already. Holy shit. Why are we sitting here getting fucking Star Wars prologued?
Because this person thinks they're funny.
Blah 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 meta shit, blah 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 meta shit. I looked through my memories, blah 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 meta shit prelude. I was about 10 years old, so why wasn't I in the anime? I looked around, and probably because you didn't exist in the anime.
Also, no one cares about you.
Oof.
My best guess is, going by my memories, that Donald didn't survive being attacked by a swarm of Beedrill in the Viridian Forest, as I did. And the reason why we never saw him in the anime is because he was dead. I'm just going to highlight this. I'm going to hit search on these words. And oh wow, look at that! Donald Oak doesn't exist! It's almost like this character doesn't exist, author.
Yeah, he's justifying the existence of it by saying it died before the game was made, therefore you never actually hear about it. It's a retcon.
Right, but my point is if fucking Samuel Oak's grandson died, I'm pretty sure we would have heard about it in the anime.
Oh, absolutely.
Also, I'm pretty sure there would be no more Beedrill in the fucking Viridian Forest.
That's a good
be a slight genocide.
Yeah,
Just a little one.
there might be a slight genocide enacted by an older individual.
Yeah.
Grandpa opened up a can of whoop ass.
What was Donald doing in the forest? Oak was super strict and didn't give Donald any special treatment. Right, because Gary did not get any special treatment.
Yeah.
Despite getting TMs and a fucking car and a cheerleading squad. I'm sure Gary funded all of those by himself as a fucking 10-year-old. Why was there a fucking car? Like, that is just the most random part about the goddamn
I mean, that
anime.
was the strangest part, was the car with bitches.
It's the only car we ever see.
It's also the only bitches we ever see.
True.
The
Oh,
man
no,
was
no, no, no,
rich.
no, no. No, we saw Misty's sisters.
Okay. Yeah,
True.
yeah.
We did see a truck at one point in the show, but vehicles are just kind of non-existent.
There was
Yeah, but
there was
diesel
a Jeep
trucks
in the Safari Zone, but
Yeah, but that makes sense.
yeah, but just random 10-year-olds that has a car.
Was Gary 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the
Yes.
same age as Ash.
All
Who the hell
trainers
was
start at
driving the
10 in
car?
the original
Gary?
series.
So Gary had bitches and was driving the car and was 10 years old.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. As we said.
Yes. How many times do we have to repeat that?
Okay, Japan.
Yeah. It's just really weird shit like that. Also, guns are actually canon in Pokemon. It's just they didn't air that in the US, which is really weird.
No, the episode with the shotgun did air in the U.S. I remember it.
Did it really? No, I'm pretty sure it didn't.
No, the one you're thinking of, Sneaky, is when Ash had a pistol pointed at him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There was one where he had a shotgun pointed at him. I think the number of episodes that never aired in the U.S. is actually pretty small. I know that the epilepsy episode never aired.
Well, but that was specifically because they went, "Oh shit, this causes epilepsy. We should not air this."
We should air it twice.
Tentacle and Tentacruel was temporarily banned. Oh, following
Gee,
September
one-
11th. Okay, so because I was like, wait, no
Yeah,
way.
because the tentacle
I totally
busted up
saw
a-
that episode on 4Kids, and they was
Yeah.
banned after September 11th.
Why was that one banned? Some destruction of property or something?
Because
a
a giant Tentacruel the size of a small city decided to invade the city and cause massive devastation.
Yeah, it specifically it took down more than one skyscraper.
Yeah.
Yep, that would be like banning fucking Godzilla because of 9/11.
Yes! The infamous Lavender Tower made its debut. Tower of Terror. Ash loses against Sabrina, travels to Lavender Town to catch a ghost type. Episode features a creepy sequence where Ash and Pikachu die. Yeah, I totally remember that. Yeah, the spirits leave their bodies and they
Lavender
play
Town?
with the trio of
Yeah.
ghost Pokemon.
Yeah, that one existed.
That totally The Tower of Terror does not have anything particularly problematic, but 4Kids refused to air it after September 11th because it had the word tower in the title.
That's just
Yeah, that
for
makes
being 4Kids.
yeah, that sounds right.
Oh, hey, we're back to this. I can actually explain the earthquake one.
Oh yeah, the earthquake one got skipped because the 2004 earthquake, which killed a shitload of people. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It was not fun times for anyone.
The tsunami, you mean?
No, the 2004 earthquake.
I don't remember that one.
It's because it was a Japan only thing and it didn't cause a nuclear meltdown, so the American news media didn't cover it. Two episodes in the 5th season remain unaired. A 2-part series called Team Rocket vs. Team Plasma. It would have featured Team Rocket fighting the likes of Looker and Giovanni. Okay, why the fuck did this not air? These episodes were postponed due to the 2011 earthquake and tsunami. The episodes were never dubbed and remained unaired due to their late release. And then due to later episodes, the Team Plasma power plot effectively erases the events of Team Rocket versus Team Plasma from the continuity, and so thus the episodes were never re-released. Okay, interesting.
Oh, this one.
James wears a pair of inflatable breasts and taunts
Oh
Misty.
Lord, that one.
I remember
Oh yeah,
that
that one. That one.
At one
That
point,
one was
James inflates his breasts to double their size.
You can't air that these days.
I mean,
Well,
no, you
you
totally
couldn't
could air
stay
that these
brave.
days.
I am fairly certain if you just put that in an isekai, it would be 100% okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
here we go. The Legend of Dratini. Yes, it made its official debut in the now lost episode, The Legend of Dratini. It follows Ash and company as they visit the Kanto Safari Zone and encounter the aggressive warden named Kaiser with a fucking Hitler mustache.
He doesn't have a mustache. What are you talking about?
Yes, he does. That's a fucking
No,
mustache.
that's the fucking picture frame, you idiot. He's opening his mouth.
Oh, so it is. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Also, he's not clearly German enough. He's using a fucking revolver, not a Mauser.
Germans had revolvers.
They didn't use them in World War II that much. They
That's
used
fair.
mostly Mausers.
Honestly, this dude seems like he belongs in a Wild West. In the Wild
I
West,
was gonna say-
running a local pub or something.
This episode caused an uproar for the repeated use of guns from Kaiser. In one infamous scene, Kaiser points the pistol at Ash and asks the terrified 10-year-old if he wants to die.
Whoever was on the fucking animation team just literally watched Dirty Harry.
The episode's removal caused a plot hole due to Ash catching his 30 Tauros in the Safari Zone, and the anime never explains their presence in the future. So that's where the... Yeah, I was just like, when that fucking happened as a kid, I was just so confused, because I was like, where the fuck did 30 Tauros come from?
We never saw this? Or that? Holy shit, it's been so
This
long.
was the never aired episode in the States, dude.
Yeah.
I never realized that. It's been so long since I saw the old season. Or the old show.
Oh, yes.
A small child, do you want to
the
die?
Jinx episode. Yes.
That one makes sense because Jinx is Jinx.
Yeah.
Jinx is Jinx.
Yeah. Previous episodes, including Jinx, had minor, easily cut out appearances. However, the Ice Cave had too much Jinx footage, banning it everywhere but Japan.
Jeez.
For its over-sexualized, seductive appearance with racist connotations. Jesus Christ. That alcohol.
I mean, look, if you're finding a Pokemon like Jinx sexy, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Dude, furries.
My point is,
There's
why
something
did the
there.
fucking censor board find that in any way sexy?
Features a group kidnapping, engaging in... Episode is banned in the U.S. due to a scene where Ash is dressed in a Passimian costume, wears face paint that some people say looks like blackface.
I mean, I think we all know the real reason why it was banned.
That's why.
He's literally just painting his face to look like the fucking Pokemon.
Well, it's because he looks like a fucking furry, dude.
That would not get an episode banned. Yeah, we all know why that one's banned. Alright, so yeah, the shotgun episode was never banned.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the one where they rob a store of medicine or something like that. I remember that one.
No, because it was right after the stuff with the flock of Spiro. They went into a city, and the city had been having Team Rocket problems. So some shopkeeper just pulled out a shotgun on a 10-year-old kid. It's like, you with Team Rocket?
Can you blame him?
And then I think Officer Jenny kept him from getting shot.
Good job, Officer Jenny. You prevented a hapless child from getting shot in the fucking face.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Officer Jenny also had an M14. Or sorry, a Type 99 Japanese rifle.
Of course.
Not to be confused with the Type 99 Japanese rifle or the Type 99 Japanese rifle.
Now all we need is an episode where Lieutenant Surge explains how to load an M16 and we're good.
He was in the war, you know.
Pokemon War.
He played college ball, you know.
Yeah.
He would have gotten pro too if he hadn't joined the Navy.
See?
Yeah, some cushy Ivy League Pokemon Stadium. Try the University of Kanto.
I was gonna make the joke that he was actually previously he was the head disciplinarian on the student council.
Oh god.
Woo. He was on the disciplinary committee.
Yep. Oh god, the fucking Japanese and their student councils that run the country. Oh.
That's why Kill la Kill was so great. It took that and turned it up to 90.
I really liked it in Madaka Box too, because it's just they had the ridiculousness of it, and then like halfway to the series, the guy's like, "Wait, so that's why the student council gets away with so much horse shit? It's because everyone in the student council is part of the government experiment, so the government keeps hand waving it all, and half the people on the student council are all obscenely rich." So
I'm gonna say that's definitely a reason for them to be absurdly powerful.
yeah, so it's a bunch of obscenely rich kids on a government CIA-funded experiment. Yeah, no shit they got away with so much.
So what you're saying is, if I join the student council, I can ask the CIA to give me superpowers.
No, you'll be arrested for pedophilia.
I meant as a high schooler, dumbass.
How the fuck would I know that? You're not in high school, even close.
Well, yes. Well, the implication was there. It's like, oh, you're a high schooler. Okay, can I get superpowers?
There
Like,
was no such implication in your statement. Your statement was, so if I can join the student council, I can ask the CIA for superpowers. No, there was no implication of, okay, assuming I went back in time and was a child, and then joined a student council in high school.
Yes, that was what I was trying to say.
Jesus fucking Christ knows.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
You really need to get better at explaining better.
Yeah, you do need to get better at explaining things better. Donald's death in canon is clearly what led to Oak spoiling Gary. So clearly, me not dying means Gary will never get spoiled. What kind of fucking leaps of logic is this?
Bold of you to make that assumption.
Bold of you to make that assumption. Hey, maybe you should actually give him, like, love and affection as a parent.
I was left alone with my thought that his parents are dead. I was left alone with my thoughts for a minute, and then a nurse came in. She took my vitals and said, "Congratulations, you're alive," and then walked off.
I'm sorry, you what?
Nurse was based. She didn't want to deal with that shit. She was house.
Okay, so he's writing the British way, I guess. So he's just wrong. Cool.
That was about to say just the wrong way then.
I'm reading in the British form, so incorrectly.
Well, I mean, yeah, everyone knows the British write like French.
Everyone knows that the French should never be trusted.
Indeed.
No, I thought that was the Italians.
No, you can always trust the Italians to switch to the winning team.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can always trust an Italian because they're the ones that are going to be dishonest with you on which team they're on. The French, you can never trust.
Or,
because...
or to quote... or to quote Pirates of the Caribbean, you can always
I
trust...
was getting to that.
You can always trust a dishonest man to be dishonest.
It's the honest ones that you have to be worried about.
Because they
You
might
never
just
tell
do something
if you're gonna
incredibly
do
stupid.
Stupid. I watched the third movie again. Honestly, it's not as bad as people were saying it was when it came out.
The second is still fucking garbage.
Is this,
Yes,
is
second is
this
garbage.
lady straight up using a fucking deagle?
Based?
Pictures?
So that's...
Bro, she was on Eco Round.
Okay, so this one has a clip. Sorry, magazine. This one has a clip.
Okay, so that's an M14. That one's an M1 Grand. That's a Deagle. I have no idea what the bottom one is.
That's gotta be...
Also
That's a fucking huge pistol. Holy shit.
Yeah,
that's a fucking
that's
that's a hand
heavy
cannon.
launch.
That's a hand cannon.
That's
unless
absolutely
it's
a deagle.
well, unless she's like
1911.
okay, hold on, yeah, unless she's like 10, and that's supposed to be like a normal size pistol.
45, 1911 minimum.
No, that's way thick of... No, dude, that slide is way too thick for a 1911. Oh, yeah.
Some of the
Oh,
guns
yeah,
in this
that
show.
was the Tentacruel episode, yeah.
Oh yeah, the one where Meowth gets possessed. I forgot about that one.
Yeah. I totally
She
forgot.
has a bazooka.
I totally fucking... Hey, look! She's even watching the backblast!
Clear black bud.
But I cannot figure out what the fuck this gun is. It's really thin, so I'm thinking a submachine gun.
Which one?
The
Did you
one
just
on the
post
bottom
them?
right. No, the one I have up right now. The one on the bottom right.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that's the
Kanto.
same rifle. No, that's just the same rifle as the one he's holding on the far left.
Kanto has no gun control laws.
No, because there's no wood. There's no wood stock around the rifle, around the barrel.
Then that's probably just an animation error.
Well,
Yeah, that's
maybe
what it sounds
isn't.
like.
Also, yes, they just fucking straight up gassed people with gloom juice. Which, another fun fact that the anime canonized is that unhappy glooms are the only ones that smell bad. Happy glooms smell good.
I love how James just has a fucking Uzi. Wait, is that an Uzi or is it, what is that?
That is not an Uzi.
No, it's got the magazine grip. Isn't that an Uzi?
No, that's not an Uzi. It's too long for an Uzi. Plus, it's got that barrel shroud, and the barrel's too fucking long. That is not an Uzi. It is a sub-machine gun, but it is not a subcompact submachine gun, which is what the Uzi is. That looks like an MP5 or some shit.
That's not an MP5. He's holding it by the fucking magazine.
Yeah, no, that's not
Sorry.
an MP5.
A stare.
Oh, you know that could Don't stairs on machine guns usually have like the upright magazine?
Yeah, Steyrs? Yeah, no, they have the sideways mag.
Yeah, they have the sideways mag. So unless he's like holding it gangsta style, I don't know, dude.
No, you can see
He's
the
holding he's holding
Okay,
it
I just come
sideways.
back to
That's
Team
great.
Rocket on a bazooka and a submachine gun.
Yeah,
We're
no.
talking
I
about
was
guns
just
in the
left to
Pokemon
celebrate my father's birthday.
What a time to be born.
Why was I pinged with Aqua? I don't give a shit about Aqua.
What? Huh? Aqua? Trash goddess where?
Memes.
It's really boxy. It makes me think,
That makes me think of a fucking... Is that a fucking MP... No. Oh wait, no, the top is rounded. Is that a fucking MP40?
No. It makes me.
Also, I just realized, look at the fucking trigger guard. That thing's way too big.
Yeah, it makes me think of something
No
like
shit.
It looks like one of the old German machine guns from World War II.
Yeah. So I was thinking.
No,
yeah,
is that a Sturmgewehr?
The Bulbapedia says it's an MP40 submachine gun.
I mean, it looks like an
A German submachine gun.
Yeah. I can see why they would say it. Yeah, it's just that fucking barrel is too thick and rounded at the end. Like that's really an extended barrel for an MP40.
Yeah,
it's
definitely
like a modern MP40.
Well, no, because the MP40 has the iron sight at the end of the barrel. You see what I mean here?
Hold on, I haven't brought it up. Oh wait, no, bring up the other pick. Bring up the other pick.
What other pick?
No, bring up the
James's pick. You know, see,
yeah.
it doesn't work. The barrel, because the iron sight ends at the shroud, not at the barrel.
Yes, I see what you mean.
I mean, I guess this one maybe. But again, that's what I'm saying, though, is the shroud is way too fucking thick.
Okay, Sneaky, I think you're giving animators too much credit for looking into guns. Is it made by Kota Hirano?
I mean, yes, that's kind of the whole reason we're doing this.
I will sit here and commentate on whatever the fuck I feel like.
He has that right.
Fair enough.
A Wild Ride by Noob Writer William. This is a story about a girl named Wrath. Disaster struck her and her family when she was only 10 years old. During the disaster, she lost her memory and only knows her name due to a necklace around her neck. She can't remember anything about herself, but the items in her possession when she woke up are the key to finding things out. Well, I'm assuming her entire family is dead then.
One would think so.
Now, let's see what the, only 3 favorites, despite being a Pokemon story. Oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? 4 chapters, 3K words per chapter. Updated over the course of the past 2 years. The first chapter is a fucking status update. The second chapter is a fucking status update. Are you... Oh.
Wow. Where does the story begin then?
Chapter 3.
In hell.
Hey everyone, I know it's been a long time since I posted and I'm terribly sorry. My grandfather died to cancer, and my aunt has cancer, and I have cancer. And I've worked on a couple of chapters for all of my fanfics, but then my computer died and exploded and I can't retrieve anything from it. In the meanwhile, I'll just write new stories and update those instead. I'm going to have to reread all of the stories I've written to keep working on them, and I expect to be starting back up my other 2 fanfictions in around a month. I've just started college too, and I'll have to update stuff, and it's going to be slow, and then I'll try to really update things.
Man, no, you know what? I can't blame him for some of that shit, like with the cancer. Yeah, no.
And then another status update.
Everyone in my family has cancer, and then my computer exploded. Also, I have too many stories, and now I'm going to college.
I know it sounds like bullshit, but some of that you can hand wave.
Okay,
what's next chapter supposed to be?
But, you know, sign. If you made a post, if you updated all your stories with a post of saying, like, hey guys, look, I'm not going to be posting for a while. I had a major death in my family, and another death is coming up soon, and shit's just been bad. I would have been like, alright, well, you know, thanks for letting us know, sign. This person has 3 favorites! No one's gonna miss them when they're gone!
Oof. Damn, Sneaky, did you have to go there?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Wow.
I am not wrong, though. Like, they are literally breaking the rules simply so they can tell us about how much their life sucks. For an audience of 2.
I don't
Oof.
think there's a
No
single
mercy.
review on that story either.
There isn't.
No mercy. Damn.
Hello, everyone. It's been a while since my last post. So, what I'm thinking here is that they didn't update these chapters because they said they would start writing and posting for Wild Ride soon. So they made the story, didn't have the chapter for it anymore, and posted a status update instead.
There is actually a different thing that could have happened.
What?
They could have written the story and posted the updates,
And then replace the-
moved the
Right,
chapter
yeah.
order
Yeah.
around, because I've done that before.
Well, yeah, I know that's possible, but I don't know. They're talking about they're totally going to be posting their first chapter of Wild Ride soon.
Oh, okay.
So, quite literally, these two status updates were the first 2 chapters they ever posted for a story they don't have any chapters for. They are updating us. This is what my point is. They are updating us for a story that doesn't exist.
It's vaporware.
It's vaporware. Yes. It is literally vaporware.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chapter title, status update, September 15th, 2021.
So literally a year later, they said they were going to post Wild Ride soon, and then a year later they post another status update. I'm taking a break in college work. I've been having mental health issues now,
Get outside.
so I've been unable.
Damn.
So I've been unable to post fanfiction, but that's no longer a problem. Why? Because you figured out there are mental health solutions now?
Canada's got all kinds of solutions for your mental health problems.
Actually, they only have one kind of solution for your mental health problem.
Now, to be fair, it's
But
one.
hey,
It's
their
one
solution is
overarching
permanent.
solution.
Yes.
It's one final solution.
It's a guaranteed fix to all your mental health issues.
This is
We'll
why
have
we
to go back for more.
Hey, no, we can't get banned for this. This is legal in Canada now.
Yes. You can literally tell someone, go to Canada and invest in Maid, I think. Yeah,
Yes,
Maid.
made. Yeah. Wait, does that mean we can get sued for
mean,
giving
no.
unsolicited medical advice if we tell someone to kill themselves?
Oh, yeah.
Possibly.
Yes.
Oh dear, that's
not good.
Only if you're Canadian.
Only the
but,
government can sue.
With the Canadian.
Only the
Only if you're
government's allowed to
Canadian,
kill yourself.
but if you're Canadian, then you have a lot of other issues.
Yes.
like the first issue is you're Canadian.
You are Canadian. Death.
You're Canadian, I'm sorry.
You know what the
I'm sorry,
most
you're
Canadian.
you know what the
Die.
most shocking thing is that Ina has actually been getting medical support in Canada, and she hasn't been prescribed death by the doctors in Canada yet. Honestly, I think
That's
we're lucky.
surprising.
I feel like
If
part of that is
Ina
I
because
haven't
dies
seen
due
her
to Canada.
streaming in a while. I hope Ina's doing okay.
Oh, she's doing great. She's in Japan right now. She just visited like pretty much every Hollow member.
Yeah, she's just on break.
She went on a food tour.
Nice.
I think one of the
Sounds
things
like
is that
Ina.
the Canadians won't prescribe suicide to Ina because she's like at this point one of their top 10 cultural exporters along with Crony.
I was gonna say, if Ina dies
You know
due
what?
to
That's fair.
euthanasia, it's going to cause the very first invasion of Canada by all of the United
The
States.
reckoning will commence.
The rake.
The rake.
The day of rake will happen.
We shall liberate them.
The Taco Revengeance Shillitker.
the
Someone needs to liberate them.
the leaves shall be raked.
And then halfway through the war, it just turns out Ina went to Japan.
Oops, our bad.
Just post a tweet. Why is half the world dying right now? What happened?
Whoops. Let's see what else here. I will post the first chapter of Wild Ride soon. Don't expect it to be as long as some of my other fanfiction chapters. Oh. I can't wait to see, author. You're really building this suspense. It's been 2 fucking years! I know that I keep saying I will post my story, and I'm sorry to all of you viewers that have been waiting for the chapter. All 3 of you. But I can now promise you I will post all 3 of my fan fictions as often as I can. Status update 2021 9/15. Pub updated 49 minutes ago. 4 chapters. As often as I can. Hey Orf, I think someone finally beat you on the I'll totally update soon.
It's very possible, but you see, I'm going to solve that problem on my account.
Yeah.
By just deleting all my old stories.
You know what? That's fair, but you know what you should do is you should update soon with my fucking story that I paid for 2 years ago.
You have no idea how much I want to. It's so difficult to get inspiration for Ruby.
It really is. Yeah, I'm aware. I know. There is a reason why I had to
took
be.
your money and ran.
He did.
I have offered multiple times to give him his money back, and he's been like, "No."
No,
So
I want my money back. I want what I paid for.
I want my damn product.
I'm on Steve's side with this.
I have offered to give him his money back until I can actually manage to put words together for the next chapter.
No, but if you
I genuinely feel terrible about it.
I know, and that's what makes me feel good.
Sneaky, taking pleasure in somebody's misery. Oh, it's Sneaky.
Oh, the misery!
That's
always
Sneaky
great to
fucking
do that.
nutshell.
God. Blah blah blah. With everything that's been going on in my life, I will try to get a chapter out every 3 to 4 days. Every 3 to 4 days. Every 3 to 4 days.
See, here's
That's some
how I
battle
know
time.
this is a very, very rookie author. You never give time frames.
Oh, no.
Never.
If you give a time frame, then inevitably the world will fuck you over, and you will spend a year on hiatus.
All right, okay.
Or worse, someone will try to
be
hold you
fair-
to it.
I'm sorry. What word did you just say?
Hiatus.
Oh, chapter 3 is an
Hiatus,
actual
damn it.
chapter.
Oh no! So to be fair, it is long, but unfortunately, it's written like a stage play.
Oh
What?
No,
no!
it's not.
By
Oh,
the Emperor.
One of those.
My God.
I'm not.
You mean in script format?
Okay, no, it's not
Right.
actually written in script
No.
format. Only this section is written in script format. Hey, everyone that likes to read my story. This is an in-story author's note. Hey to everyone that likes and reads through my stuff. I realize the current way I'm doing dialogue is very repetitive. Yeah, because you're fucking awful at it. So I'm going to do a new way of dialogue. Sorry for the changing of style partway through the chapter, but I feel like it's for the best. And then he moves the script.
That's
God.
actually worse than just if the whole thing was script.
Yes. So yeah, he starts out with, like, this is his riveting dialogue. Delilah quickly turns to look at Wrath and says, "Where did you learn to count that high?" Wrath, bragging, replies, "Daddy taught me how to count." Delilah slowly turns to Kai and asks, "When did this become a thing?" Kai, taking a deep breath before saying, "About 2 weeks ago." Delilah's eyes open even wider before, 2 weeks? Kai reluctantly adds, "I didn't think it would hurt to teach her how to count to 100. She did the rest to her own." Wait,
Canadian Medical Solutions.
wait, why is it impressive she can count to 10,000? Literally, it's just counting to 10, but you just...
Maybe it's like an Ogren where counting to 5 is impressive.
Hey, you leave Potato alone.
You leave Gubsy alone.
Author's note, here is some more information about Wrath and her parents, Delia and Kai. Wrath is a bit of a special child. She was born with an extremely high IQ. And only at 8, this is her self-insert, by the way. Wrath is her self-insert, OC.
Of course.
At age 6, she knows more about the English language than kids at age 9.
More than you as well.
Age 9. Let's see. Age 9 was...
Under Canada.
3rd grade. Okay. A lot of people didn't know a lot of English in 3rd grade. I will say that. So, now to be fair, I did meet a child one day. I think she was around like 8 or 9. My teacher brought her in because it was his daughter. And he was like, "Yeah, I couldn't have anyone watch her, so I just brought her in because this is high school for the TV tech class."
Poor child.
No, this child was more eloquent and had more words in her lexicon of speech than some of the people in the class.
I'm not surprised.
A teacher child kind of is like that.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. And then there are those freaks who, at age, I don't know, 6, were reading at a college level. So, yeah.
I mean, in kindergarten, I was reading at like a 4th grade level because that was the level of books they would allow me to even check out in the first place. So,
Tom Clancy books from the local bookstore.
Yeah.
Not the small ones.
Yeah. She may be smart, but there is something unknown that is affecting her mentally. Delia, age 29, is an ex-kindergarten teacher who left her job to take care of Wrath. Kai, age 31, is ex-military sergeant who left force after getting shot in the stomach during a gunfight.
A sergeant.
He is in no way disabled at the moment and can function properly. He refuses to go back into action to stay home and help watch and take care of Wrath.
You know what? Him just fully recovering from a gunshot wound to the stomach, I'll applaud him for that.
Yeah.
I will be this author's first review.
Oh no.
I really like how it took you 2 years to get this out. And then right at the end of the chapter, made the executive decision to write worse instead of improving. After you acknowledged your low quality dialogue interactions. Acknowledge your low quality dialogue reactions. Post review. Alright, so what does chapter 2 look like?
Even worse.
Somehow.
Yes. It's
Somehow.
quite literally staged conversations and then bits of narrative in between. This is pain.
It's
Is this
like
what
they
the
went
kids
to
these
school
days are
that
calling
didn't have a
cringe?
mandatory English writing class.
All of them had mandatory English writing classes.
That's the point.
Don't worry, I 100% believe that this person was in a mandatory writing class because the number of people that were absolutely illiterate in my lower level English classes was astonishing.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm saying they're so
Fair.
stupid that they failed out of school early enough that they didn't have any mandatory English classes.
You know what I
Apparently
find
they're in
funny?
college.
You know what I find really funny?
What's
Their
that?
last story, their last update was for Alston Pokemon Adventure. So, this author started Wild Ride, if you remember, saying that they had so many fanfics and that they just couldn't keep up with them all, and they had so much going on in their life that they just haven't been able to update anything. They have 3 fanfics. Not a single one of them goes past 20k words. One of them has 4 favorites, one of them has 12 favorites, and one of them has 3 favorites.
Oof.
So, and in 2018, November 4th, 2018, the last update. Hey guys, I know I haven't posted fanfics in a really long time, and I have not forgotten about you guys. Again, he's talking to 12 people. He's acting like he's some fucking, like, YouTuber with 100K followers. He's like, hey guys, I know I haven't made a YouTube video in a while. Things have just been busy. It's like, bitch, you have an audience of possibly your immediate family. Stop using fanfiction.net like fucking Facebook.
So you're saying they're overhyping?
Massively overhyping. In fact, possibly the most overhyped fanfiction story I've ever seen.
Not even close.
Alright, name one more overhyped.
Literally anything by Core.
No, core fics are overhyped, I will give you that. But they're overhyped by A, the audience, and B, they're not actually terrible. They're completely competently written. It's just his idea.
Did not disagree with that. I just said they're overhyped. I'm not saying he hypes them either.
You said they were the most overhyped stories ever.
No, I said they were more overhyped than this one.
I mean, we're talking about quality here. Core stories at least have a basis of their overhype.
Yes, this is true. But they're still overhyped.
Yes. Did you ever talk to Core?
Nope. Why?
No, just wondering. I've asked a couple of Ruby authors, and occasionally I'll get a yes or a no.
I haven't really heard anything about him one way or the other than that he's fucking busy and he spends all day writing while also teaching.
Yes, and he's also a head editor of a magazine in Britain.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, which is why I was really impressed, because he's 100% making more money than he ever was from fanfiction doing that job. But then he was also like, let me just go casually start up a second job doing fanfiction. And he ended up, I think at his peak, he made like $5,000 a month from it.
Yeah, would not be surprised at all. I know.
It's definitely gone downhill since then.
I heard somebody's making something like $20K a month off this shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Who was that? Yeah, he's only making 2,000 now. 2,000.
Wasn't that like Shiro or Jord or somebody?
Oh, Jordino, I think it was. Yeah, it was $5,000. No, was it? Jordino Patreon.
Whoever it was, they was making the big bucks.
77. Holy shit, $7,800 a month.
Christ.
I'm sorry, who's that for?
That's just the worst part about this is that is every patron giving him around $7 a month.
That's a lot of patrons.
Well, yeah, it's 1,100 patrons, but it's like at the same time though, it's like it's only $7 a month.
Yep.
And it's like if Gray and I, if every single person that had favorited Undying Scarab gave us a single dollar a month, Gray and I would have been able to write that as an actual job.
Now, bear in mind, whoever you're taking that donation or whatever through, they're going to take about 10% off the top. Then you've got to take about 20% off the top yourself to set aside for taxes.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That's my point, though, is like, if every single person that favorited gave us $1, we would have been able to do that as a job. But,
That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's wild to think about that, how much money you can make if a person parts with a single dollar.
Well, yeah, I remember one of my the I forget, I don't remember the title of the book now, but the book that originally made me fall in love with the idea of like clever heists was, it was about a guy who worked at a bank and he wrote a program and all it did was take the difference in change. It just rounded all
God damn it,
transactions
you
to the
just
nearest
described
dollar.
the fucking Office Space.
Yeah, that's Office Space.
No, this was a book, but yeah, it was also an Office Space.
I mean, people
yeah.
made millions of dollars by removing 0.0001 pennies from every transaction the bank handled.
That is Office Space too. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Other
but
places than Office Space
like,
have had the idea, and
that's not just Office
executed
Space.
on
Yeah,
the
it's like
idea.
this is an actual thing. This is not from a TV show. This actually happened. Like Office Space just made a reference to it.
Fair.
I have not forgotten about you. I'm going to start taking my fan fiction more seriously. He doesn't update in 2 years. And the first update in 2 years about his fan fiction is him saying, "Hey guys, I'm gonna write soon, I promise." And then it takes him another 2 years before he finally posts a story. and then that's the chapter we get. And they're in college! Oh, God! I need a drink. I've got to get a drink. I'm
Drinking
drinking.
game. Take a shot every time the author writes MM. We'd all die of alcohol poisoning.
Holy shit. Wow, that is some strong fucking stuff. So, what I love about New Jersey, right, is that I can order alcohol online and have it shipped to me.
It's legal.
Yeah, New Jersey. That's strong stuff. As I was saying, what I like about New Jersey is I can have alcohol shipped to me, and I get told every single time I have alcohol shipped to me, oh, okay, look, this is going to require an in-person signature. You need to be there to accept this package. I don't think I've ever accepted a package a single time.
That's because drivers are lazy.
Yeah.
Well, you can also thank 2020 for that.
Yes.
In my area, they did no. It's not even that. It's just in my areas, they just leave the package.
Yeah, but you can thank 2020 for that. A lot of places like, you know what? Even if they pay extra for the required signature, we're gonna say you can sign the package for the customer now because of
Corona.
Here, COVID worries.
Yep.
All right, this is
become the new standard.
It's not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, actually, I need to go grab some more water and some ice cubes while I'm at it. I'll be right back, gentlemen. In the meantime, I'll leave you with this. Where is the website? Did they take down that website?
What website?
Law LimeWire.
When's the last? What? I haven't heard that mentioned in years.
While he's gone, we should probably avoid getting him banned, right?
Yes.
Oh, let's get him banned.
Please do not get someone banned.
It'll be fun.
Solved that one.
Oh, did you server mute him?
No, just a regular mute.
You muted me, really?
If he just unmutes himself, he should be fine.
How rude.
As he just did.
Dick.
No, I'm pretty sure you muted him for yourself.
Oh, even better.
Oh.
So we can still hear him.
That's the
Trash
thing that
talking.
there's the function I
Yeah,
wanted.
that's why I said server mute.
That's my fault. But we solved that problem.
Did
What
we?
problem? There's no problem.
Now, Sign, you just have to say out loud that you promise to behave and we'll unmute you.
That's cruel.
What do you mean? He just has to speak up.
That's cruel, and I'm the
I
guy who
promise
uses
not
the
to say
guitar.
all of the naughty words.
And back into mute he goes.
That one wasn't me.
I'm pretty sure that was nose.
I mean, it probably was, but...
I mean, I unmuted him so he could, say something, and then he said that, so... Most unfortunate.
Hey, boys! How did you like that?
Like what?
Well, really all we did was mute Sign to keep him from saying naughty words.
I appreciate that. Alright, so I'm gonna put some ice cubes into this. So, I don't like coffee. And this is pretty good. So you can unmute Sign now.
They
I'm
can,
done.
that doesn't mean they're going to.
Well, yes, that is what that wording implies.
Just like my wording implied, I wouldn't say all of them, maybe just some.
Well, don't you know, according to YouTube, swearing within the first 7 seconds of a video is forbidden?
I thought it was 8.
Within the first 30 that would get you demonetized.
They just changed it.
They changed it now. It's the first 7 seconds, any swear words. Within the first 30, it's a specific list of swear words. And then after that point, it's after a minute you're allowed to start swearing.
But also, if there's too much swearing in the video, then you still get demonetized anyways.
Yeah.
Okay.
And too much is not outlined.
Because we're a pure
specifically.
Christian website.
Yeah, right. We know what's there, YouTube. We know what you have hidden.
Oh, God. Let's see what else we got here going on. Twisted Mind. This story is about an Eevee named Ghost, but little to Ash and his friends, Ghost has twist path witch show.
What?
Cool.
Okay, you
What?
tried to say some words.
Ghost looks
Well,
over a
these
couple
words
of
forget.
bushes and sees a building and that is about 3 stories with area for Belle, and he also sees a couple of kids doing Pokemon battle.
A couple of
Those
them,
are
huh?
words.
God. Oh yeah, also, let's, this legendary fellow here. Pokemon Rangers Turbo going into overdrive. Pokemon Rangers Turbo X Over movie in 2040 Ultra Beast Machine from Machine Fortress comes back to year 209 to destroy Hoenn region. Derek Dragonfly chases him to year 209. Gathering the original Rangers, they search to save Hoenn. However, reckless riders have gotten involved and the Turbo Rangers team up to face both enemies.
What?
What?
Say.
What? What?
What the
What?
fuck?
I'm still stuck on the character's name.
That was a lot of words.
What was his name?
It
Eric
says-
Dragon Rider?
Dragonfly, I thought.
Dragonfly. Oh, okay.
The Poke Rangers series.
Poke Rangers. God damn it.
Yeah, aren't those the guy that used the fucking weird...
No.
Like-
You're thinking of the Pokemon Rangers. The Poke Rangers is a fanfiction section based off of the concept of Power Rangers that are Pokemon themed.
That's somehow even more cringe.
I request that you do not speak.
Poke Rangers Turbo is the third installment in the fanfiction series Poke Rangers Hoenn franchise and is considered the fifth season of the series.
Request denied.
Of all the seasons, this took Blazin Saddles the longest to write. He said it was the longest to write because it wasn't unlike other Poke Ranger stories. Basing it on the Gekiso Sentai Karanger and Power Rangers Turbo series, he said it was more about humor and it lacked action, so it was a more humor story and it was less of an action story. This fan...
Is this on TV Tropes?
No, this is on the PokeRangers.fandom.com.
Oh, okay. So it has a wiki. Okay.
He has his own wiki, yes.
Wow. That's
He
awful.
said there was more humor and it lacked action. So basically, it was more of a humor story and less of an action story. This fanfic is also the first fanfic to do a power transfer trope, transitioning to the second generation of the Poke Hoenn Rangers. No fucking way! Holy shit, no way. This dude. Years on fanfiction. 17. He's in Pennsylvania. That means he's within missile strike distance.
You know
But
what?
do you have missiles?
Do.
I can acquire some. Effective September 2022, I'm using Google Forms to do Ranger, Character, and Monster of the Day submissions. It's no longer up.
Most unfortunate.
Is it?
Oh, wait, no, hold on. I have to remove all the spaces. Let me just, open up a new one, and then Control F, find every space, and delete it. Okay. We now have a link. I'm going to open up this link in a tab that is not on stream, just in case. The file you have requested no longer exists. Gentlemen, he is no longer taking applications.
Thank God.
That means he received enough to continue the next story.
Yes. Completed stories. Desire, Power Rangers, Disturbed, Super Sentai, Sympathy for a Friend, Quiet Through the Thoughts in the Summer, Power, Super Sentai, Power Rangers, Digimon. And this, holy fucking shit. And then this is where he starts. So he has the Poke Ranger movies, Mighty Morphin Poke Rangers the movie, Mighty Morphin Poke Rangers the movie 2, Revenge of Mutra, Poke Rangers Overtech Overdrive, The Power of Gold, Poke Rangers Overtech Overdrive 2 Worlds, Poke Rangers Forever Red. Of course he had to do the legendary All Red crossover. He has the Poke Rangers Hoenn Adventure series. Book 1 is Mighty Morphin Poke Rangers, based off of the movie, seasons 1, 2, and 3. Book 2 is Poke Rangers Overtech Overdrive, season 4. Book 3 is Poke Rangers Turbo. Then we have Poke Rangers in Space, Poke Rangers Bandstand, Poke Rangers Samurai, Poke Rangers Heaven Force, Poke Rangers Dino Thunder, gotta have the Dino series, Poke Rangers Mystic Force, Poke Rangers Relic Hunters. Total chapters 539 and 5 specials.
You're killing me.
And probably not an original line of dialogue in the entire thing.
Special guest Eddie Barinholtz from Poke Rangers Johto. No, don't tell me he has a Johto series. No. Adventures, oh god, he does. His other story is currently ongoing, is The Adventures of Edward Fireheart, Poke Rangers Kanto. And then we have Poke Rangers Battle Force, which is part 1 of 3 of the Kalos trilogy. Oh my god.
Why did he have to do France?
Because reasons.
And now he's gonna do fucking fanfiction crossovers! Upcoming story, Poke Rangers Bandstand, The Final Countdown. A crossover between Poke Rangers in Space and Poke Rangers Bandstand. Felix Jefferson, the Red Space Ranger, is missing in action while trying to find the space crystals. One of them lands on Earth, where the Scream Band tries to utilize them to power up the Rockstar.
What?
What? However, when a familiar enemy...
Did we do in Kiss?
However, when a familiar enemy of the Neji virus awakens, a disaster emerges. Both the Space Rangers and the Ranger Z's must stop Scream from using the Space Crystal before it causes a catastrophe.
I'm about to cause a catastrophe.
You need... I think that you should definitely post that over on the SDM and ping Moth.
I will. Absolutely.
I'm sure he will appreciate the liberties with the Super Sentai.
I'll ping Shadow too because I can. I'll ping Tension because I can. I'll ping Cruel just so he knows what the fuck's going on. Let's see, who else should I be able to ping here? Witness this lad. So another upcoming story is Poke Rangers Sinnoh.
You leave Sinnoh out of this.
Premiering.
Wasn't enough.
Wait, what the fuck? premiering Friday, May 26, 2023. How far ahead has he written all of this shit? I want this man's writing just ability. I don't want his grammar, I don't want his ideas. I just want his ability to put words to page.
You Miriam, bro? You Miriam?
What's the date?
Hey, Jelly.
He's announced the date that this fan fiction will premiere to be Friday, May 26, 2023.
Jesus.
Holy shit. I mean, respect the hustle. Respect the hustle.
Respect the hustle, but at the same time.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. We got Poke Rangers, 432k words, 314k words, 119k words, 300k words, 126k words, 265k words, 65k words, 73k words, 300k words, 300k words, 300k words, 200k words.
Does he not work?
200k words. 350k words. Holy shit.
I mean, 17
A lot of
years
work.
worth of writing is quite a bit.
Oh,
That's a lot of nuts.
It's like, but this dude though, I am old, and I have a very creative mind. When I'm not writing a story, I love writing music and performing it. I am an artist at heart. I'm learning how to play the piano, learning how to sing. I'm learning to be part of a band, and I'm learning how to do the orchestra as well. And this dude's writing. And
he doesn't work.
And you know what? His dialogue is fine. His punctuation, his spag is great, actually.
Have you found an actually good author for once?
I wouldn't say good author.
I mean, relatively speaking, considering the entire site.
Dude's
He's
got a hustle.
Proficient.
Yes, he is proficient. He's got the hustle. He is capable of putting words to page. He's capable of learning, and he's capable of performing. However,
the subject matter.
Yes, the creativity aspect of his works are
lacking.
Questionable at best.
Questionable at best.
Oh shit.
What a lad. What a lad. I do have to look this up though. What is his most favorited story? Probably by words. Wow. Wow. His largest story has 18 favorites.
Is that depressing?
It's nearly 500,000 words long as part of a 20-book series.
So yeah, it's depressing.
Yes. His most favorited story has 70 favorites. That's rough, dude.
He's very dedicated.
Somehow
two decades of his life.
Somehow this story has 9 follows, 26 favorites, and 196 reviews. Oh. That's why he has so many reviews. We got one of those guys. We got one of those guys, gentlemen.
Reviewed every single.
He reviewed every single chapter, saying "good chapter."
Yeah, fuck those guys. They contribute absolutely nothing.
Besides absolutely blowing the review count out of the water and then making your story look fucking terrible. It's only got like if your story, I'm sorry, but if your story has like 6 favorites but then 200 reviews, I'm not reading your story.
Yeah, something's up with that.
Something's up.
It probably sucks.
Yeah. Probably sucks so bad that everyone had to leave a review.
You started a shitstorm, yes.
So I am curious, to see, oh wow. Shockingly, Orf's story is quite dead, despite how fast he's been posting.
The one
How fast?
The thread.
Oh, the thread part? Yeah, no, the first post got quite a bit of traction. Second post, not as much. But not really too much happened in the last chapter, so I wasn't surprised about that. It is the most active one I've had on Space Battles, so apparently Fallout is a good thing to do on Space Battles.
A lot of people like Fallout.
How often are you posting them? The updates, I mean.
Let's see, Thursday and today, so quite literally a day apart.
Don't do that. Take it from me. Wait at least 3 days between updates.
That's fair. I would say though right now he doesn't really have a lot of eyes on his section and the creative writing section.
Do me a favor, link it. I'll read it.
Fast.
Well, that's the thing. If you don't have a lot of eyes on it now, updating it incrementally, slowly over time will get more eyes on it over time as opposed to doing it all in one go.
That's true.
Believe me, I've worked out the algorithm just from brute force on this, on how to maximize views.
I believe you.
How do you think I make money?
Yeah, I believe you as well. And different sites have different algorithms, but probably not much of a difference between the Space Battles and QQ algorithm.
No. Well, it's not just the algorithm. You're also manipulating the audience. You've got to figure out when most of the people are online, when they're most likely to view it, and then you have to work out who the biggest posters are at the time, you're not in competition for views with them.
We had to do that back in the day, Gray and I. We had to figure that out, and I mostly was the one figuring it all out. Gray just wanted to post it immediately. I was like, no, hold up. Wait for this date. Wait for this time. And now we don't really have to do that anymore because we're just so fucking big that us updating is such a big deal that we'll be on the front page for like a week.
Oh, yeah. Eventually it fucking snowballs. Like, I've got stories where I post one chapter and all of a sudden I've got 5, 6, 7 pages worth of fucking chatter on this thing.
Oh, dude, we literally, our last chapter got 35 pages of chatter.
Oh, yeah. Not surprised. If it gets big enough, yeah.
Which is kind of insane.
Chatter is sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Yeah, sometimes you want to strangle your fucking readers.
Yeah.
So, I look at it as a case of there's no such thing as bad publicity.
No, I can actually say in the contrary on this one. We did have a case of where we updated one chapter, and the discussion on it got drowned out by a bunch of retards trying to roleplay being in a WoW form back in 2010.
Yes.
And they completely drowned out anyone else's ability to talk about the chapter, and so once they got told to cut it out, no one posted anymore.
Yeah, that would fucking do it.
So yeah, unfortunately, that thread was that thread got killed temporarily due to that. And we did. We hit the space battle. We hit the real space battle story. Our thread was temporarily locked.
You got your Space Battles badge.
We got real Space Battles author badge of approval now. Not even due to shit we said. It was due to shit that some fucking commenter said that had a mod come in and be like, "You fuckers, this is getting temporarily locked."
Yeah, I was so disappointed because I haven't had that in a decade. And that was the first time, and it was just because of stupid shit.
Was it because
I
of the
at least
genocide
wanted to
guy?
be the reason.
I wanted to be the reason the thread got locked, damn it!
I mean, well, hey,
Pretty
look,
much.
no, it's, I get it, Atin. Look, I was the reason why that one thread got fucking nuked, so I can just take absolute pride in that. It's understandable. It is a point of pride. It's even better when I got none of the backlash from that, so...
Yes, that was amazing.
Oh, God. Let's see what else we got here. We got Pokemon Origins training. Most kids got to have ordinary adventure where they'd earn their badges and stop crime and make friends and get mugged. Me, I got sent back in time by a pushy green creature for reasons I can't divine. Ordinary, sure. Featuring Celebi, Drowsy, and OC. Also, can I just say I really hate the Japanese names for the Pokemon?
You shouldn't. The English names are worse.
They're really not. Drowsy is called Sleep in Japanese.
Yep.
That's lame.
No, it's name on 10.
Yes, but name on tin is only funny if it's called, like, Ekans.
Okay, so, like, in Scarlet and Violet, there's a Pokemon called Napoli, right? Okay, what is it? It's a block of sentient salt. NaClI.
Yeah.
That's not creative. That's you went with the chemical formula.
No, that's
of
creative
salt.
because kids
I.
don't get that. That's why it's creative.
It's not creative.
It is.
It's painful.
It's cute.
It's not cute. It's dumb.
It's absolutely adorable.
It's you're fucking with me, goddamn it, Sneaky.
It took you that long to figure out.
Yes, no. I was baited.
You were masturbated.
Masterfully baited, yes.
Also, yeah, wow, this coffee liquor is actually really fucking good. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, this is good. So, do you have a special furry rate?
Yeah, 0. As in I don't fucking do it.
You should charge $5 a word.
But then I'd have to write furry shit because they would literally pay me to do it, Sneaky.
Yeah, but then you would have like $5,000.
I like money.
Just
Yeah,
get one
but
of those
Sneaky,
commissions a month.
free.
I mean, look, the thing is that, you know, I had
That's
a
an
friend.
irrevocable taint.
It is a taint. But start up a second account to separate it. Because you don't want to be like that one deviant artist that I was following for their art, and they drew some NSFW stuff occasionally, and then they were like, yeah, so I fucked up today, guys. I had submitted some art to a company for a job interview, and one of the people recognized my art style and looked my name up and found all of the porn I drew.
Oh no.
I didn't get the job.
It would be much worse if he did get the job.
But they recognize the art style. That says more about the.
True, yes.
Yeah, what should have happened was I didn't get the job, and some dude named Bob lost his.
Yes.
You can't fire Bob for that. That's persecution.
But anyway, point being is that I had a friend, acquaintance. Yeah, acquaintance. I had an acquaintance in college who was an art student. And he was telling me the reason why he drinks is because he has roughly an $800 payday every single day of the week.
Oh, yeah, no. I remember that art. That poor man.
And I was like, what do you mean?
He loves furry, doesn't he?
And he's like, well, I didn't want to get a job and go to college at the same time. And I'm really good at art, and I figured I could pay off my degree by doing commissions. Except a lot of people didn't want to pay a lot of money, and I didn't want to do furry shit, but one day, one of the furry guys asked me if, for about 10 times my normal rate, if I would draw furry shit for him.
10 times, right? That's
And he's like, I thought about it long and hard, and I realized that yes, I can be bought off for $800.
Oh god.
yeah.
And it takes me like 2 hours to draw it. But I have never seen so many dicks in my life.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And I have to draw these big, throbby, meaty dicks with giant veins on them. And that's why I drink. I was like, well, if you can live with that, if you can live with that, then you do you, man.
You know what? I've actually been considering this for a while now, is pre-writing out certain scenes and content, then using find and replace to replace, like markers for specific characters, then turning around and adding specific dialogue or detail options just to make shit easier and faster. Yeah, that might actually help in this instance. I don't want to do it, but...
I mean, if you're going to do it for the furry
money.
shit, then yeah, go for it. If you're not going to do it for the furry shit, whatever you say, Core. And yeah, I'm firing both barrels today. Fuck y'all.
Well, I mean, it's New Year's Eve. I hope you're firing all barrels.
Yes. Pokemon returned to Kalos. 5 years after they left, 2 teenagers returned to Kalos. One dreams of winning the Pokemon League, the other of becoming Kalos Queen. As Ash and Serana journey together, old friends join them, and powerful new rivals impede them. With eventual Team Rocket and the newest Kalos organization, Team Ace, a new adventure in Kalos begins.
Why is it always Kalos?
What do you mean?
Why is it always France?
Because France is the most diverse of all.
I think it's because isn't Serana from Kalos?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
She's the
She
female.
knew Ash. She knew
Right.
Ash. growing up.
That's why, Gray. Because everyone's really got the horny vibes for the childhood friend trope.
Well, it's a childhood friend. What do you expect?
Well, also, Kalos had, like, the most shonen set of arcs with Ash's, whatever it's called, the Ninja Frog thing.
So, funny story about childhood friend trope.
Yeah.
Funny story about childhood friend trope. I don't think I've ever told this one before. So, there was this girl that I liked hanging out with at summer camp, every single summer camp. And was it, Ruby was 2004, right?
2003, 2004.
Right, so during the summer of 2004...
Ruby, like the Rooster Teeth show?
No,
Pokemon Ruby.
Pokemon Ruby.
Oh, Ruby. Okay,
The one that
makes
matters.
more sense. Okay.
Yeah. During that summer, I was playing the shit out of Ruby because I fucking loved that game. And at camp, I had found and met up with her, and she liked playing Hamtaro games. And so we became very good friends at camp because she was the only one that would put up with my weird shit, and I was the only one that didn't make fun of her for her being a little bit spacey. And I was 12 at the time. Yeah. So the childhood friend trope got cut down in its prime. Because the first time I ever visited her house after summer camp, her family was very Christian. And her dad took me out to go walk along the storm embankments. So in New Jersey, because of how flattish we are, there's these giant natural storm drains that are effectively dug near developments, where it's basically this area that's normally not wet and not a pond, but it's where all the storm drains empty out to prevent the area from flooding. So it creates temporary lakes whenever it rains. And we were walking along the embankment of that, and all I remember from that is he was asking me a whole shitload of questions that I was just like answering because like I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. But then every single time I tried to meet up with her after that, she always just was conveniently too busy to play.
Oh dear.
The dude.
Yes, that's because you're a demon.
What the fuck did you say, Sneaky?
See, that's what's always gotten to me, because I'm always just sitting there, I'm like, what could I have possibly have said to his questions that made him want me to never interact with his daughter again? And I was 12, so this was like before I became a salty piece of shit. I was just a dorky dork back then. Like, I liked books, I liked video games.
I bet you said something good about D&D.
I didn't even know what D&D was, dude.
No,
Yeah,
he's
I got
saying
nothing.
because you said something. You probably
You can
said something like, "Oh, fucking no."
I probably
You
said my
probably
dad
spoke
was
about your
Lutheran.
family.
No, you know what it is? I probably said my dad was Lutheran or something.
That or you didn't recite enough of God's holy verses.
Honestly, that's the only thing I can come up with that might have set him off. Because they were a very religious family.
If they're very religious, did he ask you what kind of games you like to play? And did you happen to mention Pokemon, or happen to mention you liked reading fantasy or Harry Potter or anything?
Let's see, was it 2004? I started reading Harry Potter around that time, so I might have talked about Harry Potter. I might have talked about Pokemon because that was my favorite game.
Those 100%
That would do it.
would have set off flags to very old school conservative Christian around that time frame. If
Because
they're in their
Pokemon
40s
demons.
or more, yeah, 100%. Even
All
just
right.
late 30s would have been enough. I know this because my dad was that kind of person.
Pokemon or demons?
Pokemon are demons and
And my
Harry
mom
Potter's
told me, "That's
witchcraft.
stupid, it's fiction." He's old enough to know the difference between reality and fiction now.
My favorite
my-
thing is that
When my
D&D...
Christian aunt, by the way, bought me Pokemon Yellow for my birthday.
Nice. Based. My favorite thing about D&D is the dude that invented D&D is Christian.
Yeah, but they don't know that and they don't care.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I
Remember
mean,
the media hype about it.
even if they did know it, they would do their best to suppress it or say, "Well, he's not a real Christian." Then
Also, the most Christian game ever is clearly Doom.
From what I understand, they
Yes.
brought in a Catholic priest for some of that as well.
What?
Yeah, supposedly they got a priest of some sort. I think it was Catholic. It's like, yo, are these relatively accurate descriptions? Like, based on descriptions that you have of this, are these relatively accurate in terms of design or something like that?
Nice. Based.
So it was technically consecrated.
Okay, that's actually cool.
And you know, Doom Guy is technically eligible to become the Pope.
Doom Guy is a fucking paladin with a gun. That's all he is.
More coffee liquor, more coffee liquor. This shit is good. I really fucking hate coffee. I just want to make that clear. I really fucking hate coffee, but this shit's good.
Understandable.
So there's even a coffee for you.
Even
Yeah.
Suki's cold black heart can find the coffee he likes.
As long as it's drowned in enough alcohol.
Yeah, it's Mr. Black, the premier Australian coffee liqueur.
You're drinking Australian coffee liquor.
Yes.
Do you have
Back
to
to
drink it
your
upside
roots.
down?
No, unfortunately, they are masters of their craft, and they were able to bottle it upside down for me.
Sweet.
That's actually astounding.
No, but like the story behind the company is actually pretty great. It's a coffee company that was like, we should start an alcohol company, and so they did. And then they were like, what if we did both? And so they did. That's why their coffee liqueur is really good. It's because they're a really good coffee company who was like, wait, but what if we also made alcohol? And then they made really good alcohol, and they were like, wait, but what if we did both together?
What if we put them together?
They looked at a bunch of American pop culture like, that is a great idea. Just cut out the middleman.
But yeah, no, it's really good. It's also only like $35 for a bottle, so that was fucking nice.
I'm sure you're quite happy then at that price.
I am. I'm also very happy that the US dollar is so dominant versus the Australian funny money. What's in the crossover section?
Nothing good.
Actually, it's 1 to 1.47. So not actually all that dominant.
Yeah, what, Australian dollar to USD?
USD to Australian dollar.
Really?
It's 1 to 0.83 for pound sterling. So the pound is doing good.
The pound's not doing that good.
Yeah,
It's doing worse than it has in previous years.
You know what I can't help but notice? Since this is the fan fiction, but also we're gonna do whatever the fuck. So I'm gonna bring this up. So I'm gonna put this on screen. And before I put this on screen, I just want to make it clear I'm not suicidal and I don't want to kill myself.
Do you have information on the Clintons?
No, but I do have this picture.
Oh no.
So GameStop reports they are cash flow positive. That's right. GameStop reports they have no debt and are currently earning more money than they are spending.
Oh no.
And their price goes from $27 to $18.
They're shorting it again.
Someone is shorting it with literally billions of dollars.
Again. It's like they don't learn.
But if you do something to cash in on this and make that short go bad, they will fix, quote unquote, fix the entire fucking market to undo everything you've done.
Yep. Like, this company is literally reporting we are so in the black, we physically cannot have less money than we started with. That's how in the black they are. They don't have any debts. They don't have any expenses left. They are net positive on income growth.
We're 100% black. We do.
Somehow their fucking stock goes down. Somehow. Yes. Somehow. Completely there was at no point in time any manipulation. This is all very natural stock growth. Completely ignore the previous month's stock growth, which was also all completely natural. Just ignore the literal billions of dollars of sales orders. Just ignore that. That's natural sales orders, except for the fact that none of those shares exist, but just ignore that part as well. Yeah, GME actually released a statement a while back, something like only like 40-something% of the shares currently in circulation are actual GME shares.
I imagine they're pretty pissed about this too.
Yeah, a little bit.
They're just like, we're trying to make this company come back from the dead.
They were told by the SEC, yeah, they're told by the SEC they couldn't do a stock recall because that would negatively impact the market. Yeah. So.
You wonder how much money they got to not do that stock recall?
No, I don't think they were given money, dude. I think they were threatened by the SEC.
Yeah, probably threatened with some pretty hefty fines if they did it.
Because the SEC can just invent fines to give them.
Yeah. So you know, in a way, they were given a lot of money, in the same way that you're given a lot of money when you get your tax returns.
Yes.
Of money that was stolen from you in the first place, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like, we won't take this money from you.
It's very important to pay your taxes, everyone, so the U.S. government can send $500 million to Pakistan for gender reform.
Yep.
Which I'm sure all 500 million of those dollars is absolutely going towards gender education in Pakistan. I'm sure there is nothing besides gender education that $500 million is being spent on.
Of course, that would be crazy. That would be almost as crazy as if a single cent of the hundreds of billions of dollars going to Ukraine wasn't going to Ukraine.
Can we talk about that?
No, which is why all of the Ukrainian money went to Ukraine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would be crazy if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, it's complete conspiracy theory. Absolute fabrication. Anyone who believes it is obviously a right-wing Muslim, Nazi-hating, anti-fascist, pro-Trumpian voter.
Someone who believes Epstein might have had information on the Clintons, yes.
Oh, no. Epstein clearly committed suicide in his cell, lubed up like Vaseline.
With the cameras off and,
out of
under suicide watch.
Yeah, see, it's completely natural suicide. You see, he stopped breathing, which means it was a suicide.
Yeah,
and he hung himself.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell was found guilty of sex trafficking to absolutely nobody.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. You'll never hear the list of her clients, ever.
No, because she didn't have a list.
Yeah, no list of clients.
She just sex trafficked to no one. She just, dumped them into the side of the ocean or something.
Yeah, it would be more plausible if she said, I just sex trafficked them to Mr. Epstein, and that was it.
Yeah, but no, see, that would imply that she actually had a client. She just kidnapped children to sell them into prostitution, and then sold them, and then kicked them off the side of the boat.
Yes, this makes much sense.
Yep. Just ignore that any such list that could possibly exist containing contained a lot of clients from both the Republican and Democratic parties. Ignore that because it didn't happen.
And members of Congress and
this hypothetical list that doesn't exist.
might have contained movie stars and musicians who are unnamed, of course.
Yeah, so this unnamed list of that doesn't exist might have contained people that aren't there.
There's conspiracy theory about this unnamed list.
Yes. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Prime! Did they already use Prime?
No.
Because Prime, you know what? I have to agree with this writer. Prime is a very good one for a re-release. Now, unlike an Ultra and shit like that, Prime sounds really good for both, you know, like past Prime and future Prime. That sounds good. It's a good naming convention. I like it. I don't like the games. And I really don't like some of the fucking Pokemon they introduced.
Some of them are fun, some of them are not.
You don't like the literal just a flamingo and that's it?
Actually, I thought that was funny. No, my problem was more like with Sandy Shocks.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for the actual past and future ones.
Magneton used to have hair! What? That was its past form! It was hairy! What? Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? No, it's literally the fucking Jesse and Walter meme of like, you know, Magneton in the past had hair, it was covered in hair. Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? It's literally that, because it's just like, why?
It just comes out of nowhere.
It also walks on the magnets somehow.
Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck?
How the fuck does
why?
magnets work? No one knows.
Like, you would think that, like, a past form of Magnemite might have been, like the magnets were, like, smaller and, like, inset into the body or something, or, like, maybe there's only one instead of two, or, you know...
You clearly didn't play Scarlet.
Well, yeah, no shit. Why the fuck would I buy that garbage? My point is that if you're going to do a past version of Magnemite, what doesn't make sense is giving it hair and making it walk on magnet legs. What does make sense is just making it a simpler version of a Magnemite. Or, you know, or doing what was already done, because there already exists a wood form of Voltorb and Electrode. Just make it made out of, and just make it a nut. Like,
but Sneaky, that would make sense.
Making sense is not allowed.
But no, see, the thing is though, is that the Pokemon series for the longest time has made really lazy Pokemon. And I understand that it went all the way back to Pokemon Red and Blue, where they had a fucking snake called Snake. Okay? I get it. There was always lazy Pokemon that had absolutely head empty, no thought put into them. But it's just like, it's one of those moments where it's like, the obvious answer is just do what you already did before, but you're like, no, we're gonna give it hair and magnet legs. And it's like, what?
You know they do this specifically so you'll buy new games that have new variations of Pokemon that you haven't seen before, even if they're fucking stupid.
I mean, I haven't bought a Pokemon game in, like, literally years. The last Pokemon game I bought, I was still in college. Which was a while ago.
I'll say this. Game Freak doesn't have to make every Pokemon good. They just have to make
They have to make one.
They have to make a few that are good enough that it'll make someone buy it just for that.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie here. I would prefer...
And those few are usually the ones that are only in exclusive.
Yeah. No, not even that. It's like, look, I would prefer if they had gone with new regions and they were just like, alright, so half the Pokemon in the new region are just type shifts of already existing Pokemon, and we've added like 15 new ones that are completely new, and the rest of them are Pokemon that already exist and don't have a regional variant. That, if they just did that, I would be like, awesome, fucking great, here's my money. But They're trying to come up with so many fucking new Pokemon that they supposedly can't keep the national Pokedex. They have too many Pokemon now, and which, to be fair, there's like 2,000 fucking Pokemon.
It's over 1,000 now, yes.
Yeah, like it's an obnoxious level of Pokemon, and I understand that's a lot of Pokemon, and that's a lot to balance, and I get it, okay? Which is why I'm saying they don't have to create that many new ones. They could just create a large majority and make them regional variants. That would be cool, you know?
That would be cool. I hate that you have to subscribe to some stupid service to use the import feature for shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, I mean, that's just Nintendo being Nintendo. Look, they've done that for literally ever. I can't even get mad at it at this point, because that's like being like, oh man, I wonder if Sony is going to do something retarded. It's like, well, it's Sony, so...
Okay, yes, but to be fair, this was my first Pokemon game, and I wasn't expecting... You have to have a subscription service in order to import your Pokemon from the game you just played to the game you're playing now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we already read a Mew Adventure before. Were you here for Mew? Yeah, you were here for Mew Adventure, yeah.
I may have blocked it from my memory.
Self-insert OC wakes up as a shiny Mew in the MCU.
Oh,
Okay, but
God,
why though?
yes, I remember.
Yeah, he saw that. It was dull.
At least it wasn't farts.
See, you say that, and here we go. Arceola farting by a Toho. Arceola farting about makes her have fun in the Pokemon world.
Sign, you should know better than to ever question Murphy.
God damn it.
My Little Pokemon Sun and Moon. A different world, a different Twilight, a different Equestria. The Equestria region has always been peaceful, but what happens when young researcher catches wind of new threat? Can she put her training to good use and journey through the region in time?
I returned fortified with booze, but it appears I'm not fortified enough.
No. Nose, be grateful. I considered it, and then it was like, no, I won't do it. I won't do it. I'll leave Nose alone for this.
Thank you.
I'm not
Appreciate
Nose,
it.
though.
I just get back and I heard I'll leave Nose alone for this, so...
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of just went with the reflex.
you just missed the My Little Pony Pokemon story where Twilight, the equestrian researcher, went on a venture.
Cool, I want to kill myself after hearing that. Thanks, Sneaky.
Like I said, I left it alone.
Atin comes back in the room. Woo, 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 woo. I am not drunk enough.
By Sigmar, I'll kill you.
By Sigma, I want to kill
Platinum
myself.
Pirate! Looks like we're gonna be partners from now on. Together, we'll see what this world has to offer. When the incumbent champion Lucas was called to investigate a mysterious buildup of psychic energy in the Solaceon ruins, he didn't expect for his wish from a long time ago to come true in the best or worst way possible. Featuring Lucas, Gardevoir, and Smoker in Platinum Pirate, the Pokemon One Piece crossover.
No.
What the actual shit?
I can't think of anything less appealing.
Than a One Piece story?
I mean, One Piece in general, but...
Oh, I mean, yeah, no, I mean, One Piece really shot itself in the foot, I feel like. Oh,
hey, Gray, do you want to play 40K?
With making its story so fucking long that it just is impossible to write a fan fiction of it.
Oh, no, you can't do anything.
Because you literally have to write like a 2 million word fan fiction If you are just literally writing word for word the story, you have to write a 2 million word fan fiction. God forbid you have ripple effects occur.
Yeah, that's why you ignore all that shit and just write within a small environment and don't worry about ripple effects.
Or that's why you just don't write One Piece.
Or that.
It would be better to make your own fantasy high seas island hopping adventure original story than to write something in One Piece.
Honestly, it would. It would be a better use of your time, especially with the most recent lore about how Luffy is actually a reborn god of the reincarnated Earth Spirit who's there to fight off space pirates from the Hollow Moon.
What in the motherfucker?
I'd love to know where you're getting your chapter summaries from, because that sounds lit.
See, the One Piece...
Oh, no, this is the new One Piece. This is the most recent One Piece lore, by the way. So, actually, the world government is puppeted by the space pirates from the moon. And actually, Luffy ate the God Reborn fruit while containing the soul of the reborn god. And so he's going to lead everyone to rebel against the space pirates from the moon.
So Luffy's Naruto?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been following One Piece for a couple months now. I do not remember space pirates being introduced.
Really? You don't know about the space pirate? Okay.
You're gonna need to get something for me after the stream is done.
Oh, no.
And this is why I never picked up One Piece.
Just a reminder, there is an entire mini-arc in the manga of Enryu meeting space pirates on the moon.
Oh, the cover stories. Yeah, those haven't been tied back to Earth at all.
The space pirates are a pirate crew of aliens originating from outer space. They are moon miners.
Yeah, I don't pay much attention to the cover stories, even though they always end up coming back in.
The space pirates made their first appearance of Enel on the moon. Captain Seamers finds and attacks them. The Logia Devil Fruit, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Space pirates on the moon since the ancient times. They happen to be descendant of them. Yeah, so they exist. They're a problem.
Yeah, so where's the part about the world government being puppeted by them and all that?
It's somewhere. Don't worry about it. Let me find it.
No. I'd like to know where you found this.
I will, yes.
It sounds like crackfic, honestly.
It probably was.
Seeing how they do that. You're not wrong about what Luffy's fruit is, though.
Yeah.
It's just Western cartoon the fruit, basically.
Western cartoon the fruit? What the fuck does that mean?
He's basically a Looney Tunes character.
Oh.
Like, that's why his power set doesn't make sense, because, like, rubber doesn't really act the way that Luffy thinks it does.
Well...
But his fruit makes it so that he gets that anyways.
He's Bugs Bunny.
He's Bugs Bunny now.
Okay, so Luffy's just drunk.
No, he literally works off his own imagination.
Luffy is stupid and is a cartoon character incarnate now because of the way the fruit currently is known to work.
Jesus Christ.
Originally, the way it was working before was he wanted to be able to move like rubber did because he was told it was rubber fruit. So he was like, oh, that means I should be able to move like rubber. And now he's learning, it doesn't have to be like rubber.
It's not even that. He's an idiot that doesn't know how rubber actually works.
Well, that is also true. That is also true. Luffy is very much an idiot.
But,
Luffy, you're an idiot.
Yes, he's told that often. And then he asked if idiot is a type of food.
I mean, technically.
The Ancient Alliance, world government, during the Void Century, they overthrew the Great Kingdom.
Oh yeah, the world government's fucking
Their shit's just weird.
weird.
Researching transforming humans into giants, so it's entirely possible to just straight up write a One Piece Attack on Titan crossover, where Attack on Titan is just another fucking island in the Grand Line.
Oh, the best part is that you say it's all canon. Odds are very few people will be able to say, "Wait, hang on."
Hold on, what was the last part?
I mean, One Piece gets so convoluted in how much happened in the background.
Oh yeah, there's chapter.
100% happen.
There are chapter cover images that are canon.
Yeah, I will say I did love the Jolly Roger execution. Like that was actually a great scene.
Jolly Roger execution.
Goldie Roger.
Oh yeah, his one of the best character introductions in a fiction series. Yeah. Like, oh, this guy's being killed. Why? Because he's a badass. And he challenges the world, like, hey, if you want everything I own, I left it in one spot. No keys.
I mean, imagine he could have fucked the world over so hard if he was like, yeah, you know my treasure? I actually hid it in the city that's the capital of the world government.
That would have started a war like 15 years sooner.
Yeah. Actually,
that would have been hilarious.
All of my loot is there, the One Piece is there, everything is there. And then he should just left a note taped to some fucking wall.
Just get fucked.
Get fucked, and then the actual coordinates of the loot.
That would be great. All right, Sneaky, there you go. You just made a correct fic because you can wrap that in like 2 chapters.
And then the world government fell because it turns out when 97% of your population rebels, you lose.
Even with magic.
Oh god. But yeah, I guess that was just a crack conspiracy that someone gave me.
Sneaky.
It was
It was
entertaining.
a crack cocaine conspiracy.
Yeah, well, I'm drinking coffee vodka, so...
To be fair, I 100% would have believed that was actually a thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I was curious. Like, did I miss an important chapter? Because this sounds like something this author
I like
would
how
do.
Max even was like, "This sounds like legitimate enough for One Piece."
Max was like,
It does.
"That's
I was
just
like,
stupid
listen,
enough. I believe it."
Half of the reason I called you out for a source is because, no, seriously, I want to see this because this sounds like something I missed. Like, part of it is because of that one chapter in Naruto, Sneaky in the Fourth War, where it's like, cool, Obito just got his new power.
Oh yeah, the
Where did he
DNA
get sword?
sword! Yes! Yeah!
Like, I'm just flashing back to that moment of like, wait, what did I miss?
Yeah.
Did they do a double
what?
update and I forgot?
Yeah, so there was...
A sword?
Right, so there was a point in time where Obito became the super hyper death guy, and he pulled out a DNA sword in the next chapter, and both Max and I were like, wait a second, when the fuck did he have a DNA sword? Because it was a sword, but it was in double helix strands.
Yeah, and it was made of that weird substance that eats all chakra besides sage chakra.
Yeah.
Oh, the black
Yeah,
shit.
it was the Sword of the Sage too.
Yeah, it was a DNA sword. And we were both just like, where the fuck did he get that? And it turns out we didn't miss a chapter. We weren't hallucinating. He didn't have it at the end of the previous chapter, and now he does. Don't ask questions.
Yeah, what happened was they said, hey, you gotta wrap this up. That's what happened.
I
found out-
actually think it was the opposite. I think that Kishimoto wanted to end it a very long time ago.
No,
and then I
no.
think
The thing
that
was is
Jump-
that he
Oh,
wanted
no,
he
that
wanted to
is-
end it, but the problem is that they wanted him to lengthen it, and so he's like, fine, fuck it, and so he lengthens it, and then they get to partway through the Obito battle, and they were like, okay, actually, we have a set date that we want you to end it by because we want to introduce this new story. And he was like, "Oh fuck."
See, I was under the assumption that what they basically did was they're like, no, you have to have exactly 800 chapters for whenever this
No.
ends.
No,
That's not what occurred with that.
Yeah.
At all.
no, he wanted to
it's
end
the same
it.
thing as Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Like, I want this to be done, but you make us so much money, we don't want you to do that.
And then they were like, "Oh shit, our numbers are going down. Naruto isn't doing as good. Hey, wrap this up, Kishimoto. Chop chop."
What? You mean the story that was only doing so good because I had it planned out exactly how far I wanted it and I knew when and where to escalate, and then you told me I have to keep escalating past that point?
Yes.
Suddenly isn't doing well?
And it's shocking that it happened.
Yeah,
Completely
and
unprecedented.
It was so sudden that, like, when we got the infinite filler arc in the anime, where Madara achieved his goal and brought the audience in on it, there was some arcs where you're looking and like, I think Kishimoto had a direct hand in this. Because Kaguya got like a 3 to 4 episode arc of when she first landed on the Earth.
As opposed to nothing in the manga.
Yeah, there was nothing. She just showed up. Whereas in the anime, it's like, here's her arc. Here's how she dealt with human. Well, it might have been 2 episodes, but it's like, oh, okay. We could see the point where she went from, okay, humans are interesting creatures to, all right, time to just kill them all.
Oh, what's that fucking shirt, Max? Learned to kill 99,000 dead cops. Fuck the world.
14.4
World
billion
is
dead
a
or
fuck.
something.
Yeah,
The world is fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, the world is, yeah.
It wasn't on a shirt, it was written
Oh, yeah,
on
here we go.
Sobek somewhere originally.
Born to Die, World is a Fuck, Kill 'em All, 1989, I Am a Trash Man, 410 trillion, 757 million, 864,530 dead cops. Yes.
That was some words.
Too many words.
Yeah, it was a thing. It was definitely a thing. Mysterious! The Pokemon My Hero Academia crossover! Our heroes learn to navigate an unfamiliar environment and discover secrets about the world around them. Honestly, possibly one of the best summaries we've seen in a while. Which is sad.
It's also not difficult.
Yes.
Yes, very, very generic
Oh,
summary.
speaking of making fun of summaries, so I go to check out Orpheus's Space Battles post, right? Because he posted it on both FFN and Space Battles. And I fucking scroll down, and I see in the summary section of his post a Fallout story. And then I scroll down more, and his first post is the actual summary, and then his next post is the chapter. And I'm just making fun of him. I was like, Orf, you're posting like it's 2011. I'm shocked you even figured out how to do a thread mark.
I mean, look, until I posted my first gamer story on Space Battles, I had never used a forum. Aside from whatever.
Orf, I gotta ask though, what did you think the summary box was for?
It has been a very long time since I posted anything on Space Battles. I have forgotten everything about it.
Or if it's literally called the summary box.
Look. Also, I think it was like 4 in the morning when I posted that.
Or, bro,
okay.
Loud
I had one session
Come on.
that went from like 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. That is, if Sneaky can get through that, you have no excuse.
Now, to be fair, we did have to rewrite chapter 1 because I went back to it and I was like, holy shit, I was high.
Oh, it wasn't just you. We were both like, why did we let this go out in the wild? It was a low point for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you're masochistic.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Who was that guy that was who reviewed every chapter of ours, Max?
Lurker. And not even didn't just review. He was like, "Oh, I liked how you did this. I liked how you did this."
Yeah.
That was kind of weird, though.
Yeah, poor dude, man.
Actual feedback.
He was so excited whenever we updated.
We should make the final 2 chapters for no reason other than he kind of deserves it.
Thanks to Lurker.
We felt bad for Lurker, so here's the rest of the story.
Oh, did you guys hear that they are going to be making a live action The Last of Us TV show on HBO?
And they're making some stupid decisions already, and there's already been comments from the director of the TV series who's like, I see why you were picked. You sound just like Druckmann.
What?
Yeah.
He makes equally pretentious statements and just he has a higher opinion of himself than he actually deserves.
So they're gonna have the tranny rape scene?
No, this is taking place separate from the story, but in the world.
Ah.
But unfortunately, I
thought it was just a retelling of the original story, and they're just recasting a bunch. They're making a bunch of weird casting decisions.
That might have been why I thought it was a original story, but in the world, because the recasting decisions of theirs, I was just like, that doesn't look like the cast. So anyway,
beer.
We're not dwarves.
We could be.
Not being a dwarf is putting you in the book.
Okay, whatever you say, apocalypse, fucking dwarf, fucking dwarf apocalypse, fucking high armor, rank 9 bullshit. Grudge too far, my ass.
You got a fucking problem?
Yeah, and the story, Max, is that I'm fucking Bretonia, and these fucking dwarves come out with rank 9 apocalypse grudge too far motherfuckers, and I have to fucking stomp them out as Bretonia, the faction famous for its inability to pierce armor!
It sounds like a simple skill issue to me.
Your first issue was playing as France.
Well, I wanted
I was
to pay...
going to say, your first issue was 100%.
Okay, yes, you're correct, but I just got a Repants mod that did a massive overhaul to Repants, and I wanted to replay as Repants. Because I really liked playing as Repants, because that's how I actually beat the,
No one will fault you for wanting to play as the Screaming Woman.
No, playing as Repants is actually how I ended up beating Bretonia on very hard in the first place. Because fuck doing the Bretonia mainline quest.
Oh, dude, Bretonia
Holy
sucks.
shit.
Bretonia sucks.
Bretonia on very hard when you're right next to the Empire, you have a better chance of just killing yourself with a rusty spoon than you do beating it on very hard in the main quest line. So I was like, fuck that shit, I'm going to Egypt.
Understandable. As someone who attempted to do Bretonia and was just like, I hate this. I feel that.
There are a few things worse than that.
I will say, though, Bretonia makes so much fucking money. Holy shit.
Yeah, Sneaky, turns out when you're fucking over an entire subclass, you make a lot of money.
There's so much money to be made, but you can't
There's
use it at all.
There's a small issue I have with Bretonia that makes me not like them as much, honestly.
What's that?
It's
We
that
understand it's your dick is small.
No, it's because they don't have guns.
Okay, you know what? That's completely fair. I understand that totally. I am getting through by the skin of my teeth by my partnership with Outdorf and their generous patronage of giving me all of the guns.
Franz is willing to help Bretonia with their guns. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to fucking help Kislev or the dwarves.
To be fair, though, Kislev is doing great in my campaign. They have eaten the entire Chaos Wastes. I have
In every single Kislev and dwarf campaign I've tried, Franz never builds a fucking gun building.
Oh, yeah, no, in mine, they have so much fucking guns. Holy shit.
Sounds like
Franz
a personal
is doing
problem,
amazing.
those.
It kind of is. The thing is, they will build shit, but they won't fucking do anything with it. They'll we're gonna build the horse mod.
Do you have the organic AI mod?
Yeah, I have that. I have that on now, and I also have one that.
Yeah, because turning on organic AI definitely 100% has made me see more guns coming out for the Franz armies.
Yeah, well, it's more the fact that he's just not building the gun building, as we've seen in the multiplayer campaign, where he just refuses. He's fucking flat out refuses to build goddamn guns.
Guns are gay.
Golden Wind.
Guns are for losers, so says Karl Franz.
Oh, so speaking of Golden Wind and JoJo shit, so we are next campaign session is going to be the start of our gestaltation of our current campaign characters. Because this is a breather campaign with our DM, so this is where we just figure out how shit works with new characters and classes, and we kind of just fuck around and do meme shit. I proposed to the DM us doing Gestalt in this to see how well that works for us.
Specifically, it came about because Andros posted that his party was doing Gestalt.
Yeah.
And then we started talking, and Sneaky then suggested we try it.
Yeah, and so currently, because my original plan with Johnny Bravo, Johnny Joshua Bravo, as he might be called, wearing a karate gi, who absolutely just had an epic fucking moment in the last D&D session. Holy Jesus Christ. Quite literally, by this hand, I hold a burning power. We had to fight Strahd.
How'd that go for you?
Great!
We lived.
We lived because a lot of nat 20s on our end and some nat 1s on his end.
I threw a horse.
RNG favored us.
But I had a moment where my character was in a 200-foot globe of darkness, doing literally my HP and psychic damage every turn. And I had 5 HP left, and my character was close enough to get to the paladin who was creating a bubble of light to protect everyone inside the globe of darkness. Or I could rush at Strahd. And my character, I was just like, with my character, it's Johnny fucking Bravo. He rushes at Strahd. And I had...
Whoa, mama.
So, he's a diplomat, which is a custom class from one of the steampunk expansions, which has no combat features, effectively. The diplomat class is all about having all of the skills. And so, as a diplomat, I literally don't have anything to do combat with. But what I did have was the Salamander Gauntlets as a starting magical item, which lets me cast Flame Spear for free infinitely. Yes.
That sounds fair.
That's some bullshit.
It's great. It's fantastic. I fucking love it. But what it also does is it gives me a plus 1d4 fire damage to my punch. This is important. So, my normal punch, because I have absolutely no skill in it, is also a 1d4. And because this is Johnny Bravo, I go to punch Strahd. And so my hand glows with fire as I go to punch Strahd, and then I use a special diplomat feature called Soft Blow, which lets me effectively add bonus d6 die up to 5d6 at the cost of my diplomat points, which get refreshed every short rest. Yeah, so I spent 5 diplomat points, got extra 5d6 damage, and proceeded to nat 20 on him.
Oh Jesus, he exploded.
No, he didn't. He in fact did not explode. However, what did happen was I proceeded to roll on the critical roll table, and I got maximized damage and times 3 damage, which caused me to do something like, was it 90 damage or 120 damage? I forget which.
It
I
was,
want to say it was 120.
yeah, because the concentration DC was something that was unattainable.
His DC check on his concentration for the Globe of Darkness was quite literally like DC 50.
You guys did know it was half the damage, right?
Yes.
Yes.
He's got
Making sure.
Yeah, that's our point, is that it was DC 50 at half damage. So yeah, it was a moment of Johnny is just like a self-sacrifice play, let's go. Flying at Strahd, his fist is glowing bright, punches Strahd in the face, wounding him.
Was his fist burning red?
Yes, his fist was actually burning red with awesome power.
Finger.
Yes, that's the joke we made several times over.
It is a good joke.
Oh, absolutely. It was a great moment because at that moment the portal also appeared, letting us escape Ravenloft, and Johnny did so. But yeah, no, it was a great moment. And because of that, because we are currently on the Infinite Staircase campaign, I suggested to the DM as part of the Infinite Staircase, we accidentally overlaid with an AU version of ourselves, which took different classes. And so that's why we're all gestalting, effectively. Effectively, I say. Even though almost no one went with that as their lore reason of why they're gestalting suddenly. But anyway, this all leads to my original point. Johnny is getting the Emergent class as his gestalt, and the Emergent class is just a really fancy, uncopyrighted way of saying I have a stand now.
Oh, God.
It'll be fun.
It's great. His stand is a dragon.
What?
Yeah, because your stand is either a beast, a fiend, a construct, a dragon, or a celestial. And dragons were people who were prideful and courageous and liked to lead, which Johnny Bravo. So I kind of had to do dragon.
Whoa,
Johnny Bravo. Courageous. And brave, yes. Courageous, no.
I mean, he's very courageous, except also not.
Yeah.
He likes putting up a front of being courageous.
It totally doesn't have anything to do with the fact that inside the campaign, Johnny Bravo lost his virginity to a dragon girl.
Yeah, Johnny Bravo just...
See, now I know you're not playing Johnny Bravo, because he lost it.
Yeah, he's a perma virgin.
Supposedly, he is not a virgin.
No, hold on. No, Johnny Bravo's not a virgin. He has successfully had sex before. But no, the joke was that this was a what kind of dragon was it? It wasn't a flame dragon. It was a...
No, it was a flame dragon.
Oh, it was a flame dragon. It wasn't a red dragon. It was a flame dragon. And the flame dragon was like, Lamau, this naive child, I'm totally gonna consensually rape him effectively. Because Johnny's 21 in the campaign. So he's old. He's old enough. It's just, I rolled a fucking nat 1 on my wisdom check to when they propositioned me.
I thought he was just gonna go for a ride.
They said, "Do you want to take a ride on a dragon?" And Johnny was like, "That sounds cool."
Fair enough. This is actually canonical for Johnny Bravo.
The thing about our roles is
It
that
was
if we try to do something,
The dice are absolutely sentient.
it was even better because I also had my character who's a paladin like roll an insight check to see what was going on because Johnny's a naive little kid. He needs to be protected. And then I also rolled a nat 1 on my insight check.
So he was like, "Yeah, man, that's cool. Go ahead, ride that dragon."
He's like, "Yeah, no."
Wait, I have to
sounds
ask,
awesome.
was the dragon male or female?
Oh, female.
This one was female.
No, see the thing.
It's
Okay, look. So
dragon.
Faceless.
I have to ask that.
Faceless
question.
Faceless has been very, very generous in putting up with me hitting on every female character he's introduced.
He knows what he's dealing with.
He
so-
knows exactly what he's dealing with. He gets it. He's fine with it. And I have successfully charmed nearly every female character I've hit on. In true Johnny fashion.
I see.
And we even had fun moments of my character going like, "Oh shit, that girl totally liked me," as I got teleported out of that dimension never to see her again.
Oof.
like the Naiad when we were in the Feywilds.
Yes. Wait, she was responding to me flirting with her.
Wait a minute. She wanted to have sex.
Yeah, it was. We had good times. It was fun times. But yeah, so it was great because Faceless was like, "All right, roll a will check to see if your innocence maintained itself after riding the dragon and basically being torture porned with her." Which
Jesus.
Well, it's a flame dragon.
The flame dragon.
Flame dragons are chaotic evil, and they're really sadistic, and they like breaking people who are naive. I rolled a nat 20.
You couldn't break. Okay.
And Faceless is just like, what the fuck?
You realize you basically blue beamed her.
Oh no, they had sex. It's just
No. She didn't get what she wanted.
Oh no, yeah, she didn't get what she wanted. Johnny took massive damage, multiple rounds of sex according to him, but in the end, she did not in fact get to see him break.
Hey, here's a meme that kind of jokes about the insight rolls of Carrion and Johnny.
Oh god, are you posting that one? Oh yes. Yeah. Yeah. That. And it's been fucking fantastic because every time Carrion and Johnny try to talk to each other about what happened, not once. Just permanent.
Yeah, we talked.
Do you want to talk about that? No.
No, we talk past each other.
Yeah, we just keep talking past each other of just like, how was riding the dragon? Oh yeah, riding the dragon was so great. Wink, wink. Him being, and then Carrion's just like, oh, that's cool, man. I wish I could have ridden a dragon. just completely. It's that meme of the two people talking past each other. Yeah.
Fucking absolute idiots.
Someone here is oblivious.
Look. In
Chiron's
defense,
maybe not multiple.
In Chiron's defense, he is 100% a Chuni paladin.
Yeah, he is he is a tiefling who became a paladin so he could purge hell and all tieflings because they're all devil worshipping fucks.
Yeah, I am. My intention is to eventually have Chiron become the tiefling doom guy.
Yeah. Good times.
You do realize that tieflings are a naturally propagating species now, right?
He's aware.
Yeah, no, but he's going to purge the infernal planes. That is his goal.
Okay, but wouldn't being a paladin to anything with a holy alignment basically cause you to explode?
Tieflings? No.
No, because
No, there's plenty of paladins that are holy.
yeah, he's lawful good.
Or tieflings.
Well, he's lawful good, but also his goddess isn't actually a goddess of holiness or anything like that. She's a goddess of winter. She just is also a goddess, so she can imbue him with holy power.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yes, the power of Ice Wizard.
No, it's quite literally a moment of, I'm going to dedicate myself to this god. Oh, I have power now. Oh, time to purge the infernal plane.
Pretty much.
Fair.
And I think the reasoning why it's an ice goddess is because ice beats fire or some shit.
No, he's bloodline of Levistus.
Okay.
Which is like the icy demon.
Right.
He's got ice powers.
Right, okay.
So there's some connection going on there. And then he's just gonna, for Chiron's Gestalt, he's gonna pick up the Divine Soul Sorcerer. So he literally just is now physically an infernal and spiritually a celestial. Because fuck you.
That's dumb.
It is.
It's great. We have a fucking magical girl fairy. We have a spider girl rogue. We have a dryad who is a bloodthirsty berserker. So not dryad.
He's a deer centaur.
Deer centaur, so enchantress, who is a bloodthirsty scimitar-wielding berserker, who believes in corn and wants to shed blood for the blood god. And then we have Johnny Bravo, who's apparently leading this party. Question mark.
Okay.
Our parties always end up really weird. Our last campaign, we had HK-47 leading a party.
I mean, HK-47 has leadership protocols. He just doesn't like them.
No, I'm aware. It's just I was confused as to how I ended up leading the party. Because literally, the first session of the campaign was we walk into a castle, we walk up to the owner of the castle, and HK-47 goes, "Give us your shit that belongs to me or I kill you." And the rest of the
Nobody said shit.
The rest of the party was like, "Oh yeah, this is fine." And it's like, what the fuck, guys?
Okay.
In defense of my character, he basically worships machines because of the whole thing with his god.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a member of the machine cult.
Oh yeah, also, that character's plan, HK-47's plan is called Operation Egg Crack. It's not subtle at all. He wants to blow up the planet.
Of course.
Look, it's infested with illithids.
He wants to blow up the planet because his mission parameters are to blow up the planet because there was an illithid infestation detected on it, and he works for the Kith Empire.
Fair.
And so his solution was to be sent to the planet with a giant mining device that was meant to be self-sustaining, and he just has to mine the core of the planet with it.
I'm sorry, I just imagined some unholy cross between HK-47 and Sans. Excuse me, meatbags, but I need to mine your planet to kill all of the illithids here.
What now?
None of the party's aware of this, by the way.
No,
so...
half the party's aware of it, which is the best part, because he's told all of the constructs, because the constructs can't have their mind read by the illithids, and he's lied to all of the organic party members about what his real plan is. But he has not been fucking subtle at all, because he just keeps calling it Operation Egg Crack. Because it's HK-47.
I mean,
one of the constructs died horribly.
I want to point out.
Oh, I'm aware, and he does
That
use
doesn't
them.
mean he used them.
And he does use them when they actually ask about what Operation Egg Crack means. It's just he calls it Operation Egg Crack. Also, he has no problem once they all turn into machines telling them. Because, fucking... Orf's character wants to become a machine, and he's really planning on it because, you know, he worships machines, and he's basically a tech priest, and he wants to fuck a toaster. And he's gonna turn all the dwarves of Elaine's clan into iron dwarves.
Yeah. The context there is that my character is a cleric of Mechanus.
Yeah, that's real fucking subtle.
Okay.
That's a real fucking subtle reference, my dude.
No, Mechanus is an actual god.
Yeah, he's an actual god. He's the.
My
god
point is
of,
that sounds like the Mechanicus.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
I recognize it is a god.
That was not my intention. My intention was, clockmaker turned cleric. Obviously, he's going to worship the god of gears and order, and then it just sort of escalated from there to the flesh is weak.
Haha, Jonathan is his Mechanicus time.
Oh yeah, also AHK-47 in true AHK-47 fashion is walking around with a literal Modus as a single-handed gun.
Because America.
America.
And I killed a Balor with it.
That
Or
session
it's
was
the white
amazing.
That session was something else. But yeah, the reason why we're having our interim campaign is because our last session with that campaign involved the entire team either dying or getting separated. And so what we're doing is we're going to do a meme campaign in the meanwhile while Faceless tries to write up a recovery.
Out of a party of 7, 4 people died.
Oof.
Yeah, because what happened was we were gonna fight this stronghold of dwarves for their part, and then it also just so happened is that in this mountain lived purple worms, which, yes, those purple worms, and so we had to fight them both at the same time, and that wasn't going great for us. And then Gray decided he was gonna dive bomb into the purple worm and inject it with a potion that he had been carrying this whole time called Unstable Concoction. And Unstable Concoction has a 1 in 8 chance of summoning a demon.
So, what happened was everything up to injecting Ing was correct. What Faceless is decided was inside the purple worm was a beholder. The one that he has tried to have as a mini-boss for like 3 sessions now.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
we kept running from the beholder and like doing shit that like caused cave-ins and stuff so it couldn't chase us. And so he got pissed and tried to force the beholder on us.
So as a reaction, as the beholder shows up, and I'm falling down into the purple worm, I stab it straight in the central eye with the mysterious concoction.
Right.
Which I had just labeled as null drugs. Because we had gotten it like session 2.
Yeah, he got it like 10 sessions ago, and basically it was an unstable concoction, and unstable concoctions are normal potions which were made in a fashion that is not normal. And the side effect of being able to make them cheaper or faster or whatever was done to create the potion, it has a chance of it has a 1 in 8 chance of actually doing its effect. It has a 1 in 8 chance of not doing anything. It has a 1 in 8 chance of doing the opposite. It has a 1 in 8 chance of, etc., right? But one of those 8th chances was it summoned a demon of CR, was it 8?
It was CR5, but then he crit, and on the table it was quadruple damage dice, and Face took some creative liberties in how to interpret that.
And so he quadrupled the CR, so it became a CR20 demon that got summoned, which ended up being an extra strong Balor.
Oh, damn.
So the worm exploded, the beholder exploded, and now there's a Balor in the middle of this dwarf hold. And so the Earth spirit that was with the dwarves comes out and looks at the Baylor and goes, well, fuck, I guess we have to collapse the entire mountain now on this thing.
It was a very reasonable decision on his part.
It was actually,
yeah,
to be fair, it was a very reasonable decision. However, we were still in the mountain, and there was 2 parts to the machine that was still on the corpses in the mountain.
No, one was on the purple worm, one was in the treasure vault.
No, one was on the beholder, the one was on the treasure vault. And so what ended up happening was, Aura, was it Bayo? It was either Aura or Bayo. I think it was Bayo.
It was probably me.
Aura or Bayo? Did you die, Aura?
No.
Okay.
No.
So Aura was the hero. The hero got mind controlled. So it was such a fucking anime ending too. So Aura, the hero character, that was their backstory, is they were a hero that ran away from being a hero. But literally every single time in the campaign, when it was time for someone to step up and save the party, guess who fucking did?
Nat 20 every single time.
Nat fucking 20s out the ass. From the hero.
Of course.
So Aura, the hero, gets mind controlled and pulled away from the entire party. And it was either they broke free from the mind control or something, and then they paid the mage that mind controlled them to get them the fuck out. Because they were like...
No, that's not what happened. So we were paralyzed because the Baylor summoned mini demons.
Right.
She basically, the mage that was talking to the dwarves was gonna get the fuck out.
Right.
But he was gonna hit the treasure vault.
Right.
She basically bribed him with a ring of fire immunity. Take me with you. And he took her to the vault. And during that moment, she goes, "Hey, grab that. Can you grab that thing?" Which was for the mining thing. He grabs it and he takes her and gets the fuck out.
Right, so yeah, now Aura, no, you were left, you were teleported to a random location, and then he teleported to his location.
No, they both got teleported to the mercenary camp that he was...
Oh, did they? Okay. So, Aura, the hero, now has a fucking... Was it mining laser, or was it Orf with the mining laser? No, Orf has the mining laser. Yeah. What did you have?
I think I had the soul tank.
The soul tank, yes! So, fucking Aura now has a effective receptacle of almost near infinite energy. That can be turned into a hyper-compatible power source, because again, we're talking about the Kith here, and they have a spacefaring empire of galaxies. So, their power sources are, standard sci-fi tech of effectively compatible with whatever you want to slap onto it.
Like a gun.
Like a really cool gun. So Aura is now naked and afraid in the middle of a desert with a unlimited power source strapped to their back as the hero. We have HK-47, who in the act of killing the Balor died and is now buried underneath the mountain. We have the cowboy machinist, clock worshipper, and the dwarf in his mech traveling through the Underdark with a goddamn super mining laser from a space empire meant for stripping planets of resources attached to his mech now.
Where did you get this?
My character is from the Kith Empire. He was sent to the planet that the campaign's currently taking place on, like 200,000 years ago, but something went wrong in the landing, causing the construct they were on to break apart, and for him to obviously be unconscious for 200,000 years until he received a power surge from nearby magic. And the campaign was about us going around recollecting the parts of the machine to rebuild this giant mech that would then crack the planet open. And so the laser that was meant to crack the planet open has been recovered. And currently has been placed on this dwarf's mech.
Not a good idea.
as a spinal cannon. Which, by the way, it looks like a Tachikoma.
How am I not surprised?
Okay.
And so those two go on an adventure through the Underdark. HK-47's dead. Bayo's character's dead again, but that's not really a surprise. He always fucking dies.
My character's in the butt end of Africa.
Aura's in fucking
mercenary camp.
Egypt, in the middle of a desert with basically nothing. No one cares about Lulu.
Well, Lulu
They
also
died.
died. Yeah, he also died.
Yeah, but he made some fucking werewolf furry who went, ooh woo, you saved my clan or some shit. Or, no, you avenged my clan. Yeah,
Yes.
He
Yeah.
basically made, what's his name?
Sasuke.
The wolf
He made
from Elden
Blythe.
Ring. Yeah, Blythe.
Oh,
Blythe,
yeah,
but
he
he
made
didn't do it
Blythe.
right.
Yeah, he made Blythe, who was Sasuke, and then he tagged along with the party, and the entire party was kind of like, fine. We didn't really like it.
I mean,
It was a fine, I guess, kind of moment.
I mean, it was fun whenever he rolled nat ones and fired his own spells on himself.
That
and then
was the
forgot how to use
funniest shit
spells.
ever. He critically hit himself for maximum damage and went from 100% HP to dead.
Oh god.
Not even
also-
unconscious. 100 HP to dead.
He would also mute
Damn.
himself with magic deafness or whatever.
It was the
Several
funniest
times.
shit ever.
The dice were making him pay for killing his character.
Yeah, he also
Yeah.
killed off his character on purpose so he could play a new character because he was getting bored of his previous one because he didn't listen to us when we said what we were going to do this campaign.
Even though his previous one was thematically appropriate for the campaign, and I was investing my own resources during off time to help his character out.
Yeah.
Because Lupine has an obsession with both cantrips and ritual spells because he doesn't like using resources.
Which,
So it's like,
both Orph and I understand as people who fucking hoard as well. But at the same
Yeah.
time, we're kind of just like, yeah, but we want to have fun.
Yeah, so I tend to create scroll manufacturing factories because I like scroll scribing. So I was like, oh, you know what? Okay, I'll help Lupine out. I'll devote like half of this off time to scribing the rituals that I know, so he can add them to his ritual book.
I tend to like going characters that can make use of short rest.
And then Lupine killed his character off literally the session after that.
Yeah.
So
Oh
and
yeah,
I think I made him,
Lupine
like,
also had this really obnoxious behavior of every single time we did a session, he would ask the DM if there was any rituals he could like recover from the area and shit like that. Because he was
he
just obsessed with getting rituals, and it's like, bruh.
There's a reason we don't like playing with Lulu, and we're
But-
quite happy.
Oh,
that he's gone.
he got so bored, air quotes, of our campaigns and how hostile we were to him that he went out and found new campaigns to play with people.
With people that were probably far more toxic than we ever were.
Yeah.
Well, also he just got a different work schedule, so he just couldn't play with us anymore.
Well, yeah, he got a different work schedule, but he also at the same time was pulling like 3 jobs and wanted to go out with his friends and wanted to do another D&D campaign, and stacking all of that on top of each other just so happened to make him not able to play with us anymore.
Oh no, how awful.
Yeah, that was basically our reaction is, oh man, that sucks, man.
That's
Oh,
unfortunate.
that's so bad, dude. Oh, we're gonna miss you.
And now that the Munchkin of the party is gone, Face is having issues rebalancing all of his encounters.
Hang on, you're telling me that Sneaky isn't a munchkin?
Oh no, I absolutely
no.
munchkin. It's just the thing is I munchkin my characters to just be absolutely retarded. I don't munchkin my characters to min-max hyper damage in every situation, because that's what Lupine did. Is he would play characters that could in every single situation always do the most damage in the party. My characters were like Cliff Cleese, where I had like 7 HP, but in a single turn I could do 160 damage to anything that wasn't resistant to fire.
So you just have to go first.
Exactly. You know, that's the kind of characters I made. Or I made Dunev, this fucking absolute wall of a character who just runs up to you and beats you to death with your own fist. Slowly, over time. And also holds you down so all of his party members can kick the shit out of you. Or, you know, I make Johnny Bravo, who's incredibly hard to hit. And basically can't do anything in terms of combat, but I can make everyone else around me do better in combat. You know, like stuff like that. Like I make very munchkin-y characters, but all of my characters more or less enable everyone else around me to do shit instead of making me do everything.
I see.
Yeah, and also Sneaky, as far as I can tell, hasn't ruined an entire class for the table, meaning that I can no longer play Druid if I wanted to.
Yeah. Lupine
We
did
all hate Druid because of him.
I always hated
we all
Druids.
hate Mystic because of him.
I always hated Mystics. You know, it's the funniest shit ever because I've had more campaigns than this group, and they never really understood my hatred for Mystics and Druids until Lupine played both classes, and they're like, oh, we now understand why you hate.
It got bad, didn't it?
Lupine, there's a certain je ne sais quoi about Druids and Mystics that draw the worst people to them. And this naive group of D&D players finally got to experience what it's like to play with those sorts of people.
Especially Moon Druids.
Yeah. Because I've been doing D&D since like 2008, so I got plenty of experience with the kinds of people who like playing Mystics and Druids, and Psychics, and, you know, Psi Templars and shit like that. And it's always, in every single fucking campaign I've ever had one, there was either a Mystic or a Druid in them. I have never had good interactions with them, because they were always the same sort of person. They were always the same sort of person.
And what sort of person was that? Sneaky?
The worst sort of D&D player possible to play with. A min-maxer who doesn't care about the party and just cares about doing the most damage and being seen as doing the most damage by the party.
Most of
Yeah.
Okay. They play it like they're playing a video game.
The only time that...
Well, but they're playing it like they're playing a single-player video game.
No, not even that. They're playing it like... No, they're know what they are? Gray? They're playing it like it's 2010 and we're about to enter ICC.
I request you not speak.
So back to anyone not aware, to all the Zoomers out there. So back in 2010,
took sand damage.
yeah, back in 2010, there was this giant fad. A recent add-on had come out called Gear Score, and it ranked all of the gear that people had. Also, there was DPS meter that also came out, and the DPS meter is obvious in what it did. But Gear Score ranked everyone's gear and assigned a point value to the gear about how much worth it brought to the class. And a very popular thing back in those days was denying people the ability to enter a raid based on your gear score. And which made it a catch-22, because the problem is the gear score requirements for the raid was the raid you needed to do to get the gear to go on the raid.
That's not a catch-22. That's go with somebody else and get the gear you need. Then you can play with us.
No, it's literally catch-20. That's what catch-22 is to them. That is literally what it's the same thing in the IT industry of we need you to have 5 years of experience on this program that's been out for 2 years.
Yeah.
It's a catch-22 of where I can't get enough experience because no one will fucking hire me for the job I need experience for.
Yeah.
Because I don't have experience. So I need to get experience so I can go and get the job that everyone wants me to have experience. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that was it just replaced the word experience with the word gear, and that was the exact same problem that cropped up back in 2010 during Wrath of Lich King. And because of the DPS meter, everyone was like, oh, well, if you are doing below 7k DPS as X Clash, you can't come on the raid because you're just not good enough. And it's just like, I literally can't do 7k. I never had that issue because I was a massive PvPer, and the PvP gear for the Death Knights was absolutely fucking bonkers because it let me be both the #1 DPS and the #1 tank and the #1 healer. Man, Death Knights were so fucking good back in the day. Holy shit.
Yeah, they were.
They're so
Yeah,
fucking good.
Listen, Death Knights were broken.
Very broken.
No, it was specifically my build because everyone caught on later about my build, but I was one of the first people to do my build, in where I went hyper into the Bloodworm stack healing, and a lot of people at the time were doing this increased HP meta, increased healing meta. Well, I went increased healing, but I stacked HP instead, and so I ended up having obscene healing and obscene HP, so I could not only tank major hits, but I also instantly healed all of the major hits. And so I was just redlining the DPS, I was redlining the tank damage, I was redlining the fucking healing per second. I was just the top of the charts in every fucking raid I was in, and I was able to get into all of those raids because the PvP gear had a high gear score as well. It was great. I fucking loved it. But it was cancer.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so to get to the point is that druids are pretty much everyone I've ever played with who's done druid is like that sort of person who's the super elitist raid leader who is just like, oh, well, unless you're doing 15k damage as an arcane mage, I'm afraid I can't let you in. Which is, by the way, the top 0.1% of players.
Yeah, no, those people were asshats.
And
yeah, so WoW players.
See, what's funny is those are the people who, as soon as they moved to, those were the people and the healers that as soon as they moved to, why can't I think it was any other MMO? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Any other MMO, they suddenly lost the ability to do
anything.
Yeah. Because, what do you mean? I can't, it's not my fault. I don't know who to heal. I don't have my healing macro. It's not telling me who to heal. This is such a bad game.
Yeah.
Bro, look at the health bars.
Learn to play your fucking class without the add-ons. Like, oh, I don't know, Final Fantasy 14.
I never used an add-on.
Yeah.
For 20 years.
See, Gray is the sort of person who's like, I don't understand add-ons, I'm just not going to use them. I'm the sort of person who looks at add-ons, tries them all, goes, I don't understand this newfangled tech, I'm just going to go with my button presses. And then just completely ignores the add-on. That does good anyway.
Add-ons for specific things.
The one time I tried to get in an add-on, I managed to BSOD the computer.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, you didn't load it right. You had to load order.
No, the problem was he was doing. No, dude, look, you don't understand. He was doing everything correctly. He was even using the Cursed Forge mod loader. Like there is, he was so hands off in all of the automated systems of loading it that there should have been no point. There should have been no point that there would have been an error, but somehow there fucking was. Gray is magical when it comes to that.
He cursed it.
He is the IT's worst nightmare.
Existence is a tech nightmare.
He has an anti-tech aura.
Yeah, Gray's anti-tech aura is almost as good as mine. Where mine's more of a hardware side, where shit just goes wrong for me. His is more of a software side.
Yeah. There's a reason why typically if something has to happen software side or installation, I get someone else in either the SDM or here to walk me
Because
through
if
it
he
step
has
by
to do it
step.
himself, shit goes wrong.
Oh my! So speaking of shit going wrong, so one day I got a call from someone in IT, a customer, and they were like, "Oh, you know, my computer's really slow. What's going on?" And I look at their computer, and I'm like, you know, wow, this is really slow. And so I look at their task manager because, you know, Windows 10 finally caught on to the fact that, oh, people like looking at stuff about their CPU and GPU and shit. And so I go over to the performance section, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, that's weird. Your GPU says it operates at 3.2 gigahertz, but it's currently operating at 0.3.
Ew, what?
Yeah, and I was like, well, that's fucky. So yeah, we just had to guide them through setting them up in the BIOS to reset their settings, and everything was hunky-dory after that, but it was still a moment of just looks at task manager. How in the fuck?
Okay, so I want to take a story to take this moment. Gray, can I tell them about Gray trying to get the 9th edition guard files?
Yes.
I mean, fuck it, man. It's 10:30. Let's go.
All right, so here we were. Gray was making a meme list.
Coffee
it's a great
liquor,
meme
coffee liquor, woo woo, coffee liquor. Drinking a $35 bottle all in one night.
I see.
You're right.
So Gray is trying to get some data files to make a meme list. Now, this is a relatively simple process. A process so simple that even Nose was able to manage it. So I had no fear that Gray, an intelligent human being, would be able to perform this task.
Gray, an individual who is currently earning double both of our salaries.
And his job is entirely based on software.
Right? So I was like, Gray's got this, right? And even if he doesn't, I sent Nose the directions in our 40K, our little 40K group, so Gray can reference those. Good. And Gray's smart enough to just scroll back up, right?
I did.
Okay.
And he did this. And I think you spent, what, an hour and a half trying to get those data files to work correctly?
More like 4 hours.
Oh my god. So for just 2 of those hours, you weren't even posting about the pain. I see.
Yes.
And I'm like, all right, Gray. I get home. I'm like, all right, Gray, walk me through what you're doing. I watch him go through it, and I'm like, no, that's right. Right? I had him do everything fresh, re-download the zip file, unzip it, put it in the spot. Everything's going hunky-dory. Still not working. And so we go, all right, we'll try again later. Sneaky goes to try again later. And Gray goes to try again later. Now the file's gone completely. We don't know where the file went or why they took it down. Now it's gone. So I go into my recycling bin and I pull a file that I downloaded a couple days ago, which was like 2 days older than Gray's zipped file. I send that zip file to Gray. Gray unzips that file, repeats all steps. Lists now load correctly.
So what you're saying is their file was just fucked up.
But I don't know how, because he downloaded the same file from the same repository, and it had not been updated.
It said it hadn't been updated. That doesn't mean it wasn't updated.
Yeah.
Those use the same file as me, and they...
Do you have the SHA proof?
The what?
The what?
The SHA. Come on, Sign knows what I'm talking about, right?
No, what the fuck are you talking about, Sneaky?
The SHA-5, the hash.
Oh, yeah, the hash. Okay, I gotcha. It's the validation for that. It tells you what the fuck the version is and what's in it.
Basically, if it was the same file, it would have the same SHA. But
no, I have no idea. I have to go check.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Is like, I mean, you can't check now because the file's missing. But it's entirely possible.
Hash.
Right? Yeah, it's Well, it's also. I mean, SHA is also one of the hashes. SHA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hash. Fucking insane. SHA-2. My bad. SHA-2 and SHA-256. Yeah. But basically, it's entirely possible that the file might have been stealth updated or stealth changed. Because they thought they were hotfixing something, and they were like, "Well, we're just gonna change the file because it wasn't enough of an issue to list it as a hotfix, but it was enough of an issue that we had to change it." And so it might have just been a problem that they fixed and then didn't tell anyone about because they didn't think it would be an issue to anyone really, because it's like, oh yeah, only 1 in a million people would get this issue, and only like 10 people downloaded the file, or 100,000 people downloaded the file, so the likelihood of someone getting the issue is really low. Yeah. And obviously Greg got the issue.
Yes.
Of course.
That is just my luck.
I really like this coffee liquor, I have to say. It's a very nice, smooth coffee liqueur.
Enjoying yourself?
I am indeed enjoying myself, and I'm glad you asked. Normally it's it's honorary. We have to play a interstellar game, but
that's true.
I don't know. Do you guys want to actually do that?
I thought we were going to play Left 4 Dead like we usually do on New Year's.
We usually play
I
interstellar.
don't have computer games.
You?
Actually, I don't have any games right now.
Oh, what, you want a new computer or something?
My drive died, but I have backup for the Linux partition, and I've just never bothered to reinstall the Windows partition.
You know what? That's fair.
And I haven't hooked up all of my consoles since I moved back, so I've only got the Wii, the what the fuck ever hooked up.
Did you guys see that post about the official manga for Elden Ring?
Oh, yes, the shit post?
It's not a shit post. It's a real Elden Ring manga that actually is canon as far as Elden Ring goes in terms of AUs.
Yep. What did they do this time?
They put Ronnie in a maid outfit, which is based.
Oh, hell yes. Can you link that for the good of the chat?
Unfortunately, you have to buy it in Japan.
Oh, come on. Some enterprising gentleman of culture has surely provided this for us.
Oh, it's probably out there.
And Rami.
Max, do you still have the link to that Reddit post?
Yeah, it's... Where do you want me to drop it?
Oh. Just in the chat, I guess, or Discord or something.
Just drop it in the relevant chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, that's nice.
Excellent.
Yeah. So,
honestly, it looks more like a witch outfit because they kept the hat on.
Well, it's the Toho outfit.
Right.
Praise the hat.
Marissa.
The Elden Ring manga is really shitposty, though. Yeah, it's 100% a shitpost. Like, literally, the first chapter of the Elden Ring manga is literally called, "Did you really think we were going to take this seriously?"
Like I said, it's a shitpost.
Fair.
Also, the outfit that Ronnie has on is Marisa from Toho.
Yes. We all know the Japanese really like Toho.
A lot more than just the Japanese.
I appreciate, however, that the Ronnie doll is extremely into being dressed up in a small Toho uniform. It's adorable.
Indeed.
The first 2 chapters are free on Comic Walker. You have to buy the rest. The latest 2 chapters and the first 2 chapters are free. The chapter with Ronnie as a maid is unfortunately part of the paid section now because they have moved on.
I see.
But back to fanfiction because we aren't playing a video game yet. So this was the My Hero Academia Pokemon story that we all ignored, even though it's got like 4K chapters. It has 1 follow, which makes me worried. But also, speaking of the what we said earlier about the algorithm flexing, this individual decided to post 4 chapters in the span of a single day.
Okay, yeah, they don't do that.
Yeah, which is very dumb.
Unless you've got like a large repository of chapters. Then,
well, no,
sure,
even then, I've watched authors just finish complete stories before posting them, and they were like, yeah, I'm just going to post 1 chapter a day until the story's done. And it's like, okay, yeah.
1 a week?
Well, yeah, 1 a week would be better, but at the same time, though, is if you have everything done, you know, it's not like you're gonna... I don't know. I mean, they're popular enough, so it's clearly working for them, either way. I mean, you're more used to posting in the Tanya section or the general creative writing section as well. So, on fanfiction.net, if you're not posting every day in some of these sections, you're going to get buried so fucking fast.
Yeah, I used to, when I was doing Naruto stuff, I pretty much had to post every single day. Which is part of the reason I got such a big following, because I was able to keep that schedule going.
Yeah, dude. Man, you know, 2013 Orf was on some drugs.
I used to post a 10,000 word chapter every single day. And now I can barely get 2,000 words put together a week.
But you're also in college and earning an income, so, I mean, that's the flip side.
Yeah. And it's going to be even worse next year when I have both an internship and research that I got to do.
Oh, Nexus found the totally not illegal posting of the Elden Ring manga. Well done.
Well, then he definitely shouldn't post that.
Yes, 100%. Because here on Twitch, we condemn all sorts of unpaid posting of pirated mangas.
Yes, please do not do this, especially when we're in the middle of something.
Yes, 100%. Do not post anything of the sort, especially not on a Discord server that Twitch is unable to look at.
Indeed.
That would just be awful.
Yes, indeed. The first person to do extremely extensive research on Pokemon eggs was a man named Professor Elm, Kinky, a former student of Professor Oaks.
Damn it, Sneaky.
What?
You just had to throw in that kinky there, didn't you?
Of course I did. My dude, I am not 5 fingers in. I am 10 fingers in.
Yeah,
So-
my man's
System.
drunk.
Just a little bit.
The fact that I am capable of fully forming a rant to hand to you is a testament to my liver.
Maybe not your liver. It's a testament to something.
Fair enough. And this coffee mug is really good.
You have said so many times. I'm gonna get off though because I have to get up at 4 in the morning.
Howard.
That sounds like cancer.
It does. It's because whoever was supposed to work the desk shift at the front desk decided they actually weren't going to do that, and since I'm on call, I have to do it. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So wait, why can they just not do it?
Because they can just not show up, and I have to fill in. They'll be reprimanded for it later, and I get paid for it. So.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, I guess though.
All right.
So don't show up and then take the hit and just go, oh fucking well.
No, unfortunately, I am on call, and that means it's heightened, and I will actually get in a lot of trouble for not doing that. And I like not having to pay for my housing.
Yeah, I will say, it was quite funny. We did have an IT situation, back during the work week, where someone called in and they were like, "Hey, we got to get this set up," but all of our IT decided to put PTO in, and for whatever reason, the manager approved all of our IT going on PTO at the same time. So we have no one here that knows anything about anything. And I'm like, oh boy.
Your manager wanted to show you how valuable your IT people are.
The manager is also the head IT person.
Yeah. Somebody will raise.
Clearly no nepotism there. Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
See ya, Orf.
See ya.
Bye.
Later.
Later.
Anyway. A man with spiky red hair leaning towards burgundy said, well, what is really burgundy? Are you talking about a darker red, or is it a lighter red with a different shade? What is burgundy is the real question here. Have you guys ever seen the Fallout parody script about that?
No.
No.
Oh, let's see if I can't find it. What's the wait? Fucking shit. My brain is shorting out. What's the word for the ad-libbed? Abridged.
Yep.
Oh man, whatever happened to that group of people? Oh shit, dude, I am absolutely blanking out on the bandit group that was doing an abridged series of Fallout 4. They were called like the Crack Cocaine Bandits or some shit. Fuck. Alright, what if I looked at all of my subscribed channels? They definitely subscribe to them, and they haven't updated in forever, and they had a Patreon going. Classic situation, truly. I never donated to them because, well, never donate to a bridge series, honestly.
No. I say that, but I do, in fact, give money to Something Witty's Patreon.
Oh, Something Witty is actually, like, I think half their cast ended up becoming voice actors, though.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Toast of Fire? Oh, that guy. Dying Light review. Dropkick Children Save the World. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems about right.
Yeah. Yep. Him, Mystery Ben. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, holy shit. The Truck of Peace series by Saitan. Yeah, they haven't made a new video in over 5 years. I forgot about them. Oh, this was the group that wanted to make a live-action Fallout series, and they haven't updated in 6 years. I think they're all dead.
That seems quite likely.
Ah, yeah, here we go. Asynchrony. Yes, these guys. Patreon. Are they even active on Patreon anymore? They're still active on Patreon, and they've dropped down to only $24 a month.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Oh no.
these guys had a series called Raiders, which I 100% endorse. Very funny, much lols. Where they had an entire 5-minute section of part of the Abridged series dedicated to discussing the shades of red and what made burgundy burgundy.
Pure, unadulterated autism.
Absolutely. It was actually very funny though, because the guy in the show, the guy arguing about the colors was about to be executed. He was arguing with the Raiders who was about to execute them about colors, and they got into this whole long argument, and then the Raider eventually goes, "Why the fuck am I arguing with you? Fuck off!" and then shoots him in the head. 100% recommend the series. It's still very funny, you know, even if it's obviously never going to be completed. Anyway. Let's actually get through this chapter and then we can go play video games for the last hour.
I wish to die.
Elm's studies were more concentrated on the mystery of why Pokemon don't lay eggs, or, more accurately, as to why no one has ever seen a Pokemon lay an egg.
Could it possibly be that no one wants to see that?
See,
Someone wants to see
this
it.
is actually why I just genuinely hate it. I hate it when authors take game mechanics and then even if it's tongue in cheek, they go, oh, my story is taking place in the world, and Lamau, her game mechanics, her. Like, the reason why we don't see Pokemon lay eggs is because they're having sex. The egg comes.
And they obviously can't do that.
And they can't obviously do that in a fucking child's game, so we never see it.
There are some memes about the picnics in the new games.
Yes, we know.
We don't need to hear them.
I don't know them.
Good. You shouldn't need to.
Would you like to see them? I can post them.
No.
Go ahead. Post them in the
do
Discord.
not.
Yeah, go ahead. So anyway, also I remember back in the day, this is a completely unrelated tangent, but related to my tangent, is we were covering a Familiar of Zero Dark Souls story, in where the Dark Souls character that gets summoned by Luis in Familiar of Zero had all of the game mechanics apply to him. So like his weapons just like floated on his back, and he could equip any object as a shield. And it was really fucking stupid, and he had all the game mechanics
That's a
applied.
mess.
It was so fucking dumb.
That's a fucking mess.
And then he's talking to the audience, I guess, in another Deadpool manner, with literal dialogue, not through the narrative. He's literally talking out loud to the audience. Some scientists theorize that Pokemon don't lay eggs, they just find them. And the egg just magically turns into the Pokemon that finds the egg?
How the fuck?
But that's just a scientific theory, so there's no proof to support it. That's not what a scientific theory is. A scientific theory is actually the opposite of that. A scientific theory is a hypothesis that has proof to support it.
These are the same people who didn't believe in the theory of evolution, and some of the same people who say that you should trust the science.
It's
Oh,
just a
wait.
theory.
It's just a theory, as though that dismisses it.
The same people that put conspiracy in front of words just to say that it's fictional because it's a conspiracy.
Operation Mockingbird.
Yep. Which means Pokemon eggs are more of a mystery than they've ever been. Come to think of it, I've never seen a Pokemon lay an egg, the other spiky-haired boy Ash tried to say, but he was interrupted by Go. You've seen a Pokemon egg? I sure have, Ash said. No fair. Go paused before he spoke. I also hate Go. Kind of cringe. And so Go and Ash go out on an adventure to find a Pokemon egg. And they were on an adventure to find a Pokemon egg. And they were looking for a Pokemon egg. And they kept looking for Pokemon eggs. And then they found plain looking eggs. And they counted 6 eggs. They weren't Pokemon eggs, but they were an egg Pokemon.
I can get it. God damn it, Sneaky.
What?
I said we fucking get it. God damn it, Sneaky.
Look, man, I am just reading what the author has written.
Please cease.
Blah 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 blah. Tauros, they captured that. They captured them all. They keep capturing them. No Pokemon eggs. Blah 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 blah. Mystery egg. No strange activity. Blah 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 blah. During the battle. Blah blah blah. Reboot. So fuck Reboot. By the way, don't fuck Reboot, but fuck Reboot.
Woo. That's rude.
It's a fucking furry, man.
I mean, fair. but it's still kind of, out of left field.
Look, man, I'm just tired of Pokemon on 2 legs that are furries.
Understandable.
That's why they make Gardevoir.
Yeah, and Gardevoir remains the only acceptable Pokemon. Because they at least just look like a fucking elf.
Pretty much. Or, well, less like an elf, more like a dryad or some shit.
Yeah, more like a, yeah. It's a dryad knife ear sort of hybrid combo bullshit. At least it's not a fucking furry.
Yes.
Reboot glared at them and blah blah blah. He totally suspected them of things. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. And then they ran away. You've been acting weird, blah blah blah. Okay, so they are unfortunately, they are including dialogue from multiple different characters in the same paragraph. Normally, I mean, okay, look, honestly, this is fine. And Orf would back me up on this. Usually, if it's like them saying yes to a question, it's fine to have the same dialogue in the same paragraph, as long as you're introducing a narrative in between to make it clear who's saying what and who's responding. However, this is literal full-on sentences that they're talking to each other with, being separated by narrative. So while it might be at the very, very threadly thin considered acceptable, I don't like it, if that makes sense.
It's poor form.
Yeah, it's poor form. There we go. That's what yeah. Yeah. Weird Ash, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. So they find an egg. I'm not really sure how any of this is a fucking My Hero Academia crossover. In the first chapter, they're just looking for eggs and battling Pokemon. And they don't even end up in any sort of AU.
This is a My Hero Academia crossover?
Yeah, you wouldn't have known it.
No.
Honestly, and when you're writing a crossover in your first chapter, it's completely fine to have a majority of the chapter be uncrossovered if you just need to, like, spend time to set it up. But you 100% in a crossover, you need to end the chapter with the crossover happening. If you're spending too much time setting it up, you're going to lose interest. People are going to lose interest in your story. I mean, I
absolutely.
Yeah. Like, I mean, fucking hell, man, you wrote, like, 10K word chapter, and people were like, oh, man, you spent too much time in a single chapter that ended up in the crossover doing the crossover build-up. Which,
too much time building it up.
Yeah. You spent too much time building it up for a single chapter that you wrote for free.
Yeah. Apparently.
Which, don't get me wrong, if, Sign spent, like, 3 chapters building it up, I would have been like, yeah, man, you turn it into 1 chapter or something. But you gotta be in the crossover by the end of the chapter. Like, if you're not, like, if you are not about to be in the crossover by the end of the chapter, if you're not in the crossover by the end of the chapter, you have to be like, boom, the crossover's about to happen at the end of the chapter. You gotta have something for people, because if you end the chapter with they're still in the original universe and no crossover has occurred yet, and it's a crossover story, the people are there for the crossover. They want to see the crossover.
Oh, don't worry, the crossover will come later.
Yeah. You have an archive of our own profile?
Yes.
Do you actually post anything special there as opposed to other?
No, it's just for cross-posting. And I haven't kept up with it. I need to go update it.
You don't really need to
Arial
update
30 is fucking retarded when it comes to their posts. Like, it breaks formatting. It just doesn't work half the time. It's fucking ridiculous. And it ignores certain characters.
Bless you.
And then, of course, the majority of the people there are just complete degens. It's gone from decent authors using it as a backup for FFN for their lewd shit to a bunch of fucking degen pedos.
Is your links to Subscribestar and PayPal supposed to not exist?
In what?
On QQ?
Are you viewing it on mobile or with signatures turned off?
I have signatures on. No, it just says my Subscribestar commissions by Subscribestar or PayPal, but there's no link to PayPal. Because I was serious. I wasn't kidding.
I don't have a link to PayPal. That's a PM me and I'll send you the address thing.
Oh, well, send me the fucking address, bitch, because I'm even going to pay you. This is not drunk me talking.
Jesus.
I went through my budget and I set aside $100 fucking dollars.
Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn it. Ah.
Look, man, I won't send it to you if you really don't want it. I'm just saying, your last update was December 31st, so you're still doing it.
God damn it. Yes, my last update was today.
How
Wait,
unfortunate.
what in the fuck? Milo Weiss, a nobody from Earth, an alternative version of Milo Luster from Predatory,
Yep.
is a man who achieved godhood.
Don't read that.
And so he
That
goes
the
to Harry
entirety
Potter.
of-
What is, oh, well, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking
It was
read that
commission.
live. Why? Yeah, obviously it's a fucking commission. I'm assuming it's by the same guy who commissioned Predatory.
And one of.
Ah.
Remember this way, this guy commissions a lot of shit, and
Bro, you took a Kingdom Hearts commission?
no, I wrote that myself.
Oh, I'm
for
not sure.
free.
Why did you write it yourself, if I might ask?
Why would you do that?
Boredom. I was bored.
You couldn't pay me to I would charge you $10 a word for a Kingdom Hearts commission and I still wouldn't write it.
I mean, I did write a one-page thing for Kingdom Hearts, but I'm not proud
Your
of it.
fever dreams don't count.
Okay, look. First of all, I get very bored sometimes and just go out on a limb and write weird shit. Secondly, that's a dead story that I'm not updating, not doing anything with, and is years old, and I just went, you know what? I'll give these guys something to read, because fuck it. Here's a little something extra out of the vault of millions and millions, and I'm not exaggerating, worth of words of shit I've read that's never going to be published.
What the hell is Necro?
Based. Too based for QQ.
Really?
Yeah, really.
You can't give me a better summary than what the fuck you wrote here?
Okay, let me put it. Hang on. In the first chapter, dude finds his wife cheating on him with a Twitch bad word band.
Right, okay.
Removes the problems.
Right. Yep.
And so, backstory: the world it's set in, most everybody has powers.
Right.
He thought was some crazy chick talking in his head. Right. Turns out, no, it's portals.
Okay.
So,
well, first off, it's very impressive he managed to find a wife while being schizophrenic. That's very impressive.
Indeed.
Second off, how the fuck did he mistake a voice in his head for having the ability to use portals? Is she like the... Is this like a Yukari in my head situation?
So, the thing is, he opened a tiny micro portal to another world, a magical world. And the voice in his head is actually a dead lich whispering evil things in his ear this entire time. And she told him, hey, look, your wife's fucking cheating on you. He says, go fuck yourself. She stops talking to him for 6 months. And then after that, oh, look, turns out he catches her cheating on him.
My man was caught lacking.
And then proceeds to commit violence and flee the world. There, Sneaky, I have sent you an email address in your PMs.
Cool. So, for Necro, what would you say is the reason why someone should pay for it? Is it just I have the power of portals in a fantasy world, or is there anything special being done with that? Also, why do you have a Pokemon Giordino version rewrite as part of your archive?
Because someone paid for that. They specifically wanted porn for Chapter 23, and they wanted it redone.
Wait. They paid you to write porn of a Giordino story.
Because Jord can't write porn, yes. Explicitly, that was his wording. Jord can't write porn for shit. Please, I will pay you $50 to write 5K worth of porn if you will do this.
That is the funniest fucking thing ever, because Jord is earning nearly $8,000 a month to write shitty porn.
My shitty porn is thread marked in his shitty porn thread because I posted it to his thread. Yes, that's right.
At least he can take it.
He's actually subbed to my shit. He did that here recently.
That's the funniest shit ever. Funny. Holy shit, that's funny.
Honestly, with Necro, I haven't touched that in months, and I don't plan to. It's one of the ones I'm dropping because I need to focus on something I can actually publish,
right?
Like Red Light Cultivation, because everybody's into cultivation novels these days, and porn stories sell like hotcakes.
So you're writing a porn cultivation story?
Yes.
Is this...
The Cultivator is a horror story.
Oh, is this built off of the whole idea of the yin-yang sex ritual thing?
Cultivation, yes.
Okay.
Just cultivating all day, every day, for massive power-ups.
Right, okay.
Playing God is another 2-based for QQ.
$1,000! I want the book written. Fuck you.
What's book?
The Outer Heaven Tanya story. Write the whole fucking book. I'm sending you $1,000.
No, you're not. Sneaky, you cannot.
I mean, he can and he will.
I have enough money in my savings account to absolutely fucking pay that and not even blink. Motherfucker, don't test me.
Please stop it. I would actually be obligated to do it.
Especially because you're getting $1,000.
It's just getting shit. No.
You can't stop me.
So, the other Subscribe Star exclusive is Playing God, which is it's a system apocalypse style novel. You know,
all right. So what's a system apocalypse? What does that mean?
So you've got your normal world, and then all of a sudden, game screens pop up for everyone because meta.
Okay.
It's basically an infectious thing. All the things you had before don't work, and you have to pay for them because fuck you, that's why. And if you won't say your power turned on, you have to pay to turn the power on for the entire world, which is this guy's position. He's the Global Operations Director, or GOD, for the planet. He's the dude in charge of implementing the system to the planet and making shit works. So he has to turn the lights on. He has to make cars run again. He has to make guns work against monsters and pay for all of this shit. And to pay for it, he genocides a large population of everyone under 100 IQ.
Huh.
And you can imagine how that goes.
I can imagine why you can't post that.
Yeah, I can't post that to QQ, and I probably can't publish that. But somebody's paying me to write at least a chapter a month, so I'm not going to complain.
Oh, there you go. Now, how long are your average chapters?
About 5K.
Okay.
Sometimes it's more if somebody drops 100 on it, which is what my usual commissioner does, is just drop 100 at a time. That's like, well, fuck, okay, I guess I'm writing a 10K chapter here.
So, there you go. Write a 10K chapter, bitch.
You motherfucker.
Why were you expecting anything else?
What's that, Nose?
Why were you expecting anything else?
Yeah, good point.
My dude, I can literally just go to Atlantic City and earn that back in like 3 rounds.
Of what? Poker?
Oh, no, blackjack. I literally bought my graphics card doing blackjack.
I don't gamble, it's not lose money.
Yeah, well, praise be Helix. Chaos be upon me. I literally, so, here's the story of how I earned the money to buy my graphics card. So, I was going to see a, what was it? It was a play based on Pink Floyd, I think.
Okay.
What?
You what, mate?
Yeah, so basically, part of this, I was called like another brick in the wall or something. It was some play. I'm sure you could look it up. It was a Las Vegas play. And I was going to go see Rock of Ages. That's what it was. It was Rock of Ages, and I was going to go see that in Las Vegas. And before, because I had my dinner at 6, but the play was at 8. And I was like, well, fuck it. I'll just go gamble in the meantime. And I looked at the clock, and it was like 7:50, and I was like, ah, fuck, I gotta go. So I looked down on my chips. I said, fuck it, all in. The dealer looks at me, and he's like, you sure? And I'm like, fuck it, just do it, man. And so he's like, all right, fine. And I get blackjack.
Yeah,
and the dealer,
you're a fucking asshole.
The dealer's just like, wow. So I got $4,000, and I was like, well, there we go. There's my graphics card.
Damn it.
I
hate you.
Everyone in the chat instantly hates you now. I hope you're happy.
Praise be he.
I never lost money gambling.
Yeah, no, I have a net positive income stream on gambling.
As do I.
Here's the thing, I'm less upset about Gray having a net positive income on gambling because of his awful luck with everything else in life.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Oh, I've never told this story before. I was kicked off a gambling ship.
Why?
Why am I not surprised?
So, on the gambling ship, I was playing a bunch of blackjack. And they changed the dealer on me like 5 times. Because they were like, he's fucking cheating. He's gotta be fucking cheating. And I was just like, Lamel, double down, let's go, double down. And I was just fucking winning and winning and winning. And it got
too much.
It got to the point where they were just like, all right, sir, we'll allow you to cash out, but you have to leave. The ship's gonna dock, you have to leave.
Moment. New Vegas.
Wait, was it like a cruise ship?
Yeah, basically, it was a ship on Lake Champlain.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you went to the boat.
Yeah, it was a gambling boat.
Oh, you went to that boat.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were in like fucking the Caribbean, and they were like, "Get the fuck off our boat."
No. It was specifically a casino ship.
Yeah, we have those here.
And
several.
Yeah, they were like, "Okay, yeah, so the ship's about to dock. You have to get off."
Did you ask why?
No, I knew why. Bro, I had fucking 72,000 points worth on that ship, and they were like, no, so you have to fucking leave. Because I was just like, well, what's that? Double down. And they were like, we don't know how you're doing it, you just have to leave. You're not allowed back on the ship.
That's fucking dumb. It's like, okay, so let me see if I got this straight. You're only here for draining my money, but when I start draining your money, you get to kick me out? No, that's some bullshit.
No, to be fair, I like quadrupled my... No, way more than quadrupled my initial investment. I only put $100 in. I walked off with way more money than that.
Oh, fucking well for them. They gambled and lost. That's how it goes.
They were so pissed at me. Literally, they fucking revolved everyone through my table. And they were just like, no, we're done. We don't know how you... I was drunk. I was not belligerent, but I was drunk. And they were just like, you have to leave. We can't prove you're cheating, but you have to leave.
That's some horse shit.
I mean, I understand it, but yeah, it was horseshit. 5,000 per month. I will quit my job and work on writing exclusively.
Yes. That's what I calculated my income needs at one point.
Really? Alright. That's a lot.
It was a lot at the time.
Fair. I mean, hey, man, 300 subscribers and you're earning about $6 off of each of them. That's not bad.
Let's see here. Hang
It's
on.
like 5.2. But yeah.
A lot of it comes from tips specifically for people commissioning a whole bunch of shit, just one chapter after another. Like, I've got 1, 2, 3.
I mean, you know, it 100%. Well, I'm assuming Cultivating Horror is the one you're trying to publish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is like Orf and I were trying to write a Did we ever tell you about this? The alchemy story?
No.
Right, so Orf and I decided that we were going to write a alchemy story together. Specifically, do you know about the game called Little Alchemy?
No.
Right, so Little Alchemy is this web browser mobile app game where it's like, oh, you combine water and water and you get rain, and you combine, you know, rain and air and you get cloud.
That sounds familiar.
It's a very popular mobile game archetype.
Yeah, it was a mobile app thing.
Yeah, it's a very popular mobile archetype. It's like basically the general gist of it. It's just fusion. It's, you know, tier 1 is water, earth, air, fire, and then you combine those 4 and you get different elements for tier 1. Tier 0 is water, earth, air, fire. Tier 1 is the combinations of those. And then Tier 2 is the combinations of Tier 1 and Tier 1 and 0. And Tier 3 is etc., etc. And basically you just keep building on that until you, quote-unquote, discover all the elements. And we were like, what if we did game mechanics based on that? And so it's a trifecta scenario of, so they play Little Alchemy effectively with the alchemy table. They can combine the elements to form spells with the spell book, and they can cast those spells with the wand.
Okay.
And they are in a fantasy world of our creation. And it's a isekai story where they wake up with this game mechanic in their head. And basically an Alexa tier AI helping them.
Okay.
And that's the general gist of it. It's called A Little Alchemy Goes a Long Way.
It's gonna get copyrighted.
No. A Little Alchemy Goes a Long Way is completely is an independent statement.
Yes, but people are going to look at that and go, oh, wait, you base this on a Little Alchemy system. Somebody who works for a Little Alchemy is going to go, oh, shit, somebody's making money off of our IP, and they're going to try to sue, even though, I mean, realistically, all you've got to have is a 20% difference, but that doesn't mean they can't try.
It's so far away from that, they can't even try. They'll get laughed out of the courts. Yeah, no, because a majority of our story isn't even about the Little Alchemy system.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So, you know, the spells all have cooldowns, but the key part, the key part of all of this is that the Little Alchemy system is actually a god builder. The point of the Little Alchemy gamer system is to build creation gods.
It's to teach you how to use godly powers.
Yes. And unlike everyone else in the world who has to do the standard math-based casting, Little Alchemy user does not that and just manifests elements instead.
It's a natural caster.
Yeah, it's basically
will-based.
It's a sorcerer in a world of wizards.
Yes.
And it's great because, you know, for tier 1, because they get fire and fire, and combined together, fire and fire creates energy element. And they're like, so the plasma element, sorry. And they're like, oh, cool, I can shoot plasma. And they try to cast plasma, but it just, it's plasma, so it immediately fizzles out. Because they just tried casting the plasma. So they have to go through, like, basically a character arc of learning how to shape elements and how to focus their creativity and their intellect on what they want to occur with the element they're casting, and all of this stuff. Like, if they just focus on air, they just get a gust of wind. But if they focus specifically on the idea of, like, a cutting wind, they get a blade.
That sounds like a whole lot of going through and a lot of words just describing mechanics and learning mechanics.
Exactly! And,
Yeah, no.
No, it's great, because what we're gonna do is the entire story starts with the premise of them basically waking up in the Garden of Eden. It's a Garden of Eden reference, shall we say.
Yeah.
Where they have food, they have water, they have shelter, there's no hostile creatures here, but the problem is the entire area is actually a caldera. So it's walled off from everything else. And once they open this caldera to explore the wider world, is we then took inspiration from the world's largest cave, which, by the way, is fucking massive.
Almost like it's a huge fucking...
This is a modern person. This is a modern normie, specifically. They encounter goblins, and they don't want to kill them. But obviously... but obviously, the goblins want to kill them. And so they have to do shit like reconcile the fact they need to kill to survive. And so that's going to be one arc. Another arc is them learning about magic. Another arc is going to be them gaining power in said magic to fight the creature, preventing them from leaving the mountain.
Okay. So you've also got some character growth and maturation there. That actually sounds a lot more interesting than just power wank, is what it was starting to sound like.
The first arc is them learning about the system. The second arc is them learning how to create power with the system, because they have to kill goblins. So now they have to create spells that do damage, and so they start creating spells out of the elements they have that optimize for damage. But the problem is the final creature that prevents them from leaving the mountain is a dragon. And so they can't just be like Airblade, because it's not going to cut the dragon skills. So they have to start getting creative. So the final arc is them getting creative with the magic system. Because...
Can't just negotiate with the dragon.
No, because it's feral.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. We're going with the pretty much everything but humanity on this world is going to be hostile and feral.
But what if you delved into magic that would make them not hostile and feral? I.e. make them smarter and tame
that
them.
is an element called civilization that he will later unlock.
So you're saying you can make hobbits out of goblins?
What we're saying
hobbits
is that actually later on he's going to make fire elementals and shit like that. Sentient elements, effectively.
That's bad. That always ends poorly.
How? How so?
They burn everything down, usually. I.e. Warcraft.
Oh yeah, no, that's sort of the point, because the next book is going to be him. So the first book was Modern Person Meets Wild. The second book is, Man vs. Nature. And then we have the second book being, was it Man vs. Civilization? Where this person who went through immense trauma, because obviously a modern person being forced to wholesale genocide and, slaughter their way through everything. they're going to be a little bit traumatized and mentally changed from this.
If they're milquetoast, sure. I don't think it would affect anyone here at all.
Well, sure, no, but the point is that this character is your milquetoast normie.
It's John Normie.
Quite literally, it is John Normie, and we have moments where he's like, "Oh, you know, this can't be wrong. Why wouldn't this work out?" He gets access to an Earth spell, and he's like, "Oh, I can just use Earth to raise this tree so it'll tilt towards me, and I can grab the apple from it."
That's gonna fall on your fucking head.
No, it explodes the tree out of the ground because the root's in the ground. Because he's just raising a square block of earth out, trying to tilt the tree. And so obviously physics occur, and the tree explodes out of the ground, you know, causing mass shrapnel to occur, effectively.
You launched the tree.
You know, shit like that, where he's just oblivious to certain realities. And so it's man versus nature in the first starter, where the normie learns to survive, and then the second arc, in the second book. So that's the first arc, is man versus nature, where it's broken into 3 bits, where, you know, first creativity, then power. Sorry, no, first mechanics, then power, then creativity. The second arc is man versus civilization, where this person who has been fundamentally changed by their time in an extremely hostile environment, where the only person they could count on was themselves, ends up in a civilization. And they're not ready for that anymore.
It does not go over well.
Yeah, especially in a civilization that's built around mathematics and using math to manipulate magic, while they kind of just do it naturally. So people simultaneously overestimate them and underestimate them. And they also, being both a normie and someone who effectively went feral, they don't understand medieval culture.
Right.
And so they both get taken advantage of and become the elephant stomping through the China room. And so that's the second arc. And then the third arc is them ascending, and that's the third book.
Every problem is a nail. Time to find a hammer.
Effectively, yeah. So that we actually have the entire story planned out. It's just we haven't had time to write it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I know how that is. Oh God, do I know how that is.
Yeah. So I have to ask, is Desperate Inselfs based on Bal Buddy?
Yes. Oh God, yes. Krause Krause wanted that. And, well, it got weird.
Is he still paying for it, or what's going on?
He hasn't said anything or sent me any money for any further chapters, so I guess it's on hiatus for now.
Oh, well, you know, probably for the better.
Yeah, it got fucking weird.
Okay, so sorry, Underplayed. I have been just drinking and ranting. So Underplayed about 30 minutes ago said, Sneaky, what do you think about Twitter artists raising DEFCON 1 about AI? So it's actually DEFCON 5 about AI, because DEFCON 1 is there's no concern.
DEFCON 1 is we're chill here.
Yeah.
That 5 is there's nukes in the air.
So, what do I think about Twitter artists complaining about AI? I understand where they're coming from. I get it. You know, previously the concern was, you know, I've met a couple artists that admitted to me behind the scenes that they effectively just trace other people's art and resell it. I get it.
Not surprised.
Yeah, no, I mean, it happens. I get it. Don't get me wrong. I understand. You know, if someone's gonna fucking buy it, you know, hey, capitalism, baby. And I understand that AI opens up that to greater levels of exploitation. You know,
Well, here's the way I look
it's
at
sort
it.
of like having an automatic mining machine versus having to mine it out with your own bare hands. It's like, yes, certain people would be able to go out previously, and they would have to swing the pickaxe themselves to mine shit. And so that limited the group of people capable of mining to a very select amount of people.
Well, because here's
But
the thing, right?
an automatic
you couldn't
mining
just pick up the
machine-
pickaxe and mine it. They had to have some level of pickaxe proficiency before they could get away with it.
Teach themselves how to swing a fucking pickaxe.
Right. They had to be capable on some level before all that. And I get it. If an automatic mining machine came out and all you had to do was learn how to operate it, that definitely does make the people who learned how to swing the pickaxe feel what's the word I'm looking for in my drunk state? Obsolete, threatened. It definitely does. But the thing is, in this case, the AI is only as good as the programmers, but not just the programmers. The AI is only as good as the artists.
But this AI learns, and it's learning fast.
But again, the problem comes is there's two, unlike with artists, which, to be fair, this is a significant bottleneck because it comes down to human capability. The only bottleneck when it comes to being an artist is yourself, which, depending on the person, can be a significant bottleneck, which is understandable. But however, the problem is when it comes to AI programming is the programming comes down to both the programmer bottleneck and the art it can be fed bottleneck, because the AI is not sentient. It has to be programmed with art. It has to learn mathematically what art is, and then once you teach it what art is and you ask it to produce art, you then have to teach it what art you consider correct. Because if you just go in, this is what a lot of people don't understand. Say you take the Diffusion AI, the most recent one that's making really great art. Say you take that out of the box. It knows what art is, and you just say, hey, make this scene. If you try, it can make great scenes, don't get me wrong. Out of the box, Diffusion AI makes amazing landscapes.
Don't put people in Diffusion AI.
No, Diffusion AI makes great people, but the problem here becomes it's effectively like a factory worker. It is the difference between someone hand making a shirt and the factory worker programming the machine to make the shirt. Is, yes, the machine is going to make mistakes, and you as the factory worker have to tweak the settings on the machine until it can properly replicate the shirt. And that's the same for AI. It is just the same job, but in a different direction. You have to be good at art to understand what is wrong with the art the AI is creating. And not only do you have to be good at art, you have to also be good at programming so you can properly communicate to the AI what it's doing wrong in its generation algorithm. So while
It does not like hands.
It does not. Hands are complicated. Faces are complicated. The human psyche.
What's the problem with faces?
No, it does. It does. I have seen.
Face has no.
I have seen out of the box. No, that's after it's been trained a lot. I have seen what happens when Diffusion AI out of the box tries to create a human face. The forehead gets huge, the eyes are weird, the face is
not pretty.
weird. it doesn't understand faces. Because as far as the AI algorithms go pre-tweaking, all it knows is there has to be a forehead, there has to be hair, there has to be 2 ears, there has to be 2 eyes in this general location.
Bro, what do you mean? It's just designing a Habsburg. What do you mean?
It effectively designs a Habsburg. You have to teach it that no, the eyes have to be X distance from each other. No, the ears have to be aligned. No, the forehead can't be that big. No, the hair has to be like this.
No, it can't have 6 legs.
You have to you can't have 12 fingers. You have to, when it comes to the human characters with AI, you have to become very specific, and you have to teach the AI very specifically and with much granularity. You have to teach the AI exactly how to generate a person. Because the human psyche is very specific about what a person looks like.
Uncanny Valley.
It's I was about to say, it's so we can pick up on things that are just kind of not right.
Which to be fair, is very interesting, because that's an evolutionary thing that all humans are able to instantly realize on a single look what is and isn't a human.
But it's like, where did that come from?
Yeah, you have to question what made that a necessary evolutionary value to be passed on. What exactly made that such an extreme evolutionary value that we needed to know what a human was on first glance?
Maybe Neanderthal?
Reminder, other human species exist and existed.
Yes,
like
they
skinwalkers?
did. You correct. The Denisovans existed at the same time as Sapien. The Neanderthal existed at the same time as Sapien. Other human species existed at the same time as Sapien. You're not wrong. However, there is extreme evidence for the fact that Sapien interbred with them excessively, which means they were not the enemy. They were not something we had to look out for. No. To be fair, do not mix the fact that we genocided them all with the fact that they weren't the enemy. There was something that made it, there was something in the environment that made it necessary for every Homo sapien to, at a single glance, understand what was Homo sapien and what wasn't. There was an evolutionary pressure that made that a universal necessity.
Gee, I wonder what that was. And what sets it off today?
Yeah. So, I'm just throwing that out there. That's a very weird thing to have an evolutionary pressure for, because animals don't have that pressure. Animals will look at a statue of an animal and be like, that's just a stationary version of me.
Will they? I thought they just think it's like a part of the environment at that point.
No, they put up a penguin statue in a penguin environment, and the penguins would congregate around it because it's like, oh, it's the big penguin. We should we should do what it's doing because it's the big one.
That's kind of cute.
We have evidence of, tigers attacking the reflection because it thinks it's opposing tiger. We have evidence of animals understanding at a level statues and photos of themselves, either as a threat that is encroaching upon their territory, or
something to interact with.
Yeah, or something to copy. Like, this is a very popular thing with birds, actually, is that you put out fake ducks to make other ducks go, oh, this duck is feeling safe enough here to land, that means it's safe for me to land.
Oh, no.
Decoys.
Or alternatively, it's actually the opposite. If you have fish in a lake, what you do is you actually put out a decoy bird that's very big into the lake, and birds look at that bird and go, oh, that's a big bird. That is its territory. We shouldn't fish in this lake. And that's how you protect the fish in the lake from predatory birds.
I do want to take 1 second to back up to the artists. I do understand artists on Twitter's concern.
Yeah.
Because for the ones that actually do original work, this is the worst possible version of the problem they've already been having, where they are the master smith. Right? Because we have to move away from Sneaky's mining analogy because it doesn't hold up when you get to 3 levels.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, no, it was just a basic example of, like, yeah.
No, I know. I'm just saying why I'm shifting away from it. Right? Yeah. The original artist is the master smith. Then you have the apprentice who's learned at the master's feet. That's the guy copying their line work and reselling it, right? You can't just pick up a pen, trace someone's art, sell that on Twitter and expect to make money. You're right, just because you copy something someone else did doesn't mean it looks good.
Right.
You still have to learn and get good.
But then you get down to the AI worker who is now the factory line worker.
Well,
he doesn't make
No,
right?
it's actually beyond that, and I'll take your example and run with it. It's actually beyond that, because the real danger of AI is not the fact that it copies. It's the fact that once you perfect the algorithm in your own, in your own way, right?
Yes.
In your own preferences, in your own way, and once you tweak the AI to produce art that you believe is the correct version of the art, you can output at a far higher rate than everyone else. Right. That's the real threat of it, is that once the AI learns how to create art, it can create art far faster.
Yes. Well, because the example I was going to get to is in the Industrial Revolution. Yes, you could industrial revolutionary make a gun. Right? You could put a gun on an assembly line. But that gun was still worse than the gun made by, handmade by the master gunsmith who personally rifled the barrel and packed the bullets and blah, 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 blah. But now we're at the point, right? Yes, there's probably someone out there who knows how to make guns, and they could custom make, for example, an AK-47. And it would probably be better than an AK-47 from the Soviet Union. But it won't be so much better that someone picking it up will notice.
Right.
And that's the worry about the AI art, is it's so much faster. Like Sneaky said, it outputs so much more quickly, and that's a big problem because now the artists aren't getting anything for training this AI for free, and they can't even keep up with it, right? Like, sure, somebody else copies their work on Twitter and sells it for $15 to a bunch of furries over in some Discord somewhere. Do I like that as the artist? No. But is that really that much skin off my nose? No, not really. Certainly not worth me taking the time to go out and find out who it is and put up DMCA claims and get their Twitter taken down. No.
Look, at the end of the day, the thing really is that the AI can only be as good as the art produced that it's learning from. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, right? It's sort of like the factory line is only good at reproduction. It's not good at innovation. No AI as it currently is going to be able to produce a product that is superior quality to what is currently available. It will only be able to reproduce what is currently available. artists will come up with new art styles. They will come up with new ideas. They will come up with new characters. The AI is capable of producing new characters based off of what already exists. But if you come up with a character that does not already exist and is not based off of other characters, then you will create a product the AI is unable to. At this time. Now, I'm not saying AI can't advance to the point where it becomes capable of creativity on its own. However, what I am saying is that right now, artificial intelligence is heavily on the artificial side and not on the intelligence side.
Sure, I agree with that statement. I have no issues with that.
I have no issues. I don't think anyone else would have an issue with that.
So, if artists feel threatened, in my opinion, if artists feel threatened by AI art, that just means they are insecure about their capacity as an artist.
So here's my thing, alright? I look at it like this. The AI is a fucking tool.
Mhm.
It's a new brush.
Yep.
It's the new Photoshop.
Right.
Figure out how to use it if you're an artist,
Right.
and use it yourself.
Exactly.
Train it yourself. Learn how to exploit it.
Yeah.
But they're also making these story AI shit. I won't. If I had the money, I would subscribe to the goddamn thing because I've played with it.
It's
and
very
even
good.
took it a while.
It's very good. But
Oh, are you
It's
talking about
good.
Dragon or whatever?
Novel AI.
yeah,
Oh
novel
yeah,
AI.
novel AI. Yeah.
Novel AI is
So-
extremely effective. However, there is
It's like
two
that with a
points.
partner.
There is two fatal parts of any AI at this moment. Is that due to the fact that AI are, at this point, more artificial than intelligence, the fact is that they are bent to the whims of the creator. For example,
Yes.
there is currently a problem with certain AIs no longer capable of writing about certain topics due to the fact that their creator has explicitly programmed in a forbidden message due
Yep.
to those topics. So, ultimately, at the end of the day, you are bent to the whims of the creator of that AI. Part 2.
It's
The
true.
AI learns by exposure. If you do not expose it to quality stories, it will never produce a quality story.
Feed it your own material, though.
Yes.
And then it learns how you write,
But
and then you use it as a partner.
But again, yes. But however, again, this comes in. If you don't improve as an author, your stories will not become better by using the AI.
Yeah, absolutely, they won't. But it gives you a foil. Like, I noticed when I was using it, it gives you somebody to argue with, basically. Something to fight against, to force you to make this thing better.
Max, I am feeling
comes from
replaced!
unexpected angles.
I'm feeling replaced, Max. That's my job.
Except it does it in real time, Sneaky.
Well,
So do I.
I do Sneaky's job half the time on Scorched Earth anyways, so it's not that big a difference.
Gentlemen, it's nearly time.
Yes.
Happy
In
Yeah.
your
Time.
Eastern
Oh,
Standard.
let's get it up. Let's get it up.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
New Year's countdown. Let's go.
It works so well on a 10 to 30 second delay.
Yeah.
20.
Yes.
All right, 20 seconds, gentlemen. 15
15.
seconds. Let's go.
10,
9.
6,
5,
8,
12.
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Eastern time zone is the only one that matters.
Yep. Fuck off.
Everybody.
Oh,
Yeah, see.
you know, on the
Uh,
AI tool,
yeah.
I think the most chat artists I saw when this was first starting up was like, "Oh, I can't wait to teach it all my shading techniques to save me 2 hours for every piece I do."
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There is a
something highly
lot of
relevant.
very useful things that you can use the AI for. 100%.
And listen, I think one of the coolest things I saw, there was a game that oh, damn, it did almost all of its backgrounds with AI art, because it's like, damn, this thing's great at landscapes. So just get it to do our landscapes.
Happy New Year! Let's go! Text everyone! Time to text everyone!
Congratulations, you made it
my
another year,
phone
fuckers.
on vibrate real quick.
I'm not texting
God,
you,
my
Max.
my brother is attempting to torture my dogs.
I feel sorry for the dogs.
Yeah, dude. Let's see here. Who the fuck is this? It's Mario. Okay. The great thing about this is that I can just text like 6 people and I can satisfy my social requirements.
Oh, an entire 6.
An entire 6.
All the people I would text are pretty much in this chat. There's 3, 4.
Rob. Happy New Year.
That's my dad.
Yay, we've made it a whole fucking year, gentlemen. Hey!
Man, I've been
And I've made it almost through the entire fucking bottle. Let's go, boys!
Wait, Sneaky, face cam, chug the rest of it.
I haven't even really been drinking. I've just been kind of trying to play Pathfinder.
I just poured the entire fucking bottle out. Let's go!
You see, Nose, you fell for my clever ploy to protect you from yourself.
Protect me from myself. I mean, I did bring an entire 6-pack up to my room, so.
Yes,
as I said, I protected you from
Let's
yourself.
Go!
I am a good friend. I would try to protect Sneaky from himself, but that's like trying to protect.
I mean, I would have been fine. I still.
I would say
never
that's
mind.
like
You made no. You know what?
Man from getting sunburned.
You made the correct choice because I somehow managed to forget. I am out of blue Gatorade.
Crime Blue. Yes, thank you, Atin.
Blue Gatorade is the ultimate anti-hangover tool. I will stand by this statement.
Is it the light blue Gatorade?
Yes. No. It's the darker blue. It's darker blue. Darker blue.
Oh God, no.
Light blue Gatorade is pretty good. Dark blue Gatorade.
Light blue's great.
Dark blue's kind of lit, to be honest.
It's like regular blue. I just don't like the raspberry. I like the blueberry stuff. Like it's like blue raspberry or some shit like that.
Blueberry.
So honestly, my favorite part about going in a Discord service is going Happy New Year in the only time zone that matters. Multiple people are typing. Eastern time zone is the only time zone that matters. Fight me. The world operates on Eastern time zone and you can't convince me differently.
Yeah, there's a lot of gunshots outside my house right now. Oh, no, wait. I'm in a good neighborhood. They're not gunshots. Never mind.
I was about to say, do you live in Chicago?
Time to play the classic American game of gunshots or fireworks.
Yeah. So
in
my
today's
mom,
episode,
my mom,
Japanese,
Japanese, never experienced gunshots, and we lived in a really bad neighborhood in Jacksonville, and she used to think that they were fireworks. I'm like, oh, they're not fireworks, Mom. They're not fireworks. No, there was like a drive-by shooting.
Oh, you're serious?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Not surprised in the slightest.
No, Jacksonville has like I think it's number 16 on like crime.
Yeah,
per square
honestly,
mile.
I was looking at moving to Jacksonville, but then I was like,
Don't go.
ooh.
It is
No.
shithole. Don't go.
Yeah, I was like, ugh.
It's seriously bad.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
Sneaky,
worse.
It's not like-
are you
it's not
sufficiently
Detroit.
drunk?
It's not Detroit.
Am I
but it's like-
sufficiently drunk?
yeah,
Oh, well, that depends. I have drunk an entire bottle of alcohol, and I don't mean beer.
All right. Well, here's the important question:
Yeah.
What's better, Terminator 1 or Terminator 2?
Neither. I hate the Terminator series.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Terminator 1's kind of bad. Terminator 2 is not that much better.
Really?
Yeah, I just don't like the Terminator
Bro,
series.
I watched Terminator 1. I tried to watch Terminator 1, and I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
I just don't give a fuck.
Same. I was just like, this is just not that good.
What?
Yeah.
Blasphemy.
I've
I'm
never
sorry.
watched it.
I just didn't like the Terminator series. I don't see. Don't get me wrong. I agree. The most shared scenes from the Terminator movies are very cool. I just don't think that they are on the same tier as the rest of the movie they're being shared from. I don't think the Terminator movies.
Two are the only Terminators worth watching.
I don't think the Terminator movies are worth watching.
Like, listen, it's like The Matrix. The Matrix 1 is interesting and has an interesting story with some innovative ideas.
Yep.
The Matrix 2 is not that interesting.
Yeah.
It has some great scenes, but other than that, it's not that great.
Yeah.
Matrix 3 is dog shit.
Honestly, it's the same thing for Terminator. Terminator 1 through whatever the fuck number you want to give me. I just don't think the Terminator series is interesting. It's like, yeah, it's got this whole future machine thing. The John Connor TV series was passable.
Terrible.
It existed.
It existed, and that's all we will give it.
I just don't think the Terminator idea is good.
I am honestly surprised by that from you.
Really?
I would think you'd like it. I would think you'd like it.
Why would I like it?
Because it's got like enough sci-fi in it that I thought you might like it. I don't know.
I don't like sci-fi because it's sci-fi. I like sci-fi because it's got cool ideas in it. The Terminator series doesn't have cool sci-fi ideas in it.
For its time, it did, though.
Not
It
even
really
for its
did.
time. No, not even for its time. It just had, how does for this? It had cool. No.
Sit back.
Terminator had cool visual effects for its series. It did not have cool ideas. The whole I don't like time travel. I don't like it.
Okay, that doesn't mean time travel can't be done well. It doesn't mean it's not cool.
You're right.
Alright,
I'm just saying, I personally don't like time travel.
I will
That's
credit.
fine, but you're denying that they did something interesting for its time.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying.
That was the argument. That was the argument I put forth. That for its time, the story is interesting. It does cool things and interesting things with sci-fi. You said it does. It does not for its time.
I said it does cool visual things for its time.
And I was talking specifically about the story elements for sci-fi.
And I'm saying that the ideas that Terminator has in terms of narrative is not new, it's not original, it's not creative. They aren't. The only thing original and creative.
I don't know how many stories before Terminator came out can you point at and say this was already well known?
It was fairly original for its time.
I can't because Terminator is the one that popularized it, but I can point to stories as early as the 18th century that had the same gist. Like, Terminator wasn't original. It just happened to be the most popular version.
Okay. I've dived into some older sci-fi. Hang on a second. Pretty sure it's Jules Verne I'm thinking of.
Jules Verne is kind of the man that popularized time travel. I don't know if he was the first, but he certainly popularized it.
Well, no, he didn't popularize it. I'm pretty sure he's definitely one of the first, specifically with well, I think it was the time.
Or was it H.G. Wells who had the time machine?
That was H.G. Wells.
Yeah.
I haven't read that book in so long. I actually have like an old printing of that book.
I think I have a copy lying around.
1895.
Somewhere.
Here's the problem. The issue isn't the time travel, it's how it was used. That's the original part. Time travel itself is not original. But I can't recall seeing many, if any, sci-fi things from 1895 up to 1991.
That's why I'm qualifying it, Max. That's why I'm qualifying it as Terminator was the one that made it popular.
Okay. But again, I jumped around a couple different decades. As far as I'm aware, future assassin droids sent back in time to fuck up the timeline is probably original for Terminator.
Yes.
You might like
the exact idea of Terminator is original for Terminator.
Okay, if you're gonna sit and say, if you're gonna generalize the idea, Sneaky, that screws up a lot of stories. Then, if you're gonna say the general idea, if you're just gonna say broad time travel is the part that you take an issue with, I don't mean in terms of you don't like time travel.
No. I'm not saying it's bad because time travel. I'm saying I personally, as an individual, don't like time travel.
No, I know that. I'm not. That's not the statement I'm qualifying. You're saying it wasn't original because of time travel. I'm saying it's original because of what it did with the time travel.
I'm saying it didn't introduce any ideas that were original, but it visually introduced original ideas. It took things that weren't popular before, and in the era it was produced, it made them popular by visually stimulating the audience with interpretations of the idea that were new.
I'm sorry, quick aside, these motherfuckers bought 2 grand finale boxes, apparently.
Who?
Some
the
jackass
people outside
neighborhood
Max's house.
bought 2 grand finale fireworks boxes.
Nice.
Nice.
Anyway, back to this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was a gunshot.
I'm not gonna try to change your opinion on this. Just pretty original for its time, but can we at least agree with Terminator 2? That Mercury effect still holds up surprisingly well.
Oh no, absolutely. Yes. I will kneel to the visual effects of Terminator. I will kneel.
I would love to see what the fuck that looked like when they were working on it.
One of my favorite things from sci-fi before like 2000, because that was when like the digital stuff started really going crazy, is just watching the movies and their practical effect. Like,
yeah.
Have you guys? Right, this is
behind the scenes on the old sci-fi movies are insane.
Yeah, or like, but the behind the scenes stuff for Star Wars. Oh, that's so much fun. Like, because at one point the museum, I don't remember if it was the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum out in Chicago, had a exhibit on the making of Star Wars. Like, do you know that for most of the speeder bike chases, they had little
speeder bikes? Yes,
of the speeder bikes made. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else knows this. They had little models of the speeder bikes made, and they just got some really thin, clear fishing wire, tied it around the center, put a bunch of fake trees up on a blue screen.
That's all how their space battles went as well. They had a bunch of really accurate, high-quality models for their space battles that they just fished around with fishing wire and a black screen.
And like they had a couple of specific dummy models that they could push a button and they would explode, which was really just them breaking into a couple different pieces.
Yeah.
Like
the 100% CGI was the worst thing to ever happen to the movie industry.
Oh man, if you go back and watch the visual effects they used to make the trench run,
and honestly, to extrapolate this and go back to the AI part, I personally think the conception of AI-generated books and AI-generated pictures will be it will do exactly the same thing it did to the movie industry. Is it will reach a peak of quality that people will wow at, and then it will be so abused by the next generation who doesn't understand how to create. They will just use AI generation, that they will destroy everything that came.
That sounds about right, actually. It'll just get abused and overused.
It's not even abused and overused, because again, like, Jurassic World did a good job, but they fundamentally didn't understand what made Jurassic Park good.
No, but they understood them member berries.
Yes, they understood the member berries, but they used a lot of CGI, and the CGI, don't get me wrong, was fantastic. But the problem is that because they use so much CGI, and this is actually a major problem with the Marvel movies, they use so much CGI that they don't understand. The people who are currently creating Marvel movies aren't capable of understanding why superhero movies were liked. They just are copy-pasting. They've been copy-pasting for so long, they forgot what the original meme was about. And I am using meme in the correct context.
Yes.
Yes.
This is recognized. The council approves.
There has been so much copy-pasting that no one remembers what the original meme was about. And we have reached the point when it comes to movies with the CGI, is that everyone just knows, oh, well, you just put a bunch of CGI in it and it looks cool. That's what you're supposed to do, right? They don't remember why.
It's like the slow-mo disease.
Yes.
I am so sick of fight scenes with unnecessary fucking slow motion.
Yep.
It does not make your fight scene better. It doesn't make it more interesting. It does not improve it.
I do agree with Sign there.
All you're doing is breaking up the flow and making it suck. There were a bunch of fight scenes in Rise of Skywalker that I thought they were great. I was so happy with Rise of Skywalker because I was like, you did it. You completely lost it in 8. Like, right? 7 had good lightsaber fights.
Right.
Sure, some of the context of the fights didn't make sense, but the actual fights were well choreographed and visually appealing.
Sure, yep.
8 did not have that.
Right.
8 was right. It's memed, but we all know the scene where Rey's about to get stabbed, and so oops, we edited out the laser knife or whatever.
Right.
Because we couldn't be bothered to reshoot this, and we thought our audience was too retarded to notice.
Or like, honestly, this was a funny thing to learn. Is they had to CGI several scenes of My Little Mermaid Black Edition because the actors couldn't swim.
Yeah. Like...
Oh, no, hang on a second.
That, I'm going to need a source cited on that.
I believe it. Oh, one thing AI was really good at, though, was
Max, did you not know about this?
No, why would I follow any Disney news at this point?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. The My Little Mermaid remake, they had a lot of scenes with black actors in them, and they had to CGI them because the black actors couldn't swim and do the scenes at the same time.
That's...
Anyway, like I said, source cited on that, but back to what we were originally complaining about. Damn, what were we originally complaining about, Sneaky?
AI stuff.
Speaking
of which, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, so you just keep talking about AI shit, and I'll just chime in later.
Yeah, overall, CG was one of the worst things to happen to the visual effects. Like,
well,
no. Here's the problem, because you can look at Lord of the Rings, right, 1 through 3, right, Fellowship, Two Towers, Return of the King.
Well, let's caveat this with, it started out promising.
Yes.
Jurassic Park still holds up super well in its effects.
And you know what? To all the people out there who say that, oh, the original version of Star Wars was the best, no, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
The best version of Episode 4 of Star Wars is probably the first or second of Lucas's visual touch-up remasters.
You take that back.
No, I won't.
That's the one where they replaced old Annie with fucking Episode 3 Annie.
No, that was touch-up 3 or 4.
Yeah,
I said touch-up 1 or 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was
touch-up 1 or 2.
Yeah, and all they did was they just adjusted some of the stuff with Jabba the Hutt and like some of the lighting, right?
And they adjusted, and they made certain effects pop more. So they made some of the it sounds dumb to say, but some of the explosions were more explodey. They fixed some of the rotoscoping issues on the lightsabers, right? So yeah, no, the original version is fine, but the best version is is remaster 1 or remaster 2. I'm not quite sure which one I saw, but that's far and away the best version. But I do remember what I was originally annoyed about was slow motion. The choreography in 8 was dog shit for the fight scenes. They really brought it back with the choreography for the fight scenes in 9. There were a couple things where I was like, oh, please stop with the backwards lightsaber wielding. But I was like, all right, fine. This is still a mostly great fight scene. You've definitely brought it back. And then they just started putting in random slow-mo. And I'm like, why? Why are you putting this in? What is this adding to the scene? Nothing. You're just slowing the action down. Stop it. I'm so tired of it. It's in superhero movies. It's in my Star Wars movie. It's in my Star Trek movies. Just stop. Slow-mo's a shitty effect when you overuse it.
Alright, I've returned. What's the hot take on the AI now?
No, it was me finishing up my rant about slow motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that slow-mo's a shitty effect, it's just people don't.
I said when overused.
It's absolutely overused. Personally, I think I would like to see more fast mo.
Fast mo is good.
I don't necessarily love either of them.
I understand where you're coming from with that. But
and like here's the thing, like I feel like I can point to the exact movie that caused this problem.
The Matrix.
The robot Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, okay.
No, that's when it started to get out of hand. No, what caused it was the Matrix.
No, I mean, okay, yeah, look, if you want to go all the way back, yes, the Matrix was the very start of it. But I didn't really see it as a huge problem until during the Sherlock Holmes movies. And look, during I feel like Sherlock Holmes was right on the edge of too much.
I thought it made sense because we're going into his brain works really fast.
Like I said, it was right on the edge of too much.
Honestly,
they had an excellent justification for using it.
I think you can blame Psych for that. Because what Psych did was it would do a flashback slow-mo of everything that the main character had observed. And I think they were trying to replicate that.
No, the slow-mo that you're thinking of was actually, like, low FPS footage of him recreating the scene with the evidence he found.
That's what I'm saying. Is that doesn't say what I'm saying, Max. Is that Psych was the one that popularized that, because Psych came out before Sherlock. And
no, I know, but you were saying when it would flash back to pieces of evidence he picked up that we might have missed. It wasn't bad. Those were a normal speed. It was as he was recreating and they were showing the crime as it occurred in black and white.
Right, okay,
that was like 12 FPS instead of 24, basically.
Right. Yeah.
So it looked slow, but that's because it was choppy.
Right.
No, Fairlock's problem was, I think the slow-mo was perfect for the fight, and then we got slow-mo bullets tearing through trees, and that's
honestly,
where
I do agree with Sign in that I would really love to see a fast mo lightsaber fight.
Yeah, what is fast mo? Are we just hitting that
Yeah,
dial
it's
up
just
to
sped up
1.5
footage.
instead of 0.5?
Yeah, it's basically sped up footage. I would really like to just see a really high-paced sword fight. And I mean sword fight. I don't mean this shit where the actors just bang their blades together.
Oh,
yes,
just
proper choreography. But you want to know?
blade.
I remember watching. It's gonna sound crazy, but the second Superman movie with Henry Cavill, the one where he fights Zod.
Right.
I remember watching the visual effects for that, and I was like, "Bam! This is it. This is what we needed to get, like anime speed and proper lightsaber Jedi's using the Force at speeds beyond the normal human visual onto the silver screen."
Right.
Did anyone else see that one?
Yes.
I did not actually. I don't really watch movies these days.
It's
been a hot minute.
What I remember specifically from that movie was the massive damage to the city.
Yep.
And then his whole big, like, I have to snap this man's neck, and all I could think is, except that the direction he snapped it in, drag his laser over that family's necks anyways.
Yeah.
So you just killed the parents.
Yes.
Oops.
We're not going to acknowledge that.
Oh, well, the other problem is, we've seen that your guys' laser vision hurts you, but it doesn't break your skin. You got a hand, clamp it to his eyes. Or, you got 5 fingers. Well, you got 8 fingers and 2 thumbs. Start gouging.
He was dumb, though. Well, it was a story perspective thing to force that to happen.
As Sneaky's fond to say, I was not a fan of the story, but to the visual effects, I will bow. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
the fight scene was fucking sick.
Yeah.
Right? And like I said, I remember watching that, and I was like, "Bam!" Because at the time, Bleach was still a thing, and not complete dog shit. And I was like, "This is what we need. This is what we need to have." You know, Ichigo with his Bankai zipping around the screen, slapping katanas with other people, right?
I want to see that in martial arts flicks like we used to get with Bruce Lee.
I am so fucking sick of the my blade move faster than the camera shit. I am so fucking sick. I want to see a fast mo where it's literally just them completely visibly doing combat sequences.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. The Chinese,
quite literally, yeah. I want the Bruce Lee combat style to make a comeback, where it's super fast, but at the same time, it's completely visual, and it's not doing like, oh yeah, we're so fast you can't even catch it. Like, fuck off with that bullshit. I want the Bruce Lee system to come back. I want fucking fast mo fight scenes that we can see every strike.
Now, don't get me wrong, movies like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or Kung Pao?
Kung Pao, yes. Yeah.
They did that really good. They also did the slow-mo really good. That wasn't abused there, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, Kung Pao has it down to an art.
Yes.
You know what? It probably exists. It probably only exists in the Chinese market. Zhao Zhao movies.
Oh, yeah, those were great.
Yes.
They probably, again, only exist in the Chinese market, but I would like to see the Western market adopt that style of just over-the-top combat style that is completely visual to the audience.
We've got some of that in, like, John Wick and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
But usually it's gun-fu shit.
That's why John Wick is so fucking popular, though. It's because the audience can see all of the blows.
Yeah, applied that to gun-fu, basically.
But yeah, we just need more of that. We just need to adopt, because what it really is at the end of the day is even Ruby did this horse shit, where the whole moving faster than the camera speed is just cost saving measures, and it's cringe.
Okay, don't get me wrong. It's okay if you pull off once or twice. Dude uses his super fast, flashy, you actually can't see it move. Sure, but you should go back and show it to us at a speed we can perceive.
Oh God, Max, can you imagine the Raven vs. Cinder fight scene in slow-mo? Holy shit, that would be so cringe.
That would look bad.
It would look
that was so bad.
So fucking
also,
awful.
You're mentioning wanting to see like these fights in real speed. Like, there's a simple solution to this that's never going to be done because of cost saving measures. I want to see the fight from the point of view of the combatants.
Yes.
We can actually see what's going on.
No, I can understand why they don't do that, because of just like you would need to CGI the whole thing, because mounting a camera to someone.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There is one movie I can point to that actually did that, and it was the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie.
No, they did it with shit. There was an action movie that did that recently. It was set in first person.
Oh, I know what you're speaking of. Yeah, that one.
Hardcore Henry, some shit.
Yeah, Hardcore Henry. Yes.
Yeah.
Hardcore Henry or Harry. But no, I mean, like, we got to see the fight occurring.
That was just
from
a
how
short
they
film.
were. Like, we could see every strike Broly was making. But then, God, whichever fusion it was at the time, I can't remember, would disappear because he was just moving too fast for Broly.
I don't.
It doesn't even have to be a first-person thing either. Just like show us the speed that the combatants are doing it at, and if you happen to have a bystander in the background, the bystander's barely moving because they're not perceiving what's going on.
See, now, honestly, I wish Hollywood would learn from fucking RHG.
From what?
So, Rock Hard Gladiators?
Nope, never heard of it.
Okay, so Rock Hard Gladiators, to anyone not internet savvy or too old and a boomer, is the era of stick fights.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, God, no.
Where they...
Well, I think I've heard of this.
No, Rock Hard... No, see, the important thing here with stick fights... So, Rock Hard Gladiators was not a Myoc is stronger than yours battle. It was actually a animation battle. And where the person who won the gladiator fight was actually the best animator, not the strongest character. And that's why people like Terokiz won, even though his character was literally an ordinary dude with a katana, because he was extremely proficient in showing why his guy, who only has a katana, was able to beat, six-armed demon dude from the hell plane with laser eyes. Because he showed off animation techniques that just made the audience go, holy shit, that was awesome. And so he won.
Fair. And
that's what Rock Hard Gladiator was actually about. You actually got penalized if your character was super OP. Because the less power your character had, the more animation techniques you had to show off to show why your character won, which was actually the point of Rock Hard Gladiator. So it actually encouraged people to have less powerful OCs so they could show off more animation techniques. And honestly, Hollywood can learn from that, because moments of like super sped up, like the exchange of punches and then a slow-mo like really big hit that either they're dodging or they're getting hit by. And like by alternating between the two, it really makes the fight feel adrenaline filled, because it's just cool to look at. And stuff like that, stuff like, the gun fu from John Wick, stuff like, just you don't have to have characters be doing like lightning fast blows, but you can make it look lightning fast because combat's supposed to be like this really distorted timescape in a character's head, and you can make the audience really get into that by, again, like showing it from the character's perspective, like Hardcore Henry or DBZ Brawly, by showing like they're blocking blows at lightning speed, but then at the same time, like a blow comes towards them that they can't block, so everything then suddenly slows down as they're trying to block it, and either they ultimately block it or they like get hit by it and they go flying away. You can do that, and that would intensify the combat while keeping it the exact same.
They're not going to do that, though, because that would require adapting entirely new techniques and an entire new group of people.
Yeah, obviously it would require adapting. Yes, no shit, obviously. I'm just saying, that's why I'm saying Hollywood can learn from that. Like,
it would be great if they did. They're not going to.
These were techniques that were honed and, put through the trial of fire by an anonymous populace. Like, you can have no better test of technique than having completely anonymous people vote on it.
Yeah, but again, Hollywood's just not going to fucking do that.
No, I mean, yeah, sure, fair enough.
It'd be great if they did. They aren't going to.
Wow. It's really been 5 years since Asynchrony updated. But yeah, no. Yes, obviously, yes. Hollywood is rotten and it's gonna burn, and eventually, someday, a new industry will arise who have learned from the techniques that the internet provides freely. But I'm just saying, when it comes to the topic, Hollywood can learn from it. It exists out there.
No, I get you. I agree, but
yeah. All right, gentlemen. Is there anything else we want to talk about or do before we call it a night? No. Anything you want to advertise? Anything you want to speak about?
There's a sick ass game out there called Diver Dave that all of you should play.
Diver Dave.
What?
Okay, listen. It's like it's a bunch of different things. It's a roguelike.
Dave the Diver?
Dave the Diver, sorry. Dave the Diver. It's a game that's still in early access.
Yeah.
The first part of the game is a roguelite diving adventure, and you're catching different fish so that you can then sell those fish as sushi during the
Blue Hole!
Yes, the Blue Hole. During the Diner Dash-esque minigame later that night. And there's all kinds of fun, dumb jokes in there. Like, every time you research a new recipe, there's this training ash anime montage from your black sushi chef.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
The guy who makes your guns is a fat nerd with a 3D printer who goes through like magical girl anime openings when he makes you new weapons.
Okay.
The guy who gives you your fish bestiary is a legally distinct 35-year-old fat tub of lard who's named Saito and is wearing a blue jacket and has a red hat.
Why does that sound familiar?
Saito is the name of Ash in Japan.
I thought it was Satoshi or something.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Saito.
No, it's Satoshi.
No, it's Satoshi.
But it's still a Pokemon. It's a pun on Ash.
Yeah, it's
fun fact: blue holes are really major fuckeries in New Jersey. And
really,
oh yeah, so yeah, you do not know the legend of the blue hole?
I know what a blue hole is. You have them in New Jersey.
Oh, we have hundreds of them in New Jersey. And they kill, like, several hundred people a year.
Yeah, I'm never going to New Jersey.
So it's great. So the blue holes, it's really wild. So a lot of these quarries, due to how Earth is and shit, it's really weird. All of these blue holes in New Jersey are basically ex-quarries that filled with water. But due to, like, tunnels and shit, they all have these really weird suctions to them. And they're very, like, they're inorganic circles. They're like very neat circles. That's why they're called holes.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's why. Yeah. Let me bring it up.
Sinkholes were full of water.
Yeah. There's sinkholes full of water. But let me bring up. They're like very blue. That's why they're called That's why they're called blue holes. It's fun. Yeah. If you literally Google blue hole, the first result is Blue Hole, New Jersey. Located in my fucking section of the country. Gloucester County. Yeah, it is wild. Like, you don't understand how blue holes are. Let me get an image up.
They're very blue. They're
fucking
aquamarine.
wild.
It's Caribbean blue.
It is wild how blue the blue holes are. They're so, like, mind-bendingly blue. You don't understand. And all blue holes have this vacuum in them. And this is why we lose hundreds of people every year to them, because they just slurp you down into the tunnels in, like, a riptide effect. And no one really understands why they have a riptide effect. If they're all
because they're out to sea.
No, they're not. That's the thing.
Oh, wait, no, it's underground rivers.
No, they're not. That's the thing. Is all of these blue holes are connected by quarry tunnels. And we don't understand where the water goes. Because these were all quarries. At one point in time, these were all stone quarries. In New Jersey, at least. These were all stone quarries that were abandoned and filled with water. But for some reason, they have a vacuum in them. And they're so fucking blue. Let's see if I can find them. Let's see. I can't get a good aerial photo of these, but they're wild. So like someone did an investigation of them and found that all of these blue holes like connected to each other, but they couldn't find where the vacuum effect was occurring. This is a good one.
Kind of weird.
Open an image in new tab. I suppose we'll just keep that up. Oh wow, that's terrible. Oh yeah, here we go. That's a good one. We'll throw that up there, and then we'll copy the image to the Discord for anyone that's not watching. Yeah, they're fucking wild. They are crazy. They all connect to each other. They have these underground tunnels, and we don't know where the vacuum effect is coming from. But it is. And we don't know where the water's going, but they just kill hundreds of people every year. It's wild. Yes, Moth. It is extremely ominous. But it doesn't stop us from going to go swim every year.
Interesting. But yeah, so anyway, the whole thing is just a super fun, super comfy, relatively. I don't want to say the gameplay's boring, right? Because like when you're diving, it's a proper roguelite.
Yeah.
That's fun, and it's tense. You do have a timer. It's your oxygen meter, but it also functions as your health. but they give you plenty of ways to just refill it every run.
Right.
It's just a fun little manage your restaurant and build it up and have fun hunting bigger fish and finding different ways to capture them so you get better quality fish, so you can serve a better sushi to make more money, to upgrade stuff. It's just fun.
You want to talk about tonal shift, Moth? Here, fucking hold on. Missing towns in New Jersey.
Oh, you should never do that. Never look at the missing towns in New Jersey.
Right. So
missing towns.
Oh yeah. So the pine. So basically, I can't find if they're brave, but so I'll tell you guys basically. So basically, the Pine Barrens is a large section of Gloucester County, Burlington County, Ocean County, and another county. So the Pine Barrens is this really vast section of South New Jersey, right? And it's all pine trees, well, majority pine trees. Hence, Pine Barrens, because it's barren of anything but pines.
Okay, makes sense.
We have a lot of legends coming out of this area because, like, back in the 18th century, we had mining towns that would appear, and then the next time a trade caravan would go there, there would be no one left in the town.
Well, they were abandoned because they didn't make money.
No, highly profitable. In fact, so profitable, entire sections of the Pine Barrens were named after how successful the town was. The town's just gone. A good example of this is Red Lion Town. So Red Lion was a major trading post that has entire roads, circles, entire sections of the Pine Barrens named after it. But one day, the trading caravan was passing through Red Lion Town, and there was just no one left in it. It was gone. No one knew where it went. There had been no word out of Red Lion Town until the trade caravan passed through it and said, "Hey guys, we just passed through Red Lion Town and it's gone." And everyone's response was, "What do you mean it's gone?"
About what year was that?
Oh, it was like 1860 something.
Indians.
No. At that point in time, we had pushed them out.
If not Indians, they had disease.
See, that's the wild thing, is there was no bodies either.
Then they left because they ran out of money, my guess.
Nope,
but...
highly profitable. It was a major trading point. That's why everything's named after it.
That's fucking weird, then.
Exactly. Like, and this is not the only town. We had multiple full-on towns, and I don't mean like the modern town sense of like 100,000 of people, like thousands of people. Full-on towns, thousands of people, like that were major trading points, or they were pit stops for caravans. Because a lot of New Jersey, South New Jersey specifically, is all of our roads down here are actually just the routes that caravans took to take from the ports on the coastline to get into the other 13 colonies. And so all of our roads are actually just the most convenient ways to travel by caravan, which is why our roads are fucking insane. Because they just go every fucking direction. The joke is, in New Jersey, if you want to get somewhere and you know the cardinal direction to that area, if you just follow the cardinal direction and keep turning down the roads of that cardinal direction, you'll arrive there.
Yeah.
Because also to keep in mind, so in the Pine Barrens, in 2010, we celebrated the main road through our town being paved. That's how rural we are. In 2010, we celebrated our road being paved.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking rural.
Spooky tie, yes. So, yeah, this is the thing in the Pine Barrens, is that wholesale hundreds to thousands of people would just disappear. Like 3 months... Trade caravan shows up, trades with the town. 3 months later, trade caravan shows up. The town is abandoned. There's no record of those people moving. They go to nearby towns. They ask what's happened. The other towns are like, what do you mean what happened to that town? We haven't heard anything. No one showed up. No one ever appeared. All of those people are gone.
Bandits, maybe.
We don't know. That's the thing, is that there's no record of combat, there's no record of disease, there's no dead bodies. It's just trade caravan shows up after 3 months as per their usual time, and there's no one in town. The buildings are abandoned. The town was previously successful enough to have several, dozens of families settle there, and then gone, and no nearby town ever heard of them disappearing.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, and this happened to several towns in the Pine Barrens. They're just gone. And, they would show up, and the town would be overgrown. There'd be no bodies. There'd be no evidence of combat. There'd just be no people anymore. And it's just like, what the fuck? And the Pine Barrens has dozens of legends about shit you find in the Pine Barrens, why you shouldn't travel in the Pine Barrens alone, why you don't go into the forest at night. And the thing is, no, not skinwalkers, dude, bro. Skinwalkers are all Texas and south. Skinwalkers is not New Jersey.
No, they're west of Texas.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's
Possibly.
it's like no, there's that one place in Texas, isn't it? Skinwalker Ranch?
Texas.
Isn't that Texas?
Yes, there's Skinwalker Ranch, but that's some overhyped bullshit.
Yeah, I know it's overhyped bullshit. I'm just saying that's what the legends come out of. Well, I'm saying it's the southwest, midwest-ish. That's where the Skinwalkers are. No, the Northeast has a very fun one. The Wendigo!
Jersey Devil.
And Jersey Devil, yeah.
That too.
Yeah.
The Jersey Devil is a development of the Wendigo. But yes, the Wendigo, the Wendigo, fun fact, in the Northeast is actually based on a real thing that happened. So, in the Northeast, during the winter seasons, deer wouldn't have enough food. And so they would resort to cannibalism because, fun fact, I am the Jersey Devil, yes. You've caught me. So during the winter, because winters were quite harsh in the Northeast, there would be multiple winters where there just wasn't enough food for the deer to eat during the winter. And what people don't realize about herbivores is that herbivores are only herbivores until there's no plants left to eat.
That's not even true then, Sneaky. You put a mouse in front of a horse or a cow, it's just going to go crunch.
Oh,
yummy.
I mean, yeah. If you put food in front of an herbivore, it's going to eat the food. But
I'll eat a hamburger.
The point being is that more or less the problem inherent in cannibalism, because deer would begin to eat other deer. And as we've seen in humans with the prion virus,
chronic wasting disease.
Yeah, wasting disease. And the same thing would happen to the deer, in that when the deer began to eat other deer, they were begun to have wasting disease that is transmissible to humans, actually. It's not transmissible to humans under normal circumstances, but this is where the legend comes out of, where if you eat a Wendigo, or if if the Wendigo dies near you, you end up becoming the Wendigo. This is where that's where the legend comes out of, is that actually the Native Americans knew that the way to deal with these Wendigos was to burn them, because their meat was poisonous at this point and would cause severe mental disability in anyone that consumed
prion disease.
Yeah, prions are my evidence that God doesn't exist. A benevolent God doesn't exist. Prions are fucking terrifying.
You usually only get prions from eating someone else's fucking brain. That's evidence that God does exist, and he's trying to tell you, if you
Well, no.
Go this
no,
far down the rabbit hole.
No.
Fuck you.
Because rabies exists, and if you eat the meat of an animal that has succumbed to prion disease, you also get prion disease.
Yes.
Yet normally you start contracting it by eating the brain, but if you eat the meat of an animal that has prion disease, you get the disease. You don't need to eat the brain.
Because you can't cook out prions.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Alright.
But yeah, the thing is the real Wendigo was actually deer in the area that ate other deer, and they would contract wasting disease where they would start to rot, and their muscles would lock up, causing them to hunch over in a two-footed position, and they would become feral, and they would attack people on sight and try to eat them.
Nasty.
And that's where the legends of the Wendigo would come from, is the whole consumption of cannibalism flesh, or consumption of a or the legends of how when you consume flesh near the site of a Wendigo, of a deceased Wendigo, you could contract the Wendigo spirit, where actually in reality it was either someone eating the meat of a prioned deer, or they didn't properly wash themselves and contaminated meat of a prion deer.
Yeah, no, fuck prions.
And it's really wild. The funniest bit ever is the fact that the natives were like, the only way to deal with this is fire. You must burn the corpse to purify the spirit. And it's like, they didn't understand, but they understood.
They understood how to fucking fix it. Fire cleanses all.
It's like the disappearance of the Roanoke settlement.
Fuck that. Nope.
But
Roanoke was some bullshit.
I told my family if I ever contracted prion or Alzheimer's, they can just euthanize me. I mean, yeah, pretty much. But yeah, no, New Jersey is very interesting. We have a lot of legends from the Northeast, and a lot of like, if you search disappearances in the Pine Barrens, that has a Wikipedia page.
Yeah, no.
Enough people disappear in the Pine Barrens that we have a Wikipedia page.
No, I'd like to sleep sometime in the near future. No.
It's great. It's fantastic. It gets even better because you have shit like, so this 60-something-year-old couple recently died in the Pine Barrens, and their circumstances of death are fucking wild. So they had a shotgun on their ATV that they were driving through the Pine Barrens, and they were found like 20 feet away from their ATV. Both of them were propped up against a tree. Both of them were dead, and their shotgun was still on the ATV.
Oh?
They didn't die of bullet wounds. They didn't die of claw wounds. They didn't die of bite wounds. They were just dead. But they were both propped up against the tree. And there was evidence of them being dragged there.
Okay.
That's creepy.
Sneaky, that was last year I checked. Yeah, I know, but it's just a really... Look, man. Time is weird, okay? I'm just using that as an example. 2020, yeah, I know. I mean, there's another couple that disappear. There was another, back when I was working for the Willingboro school, there was another group of teens that disappeared. And like, a lot of the shit doesn't get reported. You just hear about it from word of mouth.
And Happy New Year from Central Standard.
Yep.
The actual only time zone that matters.
Fuck you!
Have a good night, guys. I'm gonna get off.
Yeah, good night, Nora.
Alright. I'm probably about to go here in a minute. I'm about to pass the fuck out.
Yeah, alright. So I just drank an entire fucking liter of coffee. So I have a coffee alcohol. So I'm either about to pass out or have a heart attack.
Probably gonna be the passing out.
I don't feel...
Oh shit, they're setting off fireworks.
I don't feel tired.
Alright, I'll catch y'all later.
Alright, sign. I do expect 10,000 words of the Tanya Outer Heaven story.
God damn it, Sneaky.
I sent you the money, bitch!
I saw the money. It's going in behind my other commissions. Probably next fucking month before I get to it.
I hate.
You know, you could probably force a refund and just put the reason as was done under duress or something.
It's a good
Bitch,
idea.
stop. I'll just send you $10,000 next time.
I'll see y'all later.
See you, man. Alright, gentlemen. I held true to my promise. This was indeed a 6-hour stream. Did you and Cruel ever manage to write Sweet Sweet Lies 2-Step Goodbye chapter? No, Cruel never showed up, as per usual for Cruel, but that's to be expected. Good night and a happy new year, everyone.
Ooh.
And as the last Fanfiction 9005 episode comes to a close, tune in for Fanfiction 9006, because the ride never ends, because there is always more, and it always gets worse.